Lin Feng and his friends arrived at the palace to find a pile of corpses on the ground. "How tranquil," whispered Lin Feng. "The fourth palace has already been found," said Jun Moshi. Huang Fulong and Yun Fei Yang nodded. "Yes, someone must have obtained great treasures." As expected, Lin Feng noted that the 4 palaces were found and now wondered where the great emperor's palaces was. "Hehe, I think I can find the great emperor's grave," said Huang Fulong, giggling. Instantly, the others looked at him. Could he really find it? "I learnt many things from the Zun cultivator at the pool. Nobody knows where his grave is, but it has to be on a vein of earth where dragon chi is extremely dense. The 4 Zun cultivators' palaces are on veins of earth where dragon chi is. Now that they have all been found, the dragon chi is much denser than before, so I can use my dragon blood spirit to sense where the densest dragon chi is," said Huang Fulong, still giggling. The fact that the dragon chi was initially not perceptible meant that the great emperor's palace had to be discovered first. Everything was preordained fate. "Can you sense the dragon chi now?" asked Lin Feng to Huang Fulong. Huang Fulong's eyes were twinkling while pointing in one direction. "That is where the dragon chi is the densest." The place that Huang Fulong pointed was in the middle of the 4 palaces. Many had already found out about the palaces, so there was no time to waste. They all went in that direction, finding nothing on their way. The center of the region was a vast and desolate area, devoid of chi and corpses. That place seemed so uninteresting that nobody would have wanted to stop there. Could the great emperor of legends be underground? Thought Lin Feng. There is nothing there, but if the great emperor is here, it has to be underground. "Huang Fulong, we are following your instincts," said Lin Feng. Huang Fulong nodded. His silhouette flickered and he pressed himself against the ground. He could sense the dragon chi the best if he got closer to the ground. Lin Feng and his friends continued to move around but saw no one. The strong cultivators who came to the mysterious world were looking for treasure, nothing else. "The dragon chi is incredibly dense," said Huang Fulong, smiling. His senses wouldn't betray when it came to sensing dragon energy. If the grave really was at the place where the dragon chi was the densest, then they were very close. What would happen if they found his grave? Maybe finding the great emperor's grave would lead to their deaths. Maybe the great emperor wanted them to receive his teachings, or maybe he didn't want to be found at all. Regardless, the great emperor's grave definitely contained some amazing treasures. He buried his people with him, so it was easy to believe that he buried his treasures as well. "What a powerful dragon chi," said Huang Fulong, walking slower and slower. He was walking around slowly, step by step. Huang Fulong stopped, raised his head and looked around. There was nothing. There were some white clouds in the sky and only dust on the ground. However, Huang Fulong was convinced there would be something there. "You also found the place," someone said. Lin Feng and his friends looked at the person coming towards them. TT was Yu Tianji. He had also found the place, but he was frowning because nothing happened there. "Nothing happened. I have the strange impression that the great emperor's grave might be here, but I've been turning around for a while and haven't seen anything. It's a boundless and desolate place," said Yu Tianji before continuing. "Of course, I could be mistaken. I have the same impression as you, so we can't be mistaken," said Huang Fulong. His blood was flowing quickly as if it were boiling. "How could I be mistaken? There's a very powerful dragon chi here, just like you said. If the great emperor's grave really exists, it must be here. I'm going underground to see," said Huang Fulong while taking down his dragon axe. He stomped onto the ground, making it shake and crack. Then he dove in. "No use, I already tried that." Yu Tianji shook his head. As expected, Huang Fulong came back out after a while and looked annoyed. He explored the depths of the area but found nothing. "The dragon chi is so thick and dense, what could be the cause? Could it be that my ancestor lied to me?" cursed Huang Fulong in a low voice. He felt very uncomfortable. His chi was revolving intensely. "Huang Fulong." Lin Feng looked astonished. He was staring at Huang Fulong. Everybody else was looking at him as well. "What's wrong?" asked Huang Fulong, surprised to see everyone look at him. He scratched his head in a confused way. Why were they looking at him? On your body? They all stared at Huang Fulong's body. There was a drawing on it. There was a magnificent pattern on his body, the pattern of a gigantic palace. The hologram of a palace was on Huang Fulong's body. What is going on? Lin Feng and his friend's pupils shrank. They inspected it closer but didn't see anything. However, the hologram on his body looked real. Release the strength of your blood spirit and the dragon chi, said Lin Feng as if he had thought of something. Okay, said Huang Fulong, nodding. Even though he didn't understand what Lin Feng meant, he still obeyed and released the strength of his blood spirit and chi. His chi was incredibly powerful. It seemed like dragons were furiously roaring inside. The hologram became more and more distinct. That palace was vast, majestic, it seemed endless. Is that a palace or a grave? Asked Lin Feng to the others. The hologram was becoming more clear. Why would the hologram have the shape of a palace? Lin Feng and the others' heart was pounding. Eh? At that moment, Lin Feng's pupils shrank. He was gazing in the distance and noticed a gigantic palace forming. The illusion was in suspension and slowly appearing. It looked majestic, imposing, like an emperor's palace, containing some chi of righteousness. Is it an illusion? No one could figure it out. No wonder nobody found the emperor's grave before. They had to have real dragon energy to find it. The palace seemed to be a place sealed away from the mysterious world. The great emperor's grave. Finally, they found the emperor's grave. It had to be his palace. They flew all over the mysterious world, and now they finally found the great emperor's grave, probably for the first time in 1,000 years. Lin Feng and his friends weren't the only ones to notice. There were many others who were observing in the distance. The reflection of the palace was twinkling in their eyes. They felt excited and nervous at the same time. Was that the great emperor's grave? Dong! In a flash, the whole crowd saw a gigantic cloud of foaming chi condensing into a palace. The atmosphere began shaking. The wind became abrasive and chaotic rays of light shot towards the palace. At that moment, everybody stopped moving and looked at the same thing. There were even some in the sky who were blown away by the furious wind. No matter where one was, if they neared the palace, they would suddenly be far away again. Boom! Sand splashed all around in the storm. The earth and the sky were trembling. Lin Feng and his friends were in the middle of that storm. They could sense an immense pressure, so strong they felt suffocated. That palace is burying everything, whispered Lin Feng. The palace was enveloping everybody. It seemed like they were going to be buried. Let us go, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered and ran towards the palace. The others immediately followed him. Lin Feng wasn't the only one. It was everyone's dream to find the palace. They all flew towards the palace. Had the great emperor's grave finally appeared? Did that vast palace contain the most amazing treasures? Because Lin Feng and his friends were already so close to the palace, they were the first ones to arrive. They felt oppressed in front of such a huge and impressive palace. The great and respectful emperor had buried himself in this palace-like coffin. Even dead, he remained dignified. Let's go and see if there is an entrance somewhere. They all began looking around the palace for an entrance. Here, Huang Fulong pointed at a golden dragon. That golden dragon looked full of vitality. Its mouth was large enough for several people to enter. Lin Feng, are we going in or not? Asked Huang Fulong. He seemed hesitant. After all, nobody knew if the palace was dangerous or not. Let's see if there aren't any other entrances, said Lin Feng, decided not to enter immediately. Very quickly, he narrowed his eyes and found 9 dragon statues. All of them had their mouths open. Lin Feng and the others were perplexed. They couldn't determine which doors were dangerous, if any. What do you think? Lin Feng asked Yu Tianji. Yu Tianji could use the power of the stars, so Lin Feng assumed he could analyze things better than others. Let's wait. Perhaps others will be able to determine it, replied Yu Tianji. Lin Feng didn't want to take the risk carelessly. More and more were appearing in the area. They obviously realized that the dragon mouths were entrances, but they also hesitated. Should they enter or not? I'll take the risk. If nobody else enters, I will. If I manage to choose correctly, I'll get the treasures. Someone said next to Lin Feng, and entered a dragon's mouth. Ah! A horrible shriek spread in the air. Everybody were suddenly relieved that they hadn't chosen to enter. Boom, 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 catcha. The atmosphere seemed to be collapsing. The ground was shaking. Waves of sands and dust were rolling in the as a gloomy cloud enveloped everything. It seemed like the world was turning upside down. Kai! A strident sound spread in the air, piercing through people's eardrums. A huge crack appeared in the ground. How scary! What is going on? Thought everyone with their hearts pounding. After the emperor's palace appeared, the atmosphere began trembling and everything turned into chaos. A terrifying death chi had invaded the atmosphere. Are we all going to be buried in the mysterious world? Thought Yu Tianji, gazing into the distance. Deadly chi was rising and enveloping the atmosphere. Look! What's that? Someone shouted. Many glittering, translucent, little spears appeared on the horizon. They were dazzling and contained a terrifying chi. Intent and abstruse crystals? Lin Feng and the others narrowed their eyes. In a flash, Lin Feng jumped into the sky. He shook his hands and dazzling crystals appeared. Intent immediately emerged from the crystals. Lin Feng looked solemn as expected. They were intent crystals. So many intent crystals. Everyone was excited. The windstorm brought intent crystals towards them. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying rays of energy invaded the atmosphere. Everybody began flying around to grab the crystals. Even cultivators of the Tianqi layer would benefit from them. But what everyone wanted the most were abstruse crystals. If they could grab such crystals and offer them to the respected cultivators of their sex, clans etc., then they would earn instant respect and power. Go and grab a few to help you during your practice, Lin Feng said to the others. His friends nodded. They obviously understood their importance. Kacha! The sounds in the atmosphere were becoming more intense. The ground and sky were collapsing. Lin Feng frowned. That emperor really wanted to bury everyone with him. If they didn't enter the emperor's palace, they would all be exterminated with the mysterious world. Many intent and abstruse crystals were not caught by people. They blew away towards the emperor's palace and disappeared inside. They continued strength to the emperor's grave. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered here and there. He continued grabbing intent crystals. Then he said to the others, "Everybody, come back. We have to find a solution to get in the palace." They gathered together again. Everybody had obtained some intent crystals, it seemed. The sky was dark and apocalyptic. It's a grave as expected. It's a grave. The emperor doesn't want to be disturbed in his grave. He just wants to annihilate us and rest in peace with him, whispered Yu Tianji. Not necessarily, Lin Feng added. With his strength, if the emperor didn't want us to find his grave, we would have never found it. He left us some clues, the imperial and dragon chi. In other words, he wanted a select few to find him. It's like Huang Fulong's ancestor who left clues for Huang Fulong. Yu Tianji nodded. That sounded very plausible. Even though the emperor was trying to destroy the mysterious world and bury everyone else with him, he wanted a few to find him. What you mean to say is that the emperor was waiting for someone to pass on his knowledge and treasures. That person must have some dragon blood and or some imperial blood, said Yu Tianji, who turned to Huang Fulong. Can you understand how to enter the palace? Huang Fulong shook his head. Have you forgotten? The emperor was chased by the demoniac emperor. So the demoniac emperor may have chased him inside and destroyed the palace. Yun Fei Yang offered a different view. The demoniac emperor? Yun Tianji looked perplexed. Indeed, the demonic emperor had chased the great emperor. Let's pretend it happened like that. With means of extraordinary skills and abilities, the demonic emperor was able to enter the palace. But it doesn't mean that we are able to enter using the same method, said Yu Tianji, shaking his head. We can only rely on ourselves. What do you mean? Asked Lin Feng. There are 9 dragons, so maybe one of them really is an entrance we have to think about. There is an option. Maybe the emperor had offspring and that descendant is amongst us. If we find his offspring, we follow them inside. Explained Yu Tianji slowly. Of course, the great emperor wouldn't miss the opportunity to transmit his knowledge and treasures to his offspring. He would bury everybody in the mysterious world with him, but he would protect those who shared his blood. We have to hurry, said Lin Feng, watching the storm. Let's group into twos, Yu and I, Emoshi and Yu Tianji, Fei Yang and Huang Fulong. If anyone finds the entrance, call out. Okay, said Yu Tianji. They really needed to hurry. Tang Yu and Lin Feng headed towards the second dragon. There were already many who gathered there. They were all staring at the mouth, wondering if they could enter or not. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd and saw one person in particular. They wore a purple-golden robe with a dragon pattern on it. Lin Feng threw himself at him with incredible speed. They were astonished. Lin Feng was so impulsive. 5 fingers turned into golden claws as the chant of the dragons sounded. Lin Feng released some sword chi and condensed level 6 sword intent into one finger. A metallic sound clanked in the air as the member of the East Sea Dragon Palace emitted a horrible shriek. His arm was hanging loose and he was in agony. Lin Feng lunged forward to grab his opponent. He wanted to escape? Unfortunately, he wasn't as fast as Lin Feng. Lin Feng held him by the neck and choked him. It seemed like his veins were going to explode. He looked terrified. How brutal! The crowd was speechless watching Lin Feng. He wanted to kill a member of the East Sea Dragon Palace. They watched as Lin Feng jumped towards the mouth of the dragon and put the cultivator inside. At the same time, he released a terrifying sword chi to block the entry. If you don't enter, I'll kill you. A terrifying sword chi moved towards that person. An infinite sword light invaded the atmosphere and that person's face paled. If that sword energy reached him, he would definitely die. Ah, bastard! Shouted that person and threw himself into the mouth of the dragon. Ah! A terrifying strength came out and that person gave a horrible shriek. How brutal! Lin Feng used him to see if it was safe to enter. Let's go! Said Lin Feng to Tang Yu, leaving with incredible. Others also started to follow Lin Feng and his friends. Yun Fei Yang and Huang Fulong arrived at the 5th entrance. There were others there as well. A great battle was taking place. With the storm already so oppressive, how could they still have time to fight? Yun Fei Yang felt less safe as he approached. There was a group of people killing everybody else that arrived. Someone looked at them with disdain. It was Huang Feng and Duan Wudao. They were the ones who were killing mercilessly. Very quickly, the battle continued and more cultivators died. Those who remained alive seemed to be those who joined hands. Leave, Huang Feng said coldly to Yun Fei Yang. Immediately after that, his imperial robe fluttered in the wind as he threw himself into the mouth of the dragon. No deadly chi emerged and no horrible shriek either. The Jade Heaven Imperial Clan, Yu Tianji had guessed it. Those people were from the Jade Heaven Imperial Clan and were moving fast. It wasn't long before they all went into the dragon's mouth. Huang Fulong and Yun Fei Yang looked at each other. Huang Fulong said, "Go tell the others. I'll stay here to guard the entrance." Okay. Yun Fei Yang's silhouette flickered and left to go and tell his friends where the entrance was. The storm was getting closer, but he still had a little bit of time. Boom, boom, boom. A loud sound resonated. Huang Fulong was startled at the entrance. After the Jade Heaven Imperial Clan entered, he only saw a magnificent and dazzling light come out of the dragon's mouth. Immediately after, the dragon statue became dazzling and golden. Its gigantic mouth slowly started closing itself. The only entrance would be closed. Oh no! Thought Huang Fulong nervous. That was the only entrance they had found. Everyone from the Jade Heaven Imperial Clan had already entered. What if the other entrances were death traps? They would all die outside, crushed by the storm. Roar! Huang Fulong roared loudly and threw himself into the mouth. He put his hands up as to hold the dragon's mouth up and prevent it from closing. Even though Huang Fulong was strong, he wasn't able to prevent the gigantic dragon mouth from closing. Stop! Shouted Huang Fulong. It seemed like a dragon appeared around his body. He was holding the top of the mouth with both hands, using his monstrous strength to prevent the mouth from closing any more than it had already. Roar! He released an incredible amount of blood chi. He became so flushed that it looked like he was going to explode. Mustering all his strength, he finally managed to slow it down, but the rumbling sounds were spreading in the air. "Can't you hurry?" shouted Huang Fulong furiously. His veins popped out from the struggle. When they saw Huang Fulong holding open the mouth and all the corpses on the ground, they seemed to understand something. "It's an entrance." They immediately jumped into the entrance. Even though the mouth of the dragon became smaller, it could still accommodate a few people. "We're in," said someone inside. It wasn't long before others came by and took advantage of Huang Fulong's situation. "Who can help me here? People from your sects and clans can come in as well," shouted Huang Fulong loudly. The door was still closing itself. At that point, one already had to their head to fit in. "Eh?" They looked at Huang Fulong and grinned hideously. All of a sudden, someone attacked Huang Fulong. The attack reached Huang Fulong and made him groan with pain, but he still held the entrance open. He just yelled, "Bastard! Arg!" A terrifying chi was rolled in the atmosphere. It seemed like a dragon was chanting. However, the opponent already entered the grave without paying attention to Huang Fulong. As long as they could enter the grave, they were happy. They didn't care about the others who would die outside. That way, everything in the grave would be theirs. People continued to enter the grave. Before entering the grave, they were all courteous and friendly because they hoped he wouldn't just close the door in front of them. And each time, after entering the grave, they punched Huang Fulong or attacked him with a sinister smile on their face. After a while, Huang Fulong was struggling. Blood spilled out of his mouth and he was kneeling on the ground. Roar! His blood was boiling. His dragon was still visible around his body. His knees were being crushed on the ground, but as before, his two hands held open the dragon's mouth. His eyes were filled with determination. If he gave up, his friends would die in the storm. At that moment, one could only crouch to get into the dragon's mouth. Some other people appeared, this time from Xianxia and more precisely from the Tianxian snowy peak. "Help me," said Huang Fulong, looking at Tianxi Shui and the others. Blood was still spilling out of his mouth as he asked for the help. Tianxi Shui's eyes were twinkling. She looked hesitant. "Help him," said Han Qiu, who was next to Tianxi Shui. A heaven book spirit appeared from behind him as he rushed over to Huang Fulong and protected him. He didn't possess physical strength, but he could still protect Huang Fulong from attacks. "Let's guard him from attacks," shouted Han Qiu to the other members of Tianxi. They all nodded and walked into the dragon mouth. But nobody helped Huang Fulong hold it open. "Go into the grave, everyone. Obtaining the emperor's treasures matters most for Tianxi," said Bai Lishi. After that, he glanced at Huang Fulong and entered the grave. Tianxi didn't help because they were more worried about time. They had to hurry in the grave. Not many stayed back to help Huang Fulong. After thinking for a few seconds, Tianxi Shui entered the grave as well. Bai Lishi was right, they had to become stronger for Tianxi. Besides, Tianxi Shui envied Lin Feng, Huang Fulong and the others. She was the pure and holy woman of Tianxi. But now that status wasn't as resplendent as before. She was selfish and egoistic. A few people from Tianxi decided to stay and help him. They were touched by Huang Fulong, so they guarded silently. Even though they weren't immediately entering the grave, they would keep their honor and wait until Huang Fulong couldn't hold on anymore. Then they would enter. Huang Fulong, Jun Moshi and Yu Tianji came back. They were panicked to see his condition. They hurried inside and helped Huang Fulong hold the mouth open. 9 dragons and it was the 5th one, bastard, cursed Yu Tianji. His heart was filled with hatred. The storm outside was getting worse. "We can't hold out for much longer. Where are they?" asked Junimo, she looking nervous. Others came by, but it wasn't Lin Feng, Ao Jiao, Duan Wuya, etc. They silently looked at the grave and bowed respectfully before entering the grave. "Be careful," said Yu Tianji. He didn't trust anyone. He feared they would attack as soon as they entered. As expected, after they entered the grave, they laughed coldly, piercing to the bones. It wasn't long before Yun Fei Yang, Lin Feng and Tang Yu Yu arrived. Because of the storm, Yun Fei Yang hadn't found them easily. "Hurry up and get inside," shouted Yun Fei Yang. He moved to the mouth and lifted it up a little bit. A gloomy and deadly qi reflected on the stars as waves of qi rolled towards them. Yu Tianji released an indestructible star to block the attack. "Eh?" Someone gave a horrible shriek as they were destroyed by the gloomy and deadly qi. But then it was blocked as it crashed on his star. Surprisingly, they weren't stopped by Yu Tianji. Lin Feng understood what Yu Tianji planned. The three of them turned into stars and entered the mouth of the dragon. They pulled Huang Fulong and Jun Mo Shi back as they flew in. Boom, boom, boom. A loud sound resonated as the dragon's mouth closed itself to everyone outside. Once inside, they crossed a long corridor filled with dragon qi. Very quickly, they arrived on a dragon path, and then finally the great emperor's grave. Those from Jade Heaven Imperial Palace were the first to enter the palace. Somewhere in the palace, the young and strong cultivators of the Jade Heaven Imperial clan had all stopped. "Why? How?" Huang Feng was upset and pulled a long face. In his hands was a golden map. The map was so dazzling that it was difficult to say what it was made of. It even contained ancient imperial qi. Back then, the great emperor was chased by the demoniac emperor. He escaped and entered a world without an exit to leave his blood in this world. This map is sealed by the Jade Heaven Imperial clan and contains memories belonging to our ancestors, amongst which there is an incredible book called the Jade Scriptures. Unfortunately, our ancestor was not strong enough back when, so he couldn't transmit the memories to us. That's why he created the scriptures, which have been passed down from generation to generation. The Jade Heaven Imperial clan members know that they have to look for the Jade Heaven tomb, where they would find the Jade Scriptures, which would enable them to conquer the world. Huang Feng thought it out for a moment and he came up with a plausible explanation. Now, 1,000 years have passed and the Jade Heaven Imperial clan has been quiet. From generation to generation, we have been searching for the Jade Heaven tomb. When we find it, I want all the members of Peer Clan to benefit from those scriptures. But it seems things have changed since back when the demoniac emperor chased the great emperor. There was a great war, so the map of the palace isn't accurate anymore. He understood that the last one who entered the palace was the demoniac emperor. After their great battle, some paths became blocked. There were holes in walls and so on. The palace was falling into ruins. "What should we do?" asked Duan Wu Dao. Huang Feng remained silent for a few seconds and said, "Everybody separate into 5 groups. Remember that our goal is to find the Jade Heaven Palace. You can leave the rest," said Huang Feng. The Jade Heaven Palace is a holy place for the Jade Heaven Imperial Palace. It also used to be where the Jade Heaven Imperial Palace's people lived. Besides all of that, there are the ancient Jade Scriptures. In the continent of the 9 clouds, becoming a monstrously strong cultivator was the only condition to be part of an imperial family, and only members of imperial families could use advanced skills. If the Jade Heaven Imperial clan managed to find their ancient Jade Scriptures, they would become infinitely stronger. They would conquer the Ganyu region, enter the holy city and become as prestigious, splendid and as glorious as they used to be. The Jade Heaven people were feeling all-conquering. In 1,000 years, they were the first ones to enter their ancestors' grave. Lin Feng and the others looked around after they entered. Things didn't look as domineering and majestic as they thought. Instead, it looked like ruins. Everybody seemed to have similar disappointments. There has been a great war here, people thought. Lin Feng and his friends were the only ones who knew what was going on. They knew that back then, the great emperor was chased by the demoniac emperor. So they immediately understood what happened here after a first glance. "Oh my, there are intent crystals everywhere," someone shouted. They were breaking walls and finding twinkling stones everywhere. A terrifying strength exuded from them. Nobody was worried about fighting for the crystals because there were stones everywhere. The walls were made of intent stones. Everyone was mining with a frenzy. They needed those intent stones for when they broke through to the Tianqi layer. Then they would have amazing effects, or they could be traded for other amazing items. Intent stones were precious treasures for people of the Tianqi layer and below. However, for extremely strong cultivators, they were just ordinary stones. You guys can go ahead. Lin Feng said to the people of Tianqi. If someday Lin Feng became the leader of Tianqi, he had to make sure it was powerful. They should take as much as they could now so future cultivators could benefit. Okay, said the others while nodding. They all started gathering intense stones. Huang Fulong, how do you feel? Lin Feng and Tang Yu both took out some healing pills for Huang Fulong's severe injuries. Even after a few healing pills, he wouldn't recover completely. I'm okay. Go ahead and pick some intent crystals. Take some for me as well, said Huang Fulong, smiling in a free and natural way. Don't worry, we're in the great emperor's palace. To us, intent crystals are precious treasures, but for the great emperor, they are ordinary stones. There must be treasures much more valuable than those in here. Indeed, they were in the great emperor's palace, so how could it lack intent crystals? There were probably monstrously powerful items as well. Hehe, you're right, but it would be better to have some. So why not seize the opportunity now? I've never used such good items. And even if I can't use them, I can sell them. Huang Fulong was giggling. He made an effort to collect some of the crystals, ignoring his injuries. That guy, said Lin Feng, smiling and shaking his head. Even now he only thought about his friends. They were true friends. They all began picking intent crystals as well. Huang Fulong was right, why not seize that opportunity? Even if those crystals were nothing for the great emperor, they were treasures to them. At that moment, everyone was busy picking those treasures without thinking about anything else. Whenever someone felt like they had had enough, they would leave towards the inside of the palace. Weren't there even more amazing treasures awaiting for them in other places of the palace? Lin Feng and his friends soon started walking deeper into the palace. Everybody was hunting for treasures, and quite a few found abstruse crystals. Apart from intent and abstruse crystals, others found some extremely powerful ingredients and weapons, while others found pictures. The walls of the palace had those mysterious veins for which an energy had been flowing for 1,000 years. Lin Feng and friends come across a hall with a door that looked old and simple. At the top, there was writing, Path of Truth. Ask questions and understand. That was where the great emperor sought the truth, said Lin Feng. While opening the door, a strident sound was heard. Inside the hall, there was a precipice and a few statues which looked alive. Boom! They stared at the statues. Their brains felt like they were going to explode, as if something had placing a huge pressure on them. Their souls were even shaking. Their entire body seemed like it was going to explode. How scary, whispered Lin Feng. He stopped looking at them and moved towards the center of the hall. There were 4 statues and a few scriptures on the back wall. Lin Feng raised his head again. This time, with sharp lights twinkling in his eyes, he stared at the statue. He suddenly felt suffocated. His body couldn't stop shaking. He couldn't breathe anymore. His throat was burning. The statues had an extraordinary intent. Are those the great emperor's statues? Lin Feng, Junemo Shi, Yunfei Yang, Tang Yu and Huang Fulong were all there. Yu Tianji decided to explore alone. The first statue held a sword in its hand. It looked like it despised the entire world. Its facial expression could shake the entire world, while its eyes defied both human and divine laws. As Lin Feng looked at that statue, involuntarily, his level 6 sword intent emerged. However, when it neared the statue, it was immediately destroyed and vanished without leaving trace. Lin Feng's sword was extremely weak in front of the emperor's statue. The energy contained in the sword of the statue seemed to be infinite. If the statue wanted to kill him, it could do it in the blink of an eye. The Supreme Sword Emperor, reigning over the entire continent, afraid of nobody. No one wants to be his enemy because he can kill them with one sword attack. He stands high above the ordinary world and looks down on it. I put this statue here for the glory of swords and to help those who seek the truth on the path of sword cultivation. A few words were carved in the back. Even after 1,000 years, those words still looked distinct. Everybody could sense an incredible energy emerging from the words. They suddenly felt incredibly powerful. They were imagining themselves as the extremely strong cultivators from ancient times. The second statue was an incredibly beautiful woman. One couldn't look at her without falling in love at first. However, she wasn't beautiful in a vulgar way. She looked like a noble woman whom one wanted to respect. That woman looked so noble. She would definitely be reigning over the world if she existed, whispered Lin Feng. Lin Feng and his friends read the text behind the statue. Shi Huang. So many men have come to court her with the hopes to marry her. The emperor also had the wish to marry her. That would have been his greatest joy. Unfortunately, after becoming emperor, she aged and wasn't as beautiful anymore. She practiced cultivation diligently without caring about anything else. She chose loneliness for the sake of cultivation. Nobody knows when she is going to become an empress. Unfortunately, even if she does, she won't have the beauty of her youth. That text was filled with sorrow. Lin Feng didn't understand why she decided to singularly practice cultivation. He also didn't understand the meaning of the following sentence. She died, so how could she become an empress? Finally, the last sentence was just as fishy, the beauty of her youth. Nobody understood the text. Could cultivators use an incredible power before dying to reincarnate and continue practicing cultivation? Lin Feng couldn't understand such things. He was too weak to compare with the emperor. The emperor was almost a deity. Lin Feng turned to the third statue and shivered. That statue looked familiar. Even though it was a statue, it diffused rays of light as if it was moving. It looked like a demon and a Buddha at the same time. The 9 rotations of the Haruka. Lin Feng suddenly remembered why it was so familiar. Lin Feng's strength of the Harukas began rotating on its own, causing Lin Feng to shake. Could the owner of the statue have anything to do with the Haruka and its 9 rotations? Lin Feng turned around the statue and read the description. 3 Lives Sovereign is incredible and very mysterious. Using his body, he combined evil and good. 1 body turned into 3 and 3 bodies are 1. Thus the creation of the incredible skill 3 Lives skill. 3 lives, 3 people, and 3 bodies which have their own life. If none of them dies, then the 3 Lives deity is invincible. In our vast and wonderful world, the 3 Lives skill is the most particular skill I've ever seen. Lin Feng's heart started pounding. 3 Lives skill. Buddha, a demon, and a regular person. Is that the strength contained in the 9 rotations of the Haruka? Could the 9 rotations of the Haruka have been created by the ancestor who created the 3 Lives skill? Lin Feng's thoughts were chaotic. If someday he could acquire the 3 Lives skill and turn into 3, he would become invincible. Besides, the 3 Lives Sovereign had the title Sovereign. Were the titles of Emperor and Sovereign equal? Or could only extremely powerful emperors give the title of Sovereign to others? Lin Feng didn't understand these things. The emperor placed the 4 statues there to borrow their incredible strength. He used to consult them. After reading the scriptures, one could see that the emperor feared those statues. Lin Feng looked at the last statue. It was the most ordinary one with nothing particular. From an aesthetics perspective, one could notice an incredible pride. One could see that the material world held no substance by looking in its eyes. Those 2 dark pupils resembled a demon's. Even the vault of heaven could be covered by their darkness. That statue was ego. Whoever offended it would pay with blood. A demon. Lin Feng's pupils shrank. That was demon intent. Despising the vault of heaven. Smiling slyly. That unruly deity wanted to step on earth and crush it fearlessly. Demoniac emperor. Lin Feng suddenly remembered those 2 words. According to the legend, the demoniac emperor chased the great emperor and killed him. Eh? Lin Feng was startled. It seemed like his spirit was shaking suddenly. His heavenly book spirit was acting up after remaining calm for so long. Lin Feng frowned. Why was the statue exciting his book spirit? Lin Feng looked at the description behind the statue. Continent of the 9 clouds, the Eternal One. Peerless, named the demoniac emperor. A myriad of people are terrified by him. He is the first incomplete emperor, but can kill other emperors. Continent of the 9 clouds, the Eternal One. Lin Feng shivered. Lin Feng became excited. His heart was pounding as he imagined himself as a heroic cultivator. That was the real demoniac emperor. Nobody would dare offend him. The Supreme Sword Emperor, Shi Huang, the Three Lives Sovereign, the Demoniac Emperor. I can't control my body when I look at those statues. My strength and energies flow chaotically, said Huang Fulong surprised. How powerful. How did the great emperor create such powerful statues? I feel the same. If I look at them for too long, I have the impression that I'm going insane. Nodded Yunfei Yang. Shi Huang already died. But what about the others? A possibility is that the great emperor made the statues himself in accordance with what he heard and saw. If they were real cultivators, we wouldn't be able to look at them. Their terrifying intent would have killed us, said Junemoshi. Everybody nodded as if they understood something. Indeed, only the sword intent of the Supreme Sword Emperor could kill them, but it was only a statue. I wish we could be as strong as them someday, said Huang Fulong, sounding impatient. Emperors were incredible beings. Even the emperor of an empire of average quality was nothing compared to them, though they had never heard of a real emperor in the Ganyu region. That kind of cultivator was extremely rare. They were almost almighty. We will. The great emperor also started weak, but step by step, he practiced and became stronger, said Lin Feng, making Huang Fulong smile. He nodded at Lin Feng and said, Indeed. Maybe someday I'll be an emperor too, and you guys too. Everybody smiled in a radiant way, dreaming of becoming an emperor. I am going to try and understand the statues. If you think you need them, feel free to do so as well. Otherwise, hurry up and go search elsewhere, so you can find something useful for yourself. Lin Feng didn't want to leave too quickly. Everyone can go, I'm staying with you, said Tang Yuyu, acting detached. Junimo, she looked at both of them and smiled. All right, we three will go elsewhere to try our luck with treasures. Yunfei Yang and Huang Fulong didn't mind. If Tang Yuyu stayed with Lin Feng, she could wake him up if something happened. With Lin Feng's strength, only a handful of people would attack him. They closed the door as they left. Lin Feng smiled at Tang Yuyu. Yuyu, even though those 4 statues have nothing to do with your cultivation, you can try to understand some things from them. Who knows? It may be beneficial. I know, nodded Tang Yuyu. Then Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and meditated in front of the Supreme Sword Emperor's statue. He slowly closed his eyes and visualized the Supreme Sword Emperor holding his sword in one hand and assaulting the vaults of heaven. Supreme Sword Emperor, no limit. Lin Feng released a deadly chi and saw a gigantic sword in his thoughts. It was falling down from the sky as the entire universe became filled with sword chi. The sword chi was becoming increasingly intense. A terrifying, endless sword chi fell down onto the hall. It was becoming more and more powerful. Tang Yuyu was staring at Lin Feng, looking captivated. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Lin Feng's power of understanding was incredible. He had already been able to understand the Supreme Sword Chi. Tang Yuyu wanted to participate too, but it was impossible because Lin Feng's sword was too powerful. She could only stand in the distance and watch Lin Feng. She didn't know that Lin Feng's power of understanding was incredible and that the teaching of the 3 Zun cultivators taught him a lot. He learnt the sword formula skill and was able to visualize the 81 patterns. It seemed like there were many mysterious veins in his head, as if someone was there, dancing with a sword. Lin Feng's brain and heart became one. There was only sword energy and nothing else. He lost track of time. The supreme sword was filled with deadly chi. Its sword chi could destroy the earth. Its energy was like a million tsunamis falling on the earth at the same time. A heavy sound resonated as someone arrived in front of the room. They opened the door but shouted in surprise when they sensed the terrifying sword chi. There must be treasures. What a powerful sword chi! That person's heart was pounding. Tang Yuyu closed the door again with a heavy sound. She wanted Lin Feng to practice in peace. She could feel his sword intent rising. Zarararr. Arrararr. The supreme sword chi became more intense. It seemed like it could annihilate anything. It was emitting crackling sounds in the air as the statue began crumbling. Soon after, it turned into ashes and disappeared without leaving a trace. The supreme sword chi and intent disappeared with the statue. He leveled up. Tang Yuyu's heart was pounding. Lin Feng opened his eyes, looking proud and majestic. CRRRR. Lin Feng clenched his fists and smiled. He didn't break through to the Tianqi layer yet, but his sword intent was already level 7. People of the same level couldn't defeat him anymore. After breaking through to the Tianqi layer, others probably still couldn't defeat him. Lin Feng stood up and walked towards Shi Huang's statue. He stared deep into her eyes and then walked towards the Three Lives Sovereign. He sat down cross-legged in front of him. Lin Feng emptied his heart as the strength of the Harukas started rotating with incredible speed. At the same time, in Lin Feng's brain, a large battle between the Buddha and demon appeared. The owner of the palace used tricks to create the statues, but even though they're not the real deal, they can still stir up my strength of the Harukas, thought Lin Feng. The strength of the Harukas continued flowing through his body and muscles. His strength was amplifying. Lin Feng couldn't clearly understand the Three Lives scriptures at that moment. He pinpointed what connected the strength of the Harukas and the Three Lives skills. He was very curious and wanted to know more though. Unfortunately, learning Emperor skills was too difficult. Even if Lin Feng could only understand a tiny part of the sovereign scriptures, he would already become stronger. The strength of the Haruka continued rotating as Lin Feng's body emitted a dazzling light containing an incredible strength. Good and evil were fusing together. In Lin Feng's head, Buddha and the demon were facing each other in a gigantic field. In the past, Lin Feng used to think that Buddha and the demon were enemies locked in a never-ending battle. But now, Lin Feng realized that the Buddha and the demon could fuse together to create a three-body entity. Lin Feng continued his visualizations, which seemed to be extremely beneficial to him. Finally, after a long time, the strength of the Haruka stopped rotating. Lin Feng opened his eyes as both good and evil lights twinkled in his eyes. Haruka's strength 9,000 rotations. Now, using only my physical strength, I can kill people at the top of the Xianxia layer, whispered Lin Feng, looking excited. The great emperor created those statues, but just like real ones, they could bring him great benefits. He studied one and his sword intent leveled up to 7. Then he studied another one, was now able to make his Haruka's strength revolve 9,000 times. Boom, boom, boom. The hall started shaking as if was about to collapse. They weren't the only ones who could sense it. Everybody in the palace could sense it. The entire emperor's palace was shaking. What was happening? Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying rumbling sounds spread in the air. Those sounds were piercing through people's eardrums. The palace continued trembling as the statues in front of Lin Feng were collapsing. Kacha. Shi Huang and the Three Lives sovereign statues broke first and turned into ashes. The demoniac emperor's statue showed some cracks. Lin Feng looked at the statue and visualized the Eternal One again. How glorious! Lin Feng wanted to reach the clouds too. Maybe he would someday. Kacha! Another sound resonated as the demoniac emperor's statue broke as well. It then became calm in the hall again as the heavy door opened slowly. There were some people outside. Eh? The leader of the group looked at Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu, then said, "Did you steal the treasures?" They had just entered the room but could sense the terrifying sword chi. They felt like they were suffocating. He came with a few friends to face Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu. Lin Feng turned his head, looking calm. He then looked at the carvings on the wall again. He sighed and said, "The 4 statues broke already. We will never learn from them again." After that, he started bombarding the wall with sword chi. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as the scriptures on the wall disappeared. You destroyed some of the treasures. The crowd entering the room was stupefied. They suddenly jumped forwards and threw themselves at Lin Feng. "Piss off!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He raised his fist as a gigantic hand appeared. The atmosphere was shaking as he smashed the opponent and crushed him against the wall. That person immediately crashed against the wall and blood splashed everywhere. Then they fell down on the ground, looking hurt. How can that guy be so strong? One punch and he had crippled that person's cultivation. Lin Feng probably stole some precious treasures belonging to the great emperor. Otherwise he wouldn't be this strong. His physical strength was way too terrifying. Lin Feng began walking with Tang Yuyu. They didn't even glance at the others as they left. Their faces looked hideous, but they opened the way and let them leave the hall. "Kill him!" shouted someone. A few strong cultivators released energies, but a terrifying sword energy emerged in the air and suffocated them. That terrifying sword chi was supreme. It could destroy the sky and the earth. They were so scared that they stopped moving and just watched Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu leave. At that moment, there were people everywhere in the palace, and many had obtained great treasures. Lin Feng didn't try to look for treasures. Instead, he walked into the depths of the palace to find the emperor's grave. In the great emperor's palace, there were many treasures, but he had already spent a lot of time in it. If he tried to accumulate treasures, he could miss some better opportunities. Besides, Lin Feng felt very content after seeing the 4 emperor statues. There were countless broken walls in the palace now, more than before because of everyone mining for crystals. Most halls were inaccessible because they were in ruin. After a while, Tang Yuyu and Lin Feng arrived in a space with many people. There was a magnificent 5-colored bridge with dragons on both sides. They seemed to be roaring furiously. Those who were on the other side of the bridge were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, but something seemed to be preventing them from coming over. Lin Feng and Tang Yuyu were astonished by the scenery. The dragon illusions were releasing an incredible chi. Entering that chi would probably be deadly. They would be crushed in the blink of an eye. There were 5 colors on that bridge which contained incredible abstruse energy. Sword chi, flames, ice, all in an infinite quantities. That bridge contains abstruse crystals. Lin Feng was astonished. They could have picked them up easily if there was only 1 or a few abstruse crystals, but there were so many that the energy they contained was way too terrifying. Lin Feng looked at the desolate bridge and felt incredibly heroic, as if he didn't care about the abstruse energy. Lin Feng punched the atmosphere and created his own path. Enough, I refuse to be taken in by fallacies. Someone couldn't stand it anymore and walked towards the bridge. It might lead to the great emperor's grave and incredible treasures, possibly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A terrifying pure chi started whistling as they walked towards the bridge. All eyes were on him. However, after 5 meters, his body started looking distorted. He couldn't handle the abstruse energy as he gave a horrible shriek and his body exploded. Paramitha's bridge. Do you need a particular noble chi to cross it? A lot of people pulled a long face. They had seen others cross, but they all had honorable chi, such as imperial or dragon chi. At that moment, a dragon roared and someone with a dragon robe walked onto the bridge. The chi from the dragons on each side momentarily stopped as they were escorted to Paramitha. The creator of this palace has really thought about everything. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. He had also seen this specificity when Huang Fulong originally found the palace's location. Maybe the people from Jade Heaven Imperial clan were destined for this place. Imperial chi and dragon chi are both noble types of chi. I have Buddha chi, is it a noble chi? Whispered Lin Feng. He slowly walked towards the bridge. He had to try. In Lin Feng's previous world, monarchs, dragons, and the Buddhas were respected. Was this the same in the world of cultivation? The crowd looked at Lin Feng nervously. Most of the people who had crossed the bridge were from Jade Heaven or the East Sea Dragon Palace. There were a few people with precious items containing noble chi which allowed them to cross. Maybe Lin Feng also had a precious item? Tang Yuyu looked at Lin Feng with concern, but Lin Feng looked calm. Buddha's lights were twinkling around Lin Feng's body, and suddenly thousands of rays of light started twinkling. Lin Feng's body became dazzling to the eyes. His entire body was golden. Buddha's light! Now the crowd knew what he was trying. No wonder Lin Feng was confident. He was protected by Buddha. Thousands of lights illuminated the bridge as the dragons were roaring. Their dragon chi enveloped Lin Feng's body and protected him from the abstruse energy. Lin Feng didn't cross the bridge though. He moved back and nodded at Tang Yuyu, who immediately understood. She smiled and followed him. Lin Feng turned his head around and glanced at the crowd. He then turned back to speak to some people. Follow me. If you can stay in my Buddha's lights, you will be safe. If I cannot protect you all, wait for me and I will come back. Eh? The crowd was confused. Who was Lin Feng talking to? 5-6 people's silhouettes flickered and appeared on the bridge. They were all from Xianxia and they all knew that Lin Feng was talking to them. Another person appeared and lowered their head while walking towards Lin Feng. She didn't dare look at him for it was the dignified Xianxia Shui. "Was I talking to you?" asked Lin Feng in an indifferent way, making her feel very nervous. "They all protected Huang Fulong when we entered the grave and we came in together. They all have the ability to become leaders in Xianxia. You don't care about other people, now I don't care about you, so piss off," said Lin Feng indifferently. Xianxia Shui looked desperate. "Don't let him leave. He can help us cross the bridge," someone shouted from the crowd. Lin Feng's Buddha's lights covered a wide area so they could follow him. Many silhouettes flickered. They wanted to prevent Lin Feng from crossing. As they neared, one of them said, "Bring us with you." Lin Feng glanced at them and said, "Do you really think that I'm a Buddha and possess compassion? Fuck off. If you don't bring us over, we'll kill you." Someone decided to threaten Lin Feng. Behind him were many cultivators getting ready to fight. But they wanted to see how things played out first. "Buddhism is based on karma, so I will help you become a Buddhist and achieve paramitha." Lin Feng jumped forwards and released millions of resplendent lights. Monstrous rumbling sounds spread in the air as a gigantic golden hand appeared, which fell down towards that person. The chi was terrifying. The atmosphere was vibrating and kept resonating. That Buddha's hand contained a terrifying physical strength. That person's facial expression suddenly changed as they retreated. The Buddha's hand gained speed as a loud bang resonated. Blood splashed everywhere. Their vital organs were crushed and their chi disappeared. That was Lin Feng's special way of carrying out a baptism ritual. What a terrifying physical strength. People were shaking and shivering. That Buddha's hand seemed to contain an infinite power. How much physical strength did it contain? Even a cultivator at the top of the 9th Xianxia layer would run scared from that attack. Anyone else want to convert themselves to Buddhism? Lin Feng glanced at the crowd. Immediately, everybody moved back. Lin Feng was too scary. Why had they never heard of him? When Lin Feng saw that people were moving back, he grabbed Tang Yu's hand as millions of golden rays of light enveloped Tang Yu and the others behind her. The light turned into a gigantic bubble protecting them with its noble chi. The dragon roared and released energies to protect Lin Feng and his friends. As he crossed the bridge, Lin Feng could sense the abstruse energy all around him, but his heart remained beating at a normal pace. The crowd watched Lin Feng leave. They had mixed feelings of admiration and jealousy. Many of them regretted not having such a friend. It was probable that the great emperor's grave was on the other side. Now they would miss out on the treasures. Somewhere else at that moment, in a big hall, a dazzling golden light was shining. Millions of magnificent rays of light were twinkling. There were 3 groups of people. A group from Jade Heaven were on one side and composed the largest number of people. Unsurprisingly, they were at the Jade Grave. After all, the Jade Emperor was their ancestor. Each time someone from the Jade Heaven Imperial clan entered the Jade Grave, the clan would become so much stronger. Every 100 years, the Jade Heaven's young cultivators who had almost broken through to the Xianxia layer were pressured by their clan to prepare for the Jade Grave. The East Sea Dragon Palace were facing them. They also had noble chi which allowed them to cross the bridge. They seized this opportunity to follow the Jade Heaven group. They didn't want Jade Heaven to get all the treasures for themselves, even if it was the tomb of their ancestor. Apart from those 2 groups, there was a group comprised of 4, Jun Mo Shi Yunfei Yang, Huang Fulong and Yu Tianji. They also crossed the bridge. Even though they were outnumbered, they were monstrously strong. No one attacked them because they knew there would be heavy casualties. Therefore, the 3 groups were at a standstill. On a wall next to them, a sign in all capital letters read, Jade Emperor's Palace. There was a half-broken golden door. Maybe it held incredible treasures. I have an idea, but I don't know if people from Jade Heaven will agree or not. Duan Wuxia was scheming. Huang Feng looked at him. Talk. Everybody came here to find treasures, and it hasn't been easy to find the grave. I think people from the East Sea Dragon Palace and Jade Heaven should join hands to kill those 4 and then take the Emperor's treasures together. What do you think? Duan Wuxia had a resplendent smile on his face. He then glanced at Junimo Shi and the others in an evil way. People from Jade Heaven were laughing inside. How could they trust him? Share the Emperor's treasure? Impossible. If one group obtained them, the others would have to die. But killing Junimo Shi and the others first wasn't a bad idea. For Jade Heaven's people, the Jade Emperor's treasures had to be theirs only because they belonged to their clan. All right, I agree, said Huang Feng nodding. Duan Wu Ye smiled slyly. The two groups looked at Junimo Shi and the others and said, "Let's kill them first." Junimo Shi and his friends possessed precious treasures. If they were killed, then everyone would obtain even more treasures. Jade Heaven and the East Sea Dragon Palace hated each other, but they both gained to benefit from this brief cooperation. A dozen people looked at Junimo Shi and his friends. Their eyes were twinkling with cold lights. Junimo Shi released some chi while staring back at the crowd. Die! Terrifying rays of sword chi appeared. Junimo Shi and his friends gathered and released their own terrifying chi. Roar! Huang Fulong became furious with his dragon axe streaking across the sky. A dragon appeared and it was filled with terrifying dragon chi. Let me fight! Yun Fei Yang rang his ancient bell as it then flew over towards their opponents, emitting unceasing buzzing sounds in the atmosphere. Yu Tianji released his indestructible stars. A star disk appeared in his hand as the moon and stars fused together. Die! A terrifying deadly chi condensed. Yu Tianji's hand was dazzling as starlight shot out at the opponents. The opponents separated to the sides in order to avoid the attack. The group of opponents had adopted a chaotic fighting formation, not fighting together anymore. Lin Feng's friends possessed terrifying items. If the opponents acted recklessly, they would probably die. Huang Feng, your people from Jade Heaven have precious treasures as well. Since I know that, there's no need to hide them anymore. Let's get serious. Because both sides hated each other, they weren't fighting with their full strength. Who would want to show their full strength in front of their enemies? Ao Jiao stared back at Huang Feng with a radiant smile. He wanted to see what extraordinary item he had previously found. Don't tell Jade Heaven what to do. You guys from the East Sea Dragon Palace have been staring at us the whole time, so prepare yourselves. Huang Feng smiled coldly. Together. Okay? Ao Jiao said while smiling indifferently. Okay, said Huang Feng nodding. A dragon scale appeared in Ao Jiao's hand. It was golden and twinkling with an incredible chi. In Huang Feng's other hand appeared a dazzling golden crown with an incredible imperial chi. This is the Jade Heaven's golden crown of the legends, Ao Jiao said while looking at Huang Feng's crown. Enough, said Huang Feng while placing the crown on his head. In a flash, his body was bathing in an incredible imperial chi which diffused a magnificent golden light all around him. I think we can immobilize them while you attack. Huang Feng recognized how strong that crown was. He pulled a long face. The East Sea Dragon Palace wanted it for themselves. Fine, said Ao Jiao with a resplendent smile. You immobilize them while I kill them one after the other. All right, Huang Feng agreed, nodding. Immediately after, Ao Jiao's scale appeared in the air, and a terrifying strength started rolling in waves in the atmosphere. It seemed like time stopped and Junimo Shi's body became stiff. That invisible strength seemed to place a lot of pressure on them, especially on Huang Fulong. Ao Jiao specifically targeted Huang Fulong's because he wanted his dragon axe. Die! Shouted Huang Feng furiously. He then released a terrifying imperial chi which enveloped his body. The crown on his head became dazzling, as a sudden all-conquering sword launched at Huang Fulong. Be careful, shouted Junimo Shi. The sword could annihilate anything and couldn't be dodged. Do you dare? Shouted a voice as dark clouds appeared. They were filled with a terrifying demon chi which caused people to shiver and shake. A terrifying sword chi streaked across the sky. That pure sword chi could lacerate the earth and the sky. It was absolute. Huang Feng's heart was pounding. He could sense that terrifying sword chi emerging from behind Huang Fulong. Die! Shouted Huang Feng furiously. There was a terrifying imperial chi merged in with his sword chi. It had almost reached Huang Fulong at this point. Huang Fulong, move to the side, shouted someone in the distance. Huang Fulong dodged away as a terrifying sword chi passed next to him. Huang Feng was frantic. What a terrifying sword chi. It seemed like his body was going to be chopped into pieces. He quickly tried to dodge. Huang Feng felt paralyzed. His crown changed into an imperial golden shield. Boom boom! An infinite amount of strength crashed onto Huang Feng's shield and he was blown away, blood splashing out of his mouth. Kacha! A cracking sound spread in the air as his shield was broken. Huang Feng crashed into the ground next to the big door. That ground was already falling apart, so it completely broke after Huang Feng crashed into it. It broke! Jade Heaven's people were stupefied. Ao Jiao was speechless as he stared at Lin Feng. What a terrifying guy! Cough cough! Huang Feng tried to stand up again. His silhouette flickered as he threw himself through the door. Eh? Ao Jiao was astonished. He wants to steal the treasures. Everybody started running towards the room, already forgetting about the fight. Their only purpose was to get the great emperor's treasures. The Jade Emperor's palace. Lin Feng raised his head and saw those huge golden letters. After Permitha's bridge, Lin Feng noticed many vast halls with magnificent golden walls. However, many of them were firmly closed. He believed they weren't strong enough to open them before, but now Lin Feng was thinking otherwise. The palace is broken everywhere, said Lin Feng while looking at the broken golden door. One just has to be strong enough to break through the rubble. Lin Feng began revolving his demon strength in his body. Lin Feng turned his head around and glanced at Huang Fulong, who was bleeding. He then said, "It's a good thing that I have thick skin. Lin Feng, let's hurry on ahead." The palace was vast. There were sculptures and paintings of dragons and phoenixes found on walls and pillars around them. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying rumbling sounds spread in the air as the East Sea Dragon Palace attacked the doors. However, they remained closed. "He already knew where to go?" shouted Ao Jiao furiously. "He has the map, so that's why he knew where to go in the palace." Nobody would have thought that Huang Feng would betray them. There were golden dazzling lights in the hall. Each and every corner contained a magnificent imperial chi, as if the entire place was blessed. There were cuneiform writings on the walls which resembled a peerless skill. A silhouette stood in the hallway, resembling both a statue and a real human being. That person looked majestic and dignified. There was a crown on his head and their entire body was surrounded by a dazzling imperial chi. "Jade Emperor," said Huang Feng while shivering. He entered the palace and was now in the Jade Emperor's hall, so he knew the silhouette in front of him was that of the Jade Emperor. "I finally arrived." "Finally," said Huang Feng, clenching his fists. He felt like exploding with excitement. He was overjoyed. He was going to receive the Jade Emperor's teachings, and the future of the Jade Heaven Imperial clan would follow his glory. They would conquer the Ganyu region and then join the Holy City and become a real imperial family. Everything would be thanks to him, Huang Feng. Huang Feng slowly walked forwards. His legs weighed heavy. The Jade Emperor's radiance was dazzling to the eyes. Huang Feng sighed and knelt down while releasing some imperial chi to attract the Jade Emperor's attention and receive his teachings. Huang Feng suddenly shook from head to foot. Just as the legend said, he was going to receive the Jade Emperor's teachings. He joined his hands together as if he was praying and prostrated 3 times. He stood up and lied down again, prostrating himself. He then knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. He really wanted to learn from the Emperor. After he knelt and kowtowed, Huang Feng couldn't contain his excitement anymore. He was going to receive the instructions of an emperor. 1 second, 10 seconds, 100 seconds. Time passed slowly, but he still hadn't received the instructions of the emperor. He felt perplexed and even scared. He was using a special skill to receive the emperor's teachings that only Jade Heaven's people knew about it. Even if other groups came in, they wouldn't be able to receive the emperor's instructions without his knowledge. But why then wasn't the emperor reacting? Huang Feng looked desperate, but he still continued the ritual as before. He was now considering whether he angered the emperor somehow. Boom boom! An extremely loud sound spread in the air. The hall started shaking violently, like it was going to collapse. Huang Feng became even more desperate. Why wasn't the emperor reacting? Why? Finally, after a while, Huang Feng stood up and bowed respectfully again in front of the emperor while saying, "Honorable ancestor, I am convinced that you left some of your teachings here." After that, Huang Feng walked around to see if there were any teachings carved into the walls. There were those mysterious veins in the walls as well as scriptures, but no trace of his teachings. Huang Feng checked behind the Golden Jade Emperor and noticed some scriptures, but he couldn't understand them. It was as if they were mystical holy scriptures. What could these mysterious scriptures be saying? Huang Feng looked perplexed. He understood nothing. Huang Feng was going insane from the lack of treasures. The scriptures contained a mysterious strength and looked flamboyant. They seemed to contain all the strength and power of the heavens. But they didn't look like the emperor's writings. It was probably someone else who wrote them. Kacha! The rumbling sounds were becoming more intense while Huang Feng became more frantic. Finally, some cracks appeared everywhere in the hall and people rushed in as everything broke apart. People from Jade Heaven, from the East Sea Dragon Palace, as well as Lin Feng and his friends finally arrived. This time, they were not fighting each other because the emperor's treasures were on the line. Sooner or later, they would fight and kill each other. Nobody was willing to let Huang Feng get away with all of the treasures. Jade Heaven's people saw the emperor's silhouette inside the hall and became excited. Even after 1,000 years, cultivators still respected him. The East Sea Dragon Palace approached the emperor's silhouette more cautiously. To them, the emperor was a peerless cultivator who stood above all. They didn't dare to look him straight in the eyes, but they still bowed respectfully. Lin Feng entered and glanced at the Jade Emperor's silhouette. Excitement was twinkling in his eyes. Lin Feng had already seen the 4 Zun cultivator statues and greatly benefited from them. Lin Feng considered himself as peerless, capable of facing the best cultivators in the world, even the most revered and respected ones, just as the demoniac emperor had. Lin Feng wasn't too scared of the great emperor before him. "Huang Feng!" shouted Ao Jiao. "Take the items out." Huang Feng was furious, but he said honestly, "I didn't get anything. Do you really think I believe you?" Ao Jiao remained cold. It was unlikely that there was nothing in the hall. Huang Feng glanced at the crowd and realized nobody believed him. If he had obtained treasures, he wouldn't be standing here arguing with Jade Heavens. He would be murdering without resistance. Huang Feng was perfectly aware that coming to the mysterious world was an incredible opportunity. Even though he was only the leader of a small group of Jade Heavens people, there were others who had already broken through to the Tianqi layer. If he managed to obtain the Jade Emperor's instructions, he would gain an advantage against them. Ao Jiao also faced similar circumstances against the 4 great dragon kings of the East Sea Dragon Palace offsprings. He needed these treasures to stand out. "If you don't hand over the treasures, we'll kill you." The crowd was closing in on Huang Feng. Jade Heaven's people weren't helping him even. Lin Feng sat back and watched. To him, they were all dogs that he didn't need to fight unless he could option their treasures. "So you're courting death. I will kill you and take all your treasures with force," said Ao Jiao with an ice-cold smile on his face. A flood dragon appeared around him. Its chi was whistling as it shot at Huang Feng. At the same time, people from the East Sea Dragon Palace attacked at the same time. Huang Feng was still wearing his jade crown, but looked pale facing Ao Jiao's attack. The entire hall was shaking violently suddenly. Lin Feng noticed Duan Wuya sneaking behind Huang Feng while they engaged. "What a sly guy. He's always plotting something evil." Duan Wuya looked over at Lin Feng. He knew how much Lin Feng hated him and thought it was a good idea to keep an eye on him. Huang Feng was being attacked from every direction, but his golden crown was twinkling. Lin Feng had previously attacked him with his sword and broke Huang Feng's aura, but now it seemed to be recovering to normal. "Fuck off!" shouted Huang Feng furiously. His crown turned into gloves which he used to attack Ao Jiao. Duan Wuya took this chance to attack. The chi contained in his gourd flooded out at Huang Feng. "Ah!" Huang Feng gave a horrible shriek as his arms became loose and the ring he was wearing flew away. "Eh!" Everybody's attention focused on the ring. A terrifying chi emerged and darted towards the ring. That person wanted to steal it no matter what or who was in their way. Lin Feng moved as well, But he didn't care about the ring. Instead, he targeted Huang Feng with a terrifying sword chi. I don't care about the treasures in your ring. I'm going to make sure you die. You wanted to kill my friends and steal our treasures. Now it's my turn to return the favor. Lin Feng was furious. Perhaps he could benefit from the crown anyways, so why not? Huang Feng stared back at Lin Feng in a cruel way. He was a young and was so close to receiving the Jade Emperor's teachings. He could already imagine himself reigning over the region. But now his dreams were collapsing. Lin Feng's sword would end him. The Imperial Jade skill is in my ring. Huang Feng spat out these last words as his chi disappeared and he died. Duan Wuya glanced over at Lin Feng and retreated back. Lin Feng was too strong for Duan Wuya. Lin Feng's blood sword was absorbing Huang Feng's blood energy, making it stronger. After, Lin Feng put his sword away and looked at the chaotic battlefield. Did that ring really contain the Imperial Jade skill? Lin Feng didn't trust Huang Feng. He probably set a trap. Don't worry about it. There's no need to rush for it. Lin Feng said. Jun Moshi and the others, who seemed to understand what he meant. They all nodded back to him. Lin Feng walked over to Tang Yu and offered her the Jade Imperial helmet while saying, "This helmet can change shape to become an offensive or a defensive weapon. Everybody else has nice items, so this one should be yours." Tang Yu's beautiful eyes twinkled back at Lin Feng. He looked at her in a gentle way with his dark pupils. "Okay," Tang Yu said while nodding and smiling. She took the helmet and inspected Huang Feng's memories. Her body flashed as the helmet turned into a golden cape which covered her back. Tang Yu looked magnificent, like a princess or even a queen. "Not bad, you look so pretty," Lin Feng said, making Tang Yu blush and lower her head. She suddenly became quite shy. "You want to steal my treasures? You're courting death." Ao Jiao suddenly became furious. The battle was becoming chaotic again as everyone tried to steal the ring. Who wouldn't go insane for his treasures? Thought Lin Feng, glancing at the battle. Huang Feng's last words were too tempting. Even though he didn't scream it, everybody clearly heard him. Imperial Jade skills were incredible. Nobody doubted their worth. Everybody craved for such skills which would prove infinitely useful to them in the future. Especially the cultivators from the East Sea Dragon Palace and the Jade Heaven Imperial clan. Lin Feng remained calm. He still didn't trust Huang Feng. He looked at the Emperor and sighed. After 1,000 years, the Emperor was still bathing in such a potent Imperial Qi. The Emperor would never collapse. His Imperial strength was so terrifying that it seemed like he was alive. Lin Feng looked around at the golden walls and at the mysterious scriptures. They looked like the veins of the earth and contained a terrifying physical strength. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low and he couldn't benefit from their teachings. He turned around and looked at the back of the Emperor. Very suddenly, Lin Feng's body started shaking violently. Huang Feng wasn't able to understand the scriptures on the wall, so he thought no one would acquire the Emperor's secrets. Lin Feng slightly moved sideways away from the Emperor. The wall seemed to pull him, step by step. It seemed like each of his steps weighed heavily. He had the impression he could barely control himself. There was buzzing sounds ringing in his head. It was now staring blankly at the wall. Lin Feng never had such a feeling before. Eh? Tang Yu and the others watched Lin Feng wander away shaking. What was happening to him? They looked at the wall, but just like Huang Feng, they understood nothing. They could sense the incredible strength within the scripture, but couldn't gain anything from them. Could those be the demoniac emperor's words? They suddenly came to a conclusion. The demoniac emperor chased the Jade Emperor to this spot. But why was Lin Feng reacting that way? They didn't understand. Wait. Their pupils shrank. If they didn't understand but Lin Feng did, what did it mean? Maybe those carvings contained incredible secrets that only Lin Feng was allowed to read. They walked towards Lin Feng and approached the wall. They inspected the wall again, but no matter how they tried, they couldn't understand. They looked at Lin Feng again and noticed he was shaking less violently now. However, Lin Feng was still blankly staring at the walls, his lips quivering. The demoniac emperor! The demoniac emperor! Roar! Lin Feng clenched his fists. Some crackling sounds spread in the air. Lin Feng's facial expression was indescribable. Nobody understood what he was feeling. Tang Yu and the others had guessed right. Those were the demoniac emperor's scriptures. After a long time, Lin Feng calmed down again and glanced at those who were fighting. A cold smile appeared on his face. There was a precious treasure in that ring? How ridiculous. Lin Feng was convinced that there was nothing inside. Demoniac Emperor, you died with a remaining grievance, didn't you? Sighed Lin Feng. He looked back at the crowd and said, no need to look for treasures in the ring. They looked surprised. Lin Feng sounded honest and confident. He must have realized something from the scriptures on the walls. But what had Lin Feng seen? Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and stared at the wall while slowly releasing some deadly qi. He raised his hands up and the energies condensed into a black lotus filled with deadly energy. The gloomy fire contained in the black lotus was terrifying as it flickered, seemingly lighting Lin Feng's hand on fire. The fire in Lin Feng's hand was burning faster. His qi was becoming scarier. It seemed like that fire could consume them all. What a terrifying strength. They felt like Lin Feng was practicing a skill that he was reading from the scriptures on the walls. Did the demoniac emperor's scriptures contain a skill? While Lin Feng was reading the scriptures, Ao Jiao finally managed to grab the ring. After putting it on his finger, he inspected its content and let his soul penetrate into it. Quickly, he became upset. Give me the ring. The crowd was following the ring. Ao Jiao stared at them and shouted, everybody stop. His voice contained the strength of a dragon, causing the entire crowd to shake. There is nothing inside. If you don't believe me, have a look yourself, said Ao Jiao without explaining too much. He threw the ring and Duan Wuya caught it. Duan Wuya inspected the ring. As expected, Huang Feng's things and memories were all inside. Even though there were many things inside, there was nothing that belonged to the emperor. Huang Feng had died without obtaining any benefits. Of course, from the moment Huang Feng chose to enter the palace on his own, he was already doomed. There were only two possibilities. One was obtaining the emperor's treasures and possibly having the strength to defend himself. The other was finding nothing and dying once everyone broke in. You are all members of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Why would we believe you? Shouted one of the Jade Heaven cultivators furiously. Ao Jiao smiled coldly and said, do you think that Huang Feng would toss the ring if he had found the emperor's treasures? That person narrowed their eyes. Ao Jiao was right. If Huang Feng really obtained the emperor's treasures, he would never chance gifting them to someone else. Nobody was ready to accept the eventuality that that ring might contain nothing interesting at all. If the emperor's treasures were really inside that ring, I would take it and leave with it already, Ao Jiao said while pulling up his sleeves, determined to continue hunting for treasures. People gradually started to believe him, turning back to Lin Feng and wondering what he found out. What a terrifying qi. A terrifying black hand was appearing in front of Lin Feng. A single glance at that hand made their hearts ache. What's going on? Has he obtained an incredible skill? The crowd couldn't understand the writings either. Where is the treasure? Where? According to the legends, there were the jade skills in the Jade Emperor's hall, so why couldn't they find them? The crowd was looking everywhere. Was the Emperor's treasures in those scriptures and holy marks? At that moment, a terrifying deadly energy had filled the air as Lin Feng stopped practicing his skill and stood up. He turned around and looked at Tang Yu and his other friends. He looked solemn. He owed his friends for everything he just learned. If someone had attacked him while he was practicing, he might have lost it all. Yu, Mo Shi, Fei Yang, Fu Long, and others, I hope you can help me, said Lin Feng. Jun Mo Shi and the others narrowed their eyes. Lin Feng had seemingly just learnt an amazing skill. What did he need from them? Maybe it had something to do with the great emperor's treasures? He. I will help you no matter what you need, Huang Fu Long said gleefully. He had finally recovered now. Jun Mo Shi and Yun Fei Yang nodded as well. Lin Feng was ready to go through anything and even risk his life for them, so why would they refuse? Yu Tianji looked at Lin Feng. He had been silently observing Lin Feng while he was practicing. Yu Tianji felt like something extraordinary was occurring in Lin Feng's body. All right, Yu Tianji said indifferently yet confidently. Everybody nodded, one after the other. Lin Feng only made a few steps and stopped in front of the emperor. He was fixedly staring at him, the incredible emperor. Even if he had died, he still looked majestic and dignified. Boom, boom, boom. Frightening rumbling sounds spread in the air. The emperor's statue began shaking. What was going on? A black fire filled with deadly energy was burning in Lin Feng's hand. But he was looking at the emperor so calmly. The crowd watched Lin Feng raise his hand and reach out at the emperor. The rumbling sounds became more fierce as a terrifying imperial qi attempted to block Lin Feng's hand. However, the imperial qi couldn't withstand it and was dispersed. Lin Feng's deadly energies kept moving forwards and crashed into the emperor's body, assaulting his vital organs. Boom! The crowd was astonished. Their hearts were pounding painfully. Their brains seemed like they were going to explode. Lin Feng was using his hand to attack the emperor's vital organs. Yu Tianji had anticipated Lin Feng's action but was still astonished. That was the Jade Emperor. He was an emperor. Even if he had already died, he was as glorious as before. He wasn't as strong as the past, but even the Jade Heaven and East Sea Dragon Palace people wouldn't look at him because of his strength. But at that moment, Lin Feng was defying their realities. He used his hand, assaulted the great emperor's body. Boom! A terrifying qi invaded the entire atmosphere. Imperial qi rolled about as a silhouette appeared. It looked majestic and dignified. That silhouette looked like that of an incredible and majestic emperor. People were shivering. They felt like they were going to collapse from the pressure. A pair of ice-cold-looking pupils were staring back at Lin Feng. Emperor! The crowd was aghast. Lin Feng was insane. He was purely insane. That person was the emperor, the dignified and majestic emperor. That's only an image left by the emperor when he died. It's not the real emperor. Otherwise, he would have killed Lin Feng with the blink of his eye. The crowd figured, but they respected Lin Feng for his guts to oppose such a figure. "Protect me!" shouted Lin Feng while closing his eyes. The terrifying light which had been building finally penetrated into Lin Feng's brain. 50,000 souls. Protect Mel. Lin Feng was struggling to oppose that light. He was lucky to have the broken spirit skill. If it was someone else, their soul would have torn apart already. Everybody was astonished by Lin Feng's actions. Their mouths were hanging wide open and left speechless. Duan Wuya's eyes were twinkling as he watched Lin Feng. A moment before, Lin Feng shouted that he needed help from the others. It meant he was using his full strength to assault the emperor and was open for attack. If he succeeded, there might be treasures to take as well. Jade Heaven people. You see him tarnish your ancestor's corpse, and yet you are fleeing? Duan Wuya said indifferently. Jade Heaven's people were conflicted. The Jade Emperor was their ancestor. He was so incredible that only the true core disciples of the sect knew about his existence. But at that moment, in front of their very eyes, Lin Feng was crushing the emperor's corpse. Stop that! Someone decided to take action. They couldn't stand it anymore. Their ancestor's body was being assaulted. They all threw themselves at Lin Feng while releasing imperial qi. Their facial expressions all looked cold. Even if they knew what Duan Wuya's motive was, they still wanted to respect their ancestor. Jun Mo Shi and the others released an incredible qi to protect him. Lin Feng's eyes were firmly closed and he stood motionless. His entire body was bathing in flames. At the same time, he released some extremely powerful sword energy. He anticipated that his attack would be risky, and that's why he took such an extreme and cautious approach. Although he knew that he was risking his life, it seemed like he underestimated the emperor's power. 1,000 years had passed, but the emperor was still kicking. Lin Feng's mental health and soul were taking a lot of damage. At the same time, the emperor was releasing even more imperial qi. His vital organs were strong and full of vitality, as if he had never died. "Corrosion!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His black fire became larger. He was determined to destroy the emperor's organs. Drops of blood started spilling. Each drop of blood contained an incredible amount of vigor and vitality. They would ignite as they came into contact with Lin Feng's black fire and vanish. Burn, burn, burn! Lin Feng sounded fearless. His voice sounded like a sharp sword. Corrosion. Lin Feng wanted to corrode the emperor's vital organs? Why? Boom, boom, boom. The Jade Hall started shaking violently again, even more violently than it had until now. Stop him, we must stop him. The East Sea Dragon Palace were becoming frantic. Kill him! Shouted the Jade Heaven's young cultivators while throwing themselves at him. Piss off! Shouted Huang Fulong while jumping to the front of the myriad of enemies. He took down his dragon axe and a dragon image appeared, swallowing the first enemy to approach. Snowflakes started fluttering around in the atmosphere as some Tianqi cultivators were releasing snow intent in the hall. They all have treasures. You cannot defeat them with direct confrontation. Duan Wuya said indifferently. Huang Fulong and his friends all possessed treasures. Coupled with the few people from Tianqi, their group was quite strong. What is your suggestion? Asked Ao Jiao. Let's get behind the emperor and avoid Lin Feng's guards. Duan Wuya said coldly. Ao Jiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Duan Wuya straight in the eyes. That guy was quite sly. His ability to come up with new plots and vicious ideas was endless. Boom! A terrifying chi appeared as two silhouettes entered the Jade Emperor's hall. One of them had a terrifying and extremely sharp sword intent. It was Kong Jiuyi, the young leader of the Nine Cloud Sword sect. Ao Jiao also recognized the other one. It was the young leader of the Xiao Yao sect, Gu Qianqiu. What's going on? Kong Jiuyi asked Ao Jiao. There are treasures which have been discovered, and he wants to destroy the emperor's internal organs to get them, replied Ao Jiao. Without hesitation, Kong Jiuyi and Gu Qianqiu threw themselves at Lin Feng. Why aren't you helping them? Kong Jiuyi was suspicious of Ao Jiao's intentions. None of them are weak and cannot beat them. It's a good thing that you two guys arrived so we can fight together, Ao Jiao said. Kong Jiuyi turned his head around and looked at the battle. He then threw himself at Lin Feng while was releasing massive amounts of sword qi. His entire body seemed as sharp as a sword. Yu Tianji sensed the surge of sword qi. He took a step forwards and blocked Kong Jiuye's way. He then spread his arms and 7 indestructible and dazzling stars appeared. CRRRR. RRR. The terrifying sword qi landed on the starlights, broke through them and continued onward towards Yu Tianji. Yu Tianji remained calm as a crescent moon appeared and the sword crashed into it. Unlike before, the attack seemed to crash into moving sands. Kong Jiuyi was surprised by the crescent moon's strength. It had to be a powerful treasure to block his sword so easily. A storm of deadly energy started rolling in waves all around as sword qi revolved in the form of whirlwinds. Yu Tianji spread out his arm and starlights appeared in his hand, which immediately shot out towards Kong Jiuyi, oppressing him. Rumbling sounds became more intense as the stars neared Kong Jiuyi. At the same time, Gu Qianqiu used the Xiao Yao agility technique. He turned into several silhouettes and targeted only Lin Feng. Back! Said Tang Yuyu while running in front of Lin Feng. Her golden jade imperial crown turned into a sharp sword that darted towards Gu Qianqiu. Humph! Gu Qianqiu groaned and pushed his agility further. Several more silhouettes appeared. He wanted to avoid any confrontations and go straight for Lin Feng. Tang Yuyu also groaned as she turned into a million silhouettes which surrounded Lin Feng. She set off a million punches at Gu Qianqiu. At that moment, sweat dripped off Lin Feng's eyebrows. The corrosive power in his hand became increasingly more terrifying. The emperor's vital organs were too strong. Lin Feng could only manage to weaken him, drop by drop. Lin Feng turned his left hand turn into a sword and cut into his right hand. His blood started flowing in the emperor's organs, slowly replaced by Lin Feng's blood. The vitality of the emperor's blood was thus being replaced by that of Lin Feng's. Meanwhile, the entire palace was shaking so much that it was difficult to stand straight. Buzz! A buzzing sound spread in the air as a dazzling light appeared. The crowd felt oppressed. Meanwhile, Ao Jiao and Duan Wuya snuck behind the crowd and approached the emperor from behind. I'll attack first, said Duan Wuya. Ao Jiao nodded in agreement. He looked at the emperor's silhouette with cold twinkling lights in his eyes. The gloomy gourd appeared and a terrifying gloomy chi penetrated into it. Then the gourd released a terrifying gloomy chi that assaulted Emperor's silhouette. Boom boom! It crashed onto the Emperor, but a terrifying imperial chi emerged. His gloomy chi couldn't penetrate the Emperor's body without immediately vanishing like smoke. Wuxia was stupefied. It was of no use. He had broken through to the 9th chi layer and possessed the gloomy gourd, but his energies were destroyed easily. Even more so, the Emperor's silhouette hadn't moved at all. Let me try. Ao Jiao stepped in front of Wuxia and released some terrifying flood dragon energies. The dragon roared and attacked the Emperor. Actually, Ao Jiao wanted to see what Lin Feng was facing when attacking the Emperor's vital organs. If Lin Feng tried to destroy the Emperor's vital organs, so why wouldn't Ao Jiao? Boom! He attacked the Emperor from behind but had the impression that he struck a metal wall. He wasn't able to budge the Emperor in the slightest. Ao Jiao felt stiff as his flood dragon roared again and attacked the Emperor again. But as before, nothing happened. He was the great Ao Jiao but couldn't make the Emperor move of a single iota. But Lin Feng used his fire and managed to penetrate the Emperor's body. Even worse, he was damaging the Emperor. How strong was Lin Feng really? He turned around and read the scriptures on the walls but couldn't understand anything. Lin Feng had learnt that incredible skill from the scriptures on the walls. It had to be that skill that gave him the advantage. Boom boom, boom boom. Both the Emperor and the palace were shaking more violently. It was difficult to stand steady. Only Lin Feng remained perfectly immobile and steady. Corrosion, corrosion. Lin Feng condensed his full strength in his hands and held the Emperor's organs even tighter. Finally, the Emperor's internal organs were becoming weaker. It almost seemed like Lin Feng was going to take them out. The Jade Emperor's heart is mine. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He looked like an all-conquering warlord. The rumbling sounds and psychedelic lights finally ceased. The Emperor's internal organs were finally failing. The Jade Emperor's heart fully drained. Boom, boom, boom. People felt sick, they might faint even. Everyone in the palace felt this way, not just those in the hall. People were collapsing one after the other. Soon after, some people were looking at them. They were extremely strong and belonged to powerful and influential groups. Everyone had left the mysterious world. They were now at the entrance to the mysterious world. Everyone was surprised. What was going on? What was happening? They had never heard of such a thing. People coming out of the mysterious world at the same time, completely stunned and confused. What had really happened? Could it be that the Emperor's grave had appeared? The leader of the Jade Heaven group was excited. He knew what had happened. The Emperor's grave had been discovered. Huang Feng? Where is Huang Feng? He was frantically glancing around but couldn't find Huang Feng. Huang Feng had the Jade Emperor's palace map. Hopefully he received the Jade Emperor's teachings. Duan Wu Dao. He walked towards Duan Wu Dao. Only Huang Feng wasn't present, which gave him hope. Had Huang Feng really received the Emperor's teachings and instructions? Where is Huang Feng? He asked Duan Wu Dao. Duan Wu Dao and the others raised their heads. They didn't look very good. Huang Feng died, said Duan Wu Dao. They were stunned. What? Huang Feng died? What happened? They looked devastated. The Emperor's palace appeared, said Duan Wu Dao, making people shiver. It really happened. This time, it had happened. But Huang Feng died with the Emperor's palace map. They would need to find someone to replace him. Did you find the Jade Emperor's hall? He continued questioning Duan Wu Dao. That was a crucial point. Duan Wu Dao nodded. Who obtained the Jade Emperor's teachings? He asked in a louder voice than before. I don't know. In the end, Lin Feng used a power to corrode the Emperor's vital organs, and then we appeared here, said Duan Wu Dao. Corroded the Emperor's organs? Lin Feng, again Lin Feng. How audacious. Lin Feng dared to corrode the Jade Emperor's internal organs? But Lin Feng wasn't that strong. How had he managed to do that? And what about the Emperor's instructions and teachings? Did Huang Feng manage to enter the Jade Emperor's hall? He did. He was the first one to enter, but he didn't find anything. The others thought that he had, so they attacked him. But in the end Lin Feng killed Huang Feng. Lin Feng again. The strong cultivators from Jade Heaven were going insane. Their eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intentions. Not only them but also the golden-purple Dragon King was upset. Lin Feng was quite audacious. Those influential and powerful groups were trying to find their disciples. Unfortunately, only a few people managed to cross the Permitha Bridge and entered the Jade Emperor's Hall. But at least they obtained many items, especially intent crystals. Concerning the groups of influence which managed to enter the Jade Emperor's Hall, everyone was staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng actually assaulted the Jade Emperor. At that moment, Lin Feng and the others from Xianxia arrived next to the 7 eagles. The Snow Eagles didn't ask much. Just, did everyone obtain something? Many people nodded, looking excited. The 7 Snow Eagles nodded as well. It seemed like this time, the trip to the mysterious world was successful for Xianxia, especially for those Tianxian cultivators who followed Lin Feng. Tang Yu was wearing a magnificent golden cape. Junimo, she also had a magnificent golden robe. Huang Fulong had an incredible dragon axe. All of those were highly valuable treasures. Tianxia could be proud of those young cultivators. How audacious! You dare to steal our Jade Heaven's treasures! Someone screamed extremely loudly. That voice was so loud that it pierced through people's eardrums. A strong cultivator from Jade Heaven appeared in front of the Tianxia group and was shouting at Tang Yu. Tang Yu was wearing their precious jade golden crown, just in another shape. Everybody started getting agitated and excited about a potential fight. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the person in the sky. Lin Feng had a powerful soul and the Heaven Eye skill which enabled him to determine other people's level. That person had broken through to the first Xianxia layer. That crown belongs to the Jade Heaven Imperial clan. I heard that you killed Huang Feng in order to get it, said that person coldly while releasing some powerful qi. You are right, indeed I killed Huang Feng and stole that crown. In the mysterious world, people kill others in order to gain precious treasures. I killed Huang Feng and stole his treasure and he couldn't protect himself because he was a piece of trash. Is that the reason why you are yelling? To tell everyone how shitty the young cultivators of Jade Heaven are. Lin Feng's voice was sharp. Lin Feng didn't look scared at all. He had received the 4 emperors' instructions and corroded the great emperor's heart. To Lin Feng, a cultivator of the first Xianxia layer was nothing. Little brat. You think that you are a genius and show no respect for your elders? Shouted that person furiously while releasing a terrifying qi, capable of suppressing people's souls. An elder? You think quite highly of yourself? Said Lin Feng mockingly before adding, just piss off. I'm giving you some good advice. Don't stay here and humiliate yourself. If you are looking for trouble, at least you should learn how to speak properly. How audacious! I've never seen such an insane and impetuous young man. I will show you that you should respect cultivators of the Tianxia layer. A cultivator of the Xianxia layer cannot do anything against someone like me. That person was suddenly surrounded by an imperial qi which targeted Lin Feng. It was terrifying. His hair was fluttering in the wind and the qi was whistling. Fuck off! A terrifying feral qi dashed to the skies in the form of a tornado. The opponent quickly retreated in the sky. Do you think you can bully Tianxia's people as you wish? One of the Snow Eagles pissed off. It's your fault. Doesn't Tianxia educate its young cultivators? He's too conceited, so I will help teach your cultivators some manners. That person wasn't backing down. Teach me manners? Lin Feng was smiling coldly. He stood up and jumped and rose up in the sky. Eh? The crowd was astonished. What was Lin Feng doing? Lin Feng! Shouted the Snow Eagle. Cultivators of the Xianxia layer were indeed far from being able to defeat cultivators of the Tianxia layer. The difference was too vast. The Snow Eagle hoped Lin Feng would stay safe. I am going to teach him some manners, Lin Feng said back to the Snow Eagle. Immediately after, he looked at the Jade Heaven man and said, Elder, would you still teach me some manners? He released some supreme sword qi which dashed to the skies and whistled stridently. It was like a storm moving towards the enemy. Level 7 sword intent. The crowd was astonished. What a terrifying young man. He hadn't broken through to the Xianxia layer but could already use level 7 intent. What a genius! Other geniuses felt small before him. The Tian level cultivator from Jade Heaven was astonished as well. Level 7 sword int net. What an accomplishment! He could sense the chi and it scared him. A million swords condensed in front of Lin Feng, who turned himself into a sword and darted forward with incredible speed. Elder, it is time for your first lesson. The million swords condensed and turned into one. Contained an incredibly supreme chi, absolutely brutal. The million swords became one. It hadn't reached the opponent yet, but he already felt like he was going to be cut in half. The strong Jade Heaven cultivator joined his hands together and looked solemn. The sword skill was extremely powerful and on top of that held level 7 sword intent. A terrifying imperial chi rolled in the atmosphere. A dragon seemingly appeared to defend against the sword. Some sounds spread in the air as the sword chi cut through the imperial chi, surprising the crowd. The imperial chi quickly disappeared. What a strong elder, Lin Feng said mockingly. Lin Feng's sword chi hadn't lost its spirit yet and continued on to that cultivator. The Tian level cultivator roared aggressively while releasing his soul strength at Lin Feng. However, it was as if it had crashed into an ocean. It immediately dispersed and disappeared inside Lin Feng. Lin Feng stretched out his hand from which a black fire appeared which seemed capable of melting anything. You have broken through to the Xianxia layer. How awesome, said Lin Feng, whose gigantic hand gained on his enemy. The enemy blocked the attack, but that black hand was too powerful and directly crashed onto his body. The fire was flickering in the wind as the enemy's body did not even leave ashes. He's dead. The crowd was aghast. Their hearts started pounding. Had a cultivator of the Xianxia layer just been killed by Lin Feng with a single attack? A Xian-level cultivator killing a Tian-level cultivator so easily, that was both impressive and astonishing. Lin Feng was standing in the sky and looked peerless, brutal, cruel. Were Tian-level cultivators all that strong? Surprisingly, he wanted to teach Lin Feng lesson and was killed with a single attack. Who could have predicted that outcome? How brutal! That guy is simply terrifying, thought Huang Fulong speechless. That guy killed a Tian-level cultivator in one attack? Killing that cultivator of the Xianxia layer was seemingly as easy as killing a cultivator of the Xianxia layer. The 7 snow eagles were just as surprised by Lin Feng. Even though they had always known how strong Lin Feng was, they had never thought that he would reach such heights so quickly. All the Jade Heaven people were pulling hideously long faces. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the people from Jade Heaven while saying in a cold and detached way, "In the mysterious world, fighting and killing people is normal. But here, you can't offend someone without seeking the wrath from their group. Perhaps a great war could arise. If I were you, I wouldn't seek excuses to start a fight with me now." The Jade Heaven's leader was staring at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with murder. He smiled in a cold way and said, "Indeed, no need to find lame excuses. You violated the Emperor's vital organs and after that, everybody was kicked out of the Emperor's palace. Doesn't that mean that you obtained the great Emperor's treasures?" Instantly, everybody was looking at Lin Feng. Many people who initially didn't know suddenly understood. Lin Feng was too cruel. He might be a genius, but that didn't mean he was a saint. If you were an emperor, would you let other people violate your vital organs, take them and then let them offer your organs to others? Do you think that your ancestor, the Jade Emperor, was so stupid? Said Lin Feng mockingly. The Jade Heaven people wanted everybody to fight against Lin Feng, but he wouldn't let things happen that way. We are the ones who found the Jade Emperor's hall, but the first ones to get inside were from Jade Heaven because the Jade Emperor was your ancestor. He created the Jade Emperor's hall for Jade Heaven's people, his offspring. Your dream has always been to find his grave, right? Besides, there were many cultivators from Jade Heaven in the mysterious world. Who would believe them if they said they had obtained nothing? Nobody. Maybe one of them has even received the instructions and teachings of the great emperor and is hiding them from everybody now. Said Lin Feng, raising ideas in others' heads. The crowd was suddenly feeling doubtful. They were lost in their thoughts as Lin Feng continued speaking. There is something else that you forgot to mention. After Jade Heaven's people entered the Emperor's palace, the entire mysterious world started shaking violently. Besides, Jade Heaven's people wanted to block the entry to the palace so that everybody would die outside. It was us, people from Xianxia, who prevented the door from closing. But all in all, many young geniuses died outside, said Lin Feng calmly. Many eyes were now on the Jade Heaven group. Amongst them, someone shouted, Jade Heaven has been deceiving people over and over again for so many years. They entered the mysterious world with the help of every influential group in the Ganyu region. Everybody was supposed to join hands to find the Emperor's grave, but they wanted to enter the palace on their own while letting our people die outside. Those from Jade Heaven really have no morals or principles. How cruel! Everybody was staring at the people from Jade Heaven. Our young leader was killed in the mysterious world. How could they have possibly found treasures? I don't think so, said the leader of Jade Heaven, glancing at the crowd. He then turned back to Lin Feng and said, Everybody, listen to me. The last thing that happened was him stealing the Emperor's heart. This is what triggered everybody's expulsion out of the mysterious world. Imagine how powerful the Emperor's heart must be. Maybe it contains incredible treasures. Otherwise, would such incredible events have transpired? I advise you to, at least, make him take the Emperor's heart out. Nobody knew who to believe here. Who had obtained the most precious treasures? Lin Feng or someone from Jade Heaven? Let me talk. In the end, we, people from the East Sea Dragon Palace, were in the palace. For the time being, let's not talk about the fact that Jade Heaven's people cheated us. We can settle accounts later. However, Lin Feng really did corrode the Emperor's organs. Kong Juyi from the Nine Cloud Sword sect and Gu Qianqiu from the Xiaoyao sect can confirm that. I am almost 100% sure that Lin Feng obtained some heaven-defying treasures, said Duan Wuya, looking at Lin Feng and his friends in a gloomy way. He then continued, Besides, apart from Lin Feng, who obtained the great Emperor's heart, all the others from the Tianqi group obtained extremely powerful and precious treasures. Even the Xiaoyao agility technique ended up in that girl's hands. I've seen her use it. Those treasures come from the Zun cultivators' underground palaces. They are extremely powerful, and I am convinced that even strong Tian-level cultivators don't possess such powerful treasures. Duan Wuya was trying to paint a bad image of Lin Feng and his friends. Everybody was staring at them greedily. Apart from the Emperor's heart, they had obtained other treasures? Hehe. Our elite disciples should make them hand over the Emperor's heart and the other treasures, said the Purple Golden Dragon King, following Duan Wuya. The Tianqi group benefited the most from the mysterious world experience. Did they think that they could get away with it and leave like that? Everybody had greatly benefited from the mysterious world experience. The Jade Emperor's grave appeared, the mysterious world collapsed, and some people obtained Zun-level items. Unfortunately, those group's Zun cultivators didn't know these details, otherwise they would have rushed over there and taken the Zun-level items for themselves. You killed our Jade Heaven's people, you stole our crown and flaunted in front of us, someone from Jade Heaven said, and immediately landed in front of the group of Tianqi people. You stole our Xiaoyao agility technique, how audacious! Someone from the Xiaoyao sect said as they landed next to them as well. I've also heard that you killed some people from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Humph. All those people belonging to various groups of influence were looking for an excuse to gather in front of the Tianqi people, gradually surrounding them. The others were strong as well. Silhouettes were flickering one after the other. Everybody was surrounding them. They all wanted to get something as well. The Zun cultivator's treasures, the Jade Emperor's heart. Everybody was dreaming of obtaining such treasures, especially the Emperor's heart. The 7 snow eagles from Tianqi remained silent. Disasters and rewards came hand in hand. Tianqi obtained wonderful treasures, which in itself was a cause for celebration, but now everybody wanted to attack them and steal their treasures. Everybody, do you want to create a war between clans, sects, and empires? It looks like you want to start a fight when you surround us like this. One of the snow eagles said coldly. He then added in a voice as cold as before, Don't forget that the Tianqi Empire has never been disrespected by others. Why so serious? Tianqi obtained such great treasures. Don't be too greedy. Let us have some of them. Also, Let everybody have a look at the Emperor's heart. A strong cultivator from Jade Heaven said, offered indifferently. Those influential groups had always attempted to maintain a fair level of peace. They couldn't let strong tensions arise between them. If they did and a great war started, the results would be too tragic. Those Tian-level cultivators couldn't handle facing those consequences. Indeed, we don't mean to offend the Tianqi Empire. You just obtained too many treasures. We're also curious to see Emperor's heart. The purple golden dragon king continued to play along. How shameless! Shouted Huang Fulong furiously. After doing all those things, you still dare say you don't want to offend Tianqi. You're really shameless. Shut the hell up! Shouted the purple golden dragon king furiously, staring at Huang Fulong. Who allowed you to open your mouth, little boy? Phew! Huang Fulong sighed with rage while glaring at the purple golden dragon king. Hurry up now, everybody is waiting, said the purple golden dragon king. Everybody got closer to the group of people from Tianqi. If Lin Feng and his friends didn't hand over the treasures, they would attack and steal them for themselves. What if we don't give you anything? Said Lin Feng indifferently while glancing back at the crowd. If you don't hand over anything, we'll attack. Of course, when fighting, sometimes tragedies are inevitable. People from the Tianqi Empire cannot blame us for that. The purple golden dragon king enjoyed answering his question. In other words, you want to kill us, right? Said Lin Feng, smiling as well. He was fearless. I didn't say such a thing, said the dragon king, not admitting what he said, but evil lights were twinkling in his eyes. He was tacitly confirming Lin Feng's words. Okay. You want the Emperor's heart? Let me take it out. Lin Feng suddenly became flexible. They all became impatient because Lin Feng was willing to take out the Emperor's heart now. Of course, you've made the right decision. The Dragon King had a smile on his face. Everybody, move back at least 1,000 meters and open a way for us. Nobody should stop us from leaving. Then I will put the Emperor's heart on the ground, said Lin Feng. People glanced at each other. It seemed like Lin Feng was scared of dying to them. Of course, they had so many people and 1,000 meters was nothing, so Lin Feng would probably be unable to escape. The crowd gradually moved away of at least 1,000 meters. In the middle, there was only Lin Feng and the people from Tianqi. Nobody was threatening them now. You go first as far as possible, said Lin Feng to the people from Tianqi. Nobody knew what Lin Feng was planning. No, how could we abandon you? Said Tang Yuyu. Don't worry, relax. Just leave it to me. If you do, I have a solution to protect myself. Trust me. Lin Feng encouraged her calmly. Tang Yuyu looked at Lin Feng's eyes and nodded. If Lin Feng said so, then it meant he really had something in mind. Okay, we'll go first. Please be careful. The snow eagles said, turning into animals again. The whole group then rose up in the air and left. The others watched as the snow eagles left. Their eyes were filled with murderous intentions. However, nobody attacked at that moment. They were very far from Tianqi, so they could wait for Lin Feng to hand over the Emperor's heart, and then they would chase and kill them. Lin Feng looked at his group leave and smiled. He then glanced at the crowd, and immediately a heart appeared in his hand. The Emperor's heart. Come and take it, said Lin Feng, throwing the heart at the East Sea Dragon Palace people. At the same time, he ran back with his greatest speed. Boom! Boom boom! Monstrous amounts of qi emerged in the atmosphere. Everybody was throwing themselves at the people from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Who would grab the Emperor's heart first? Lin Feng turned into an arrow and ran away with incredible speed. He just observed all those people gathering and fighting. A radiant smile appeared on his face. Boom! Qi kept exploding in the atmosphere. Terrifying sounds were sounding constantly as a lot of people were starting to bleed or were coughing up blood. In the horizon, a vast palace appeared. It contained imperial qi and looked domineering. It was the Jade Emperor's palace. The vast palace appeared, propelling everybody backwards. Astonishment had replaced pain in their brain. The Great Emperor's Palace. That's the Emperor's Palace. The Tian-level cultivators couldn't contain themselves when they sensed the qi emerging out of the palace. They could see the Emperor's Palace. What's inside? asked many people to their younger disciples. If they came out alive, it meant that they had entered the palace. Many treasures, intent crystals, abstruse crystals, and many halls which were locked to us, replied the young cultivators one after the other. The Tian-level cultivators suddenly felt extremely excited. In the past, they were unable to enter the palace and could only send Xian-level cultivators into it. There were many other treasures as well. What did those locked halls contain? Those Xian-level cultivators were unable to enter those halls, but what about Tian-level cultivators? Everybody was going insane. They were very impatient to see what those mysterious locked halls contained. Nonetheless, there were also some people who were less excited and remained both calm and detached. Why? Why had the palace appeared? The emperor's heart. The crowd was stupefied. Lin Feng took out the emperor's heart, and in a flash it turned into a vast palace, blowing them away. The people from Jade Heaven were pulling a long face. They didn't know that the Jade Emperor's heart was a palace. They had heard from their ancestors that kneeling 3 times and kowtowing 9 times before the emperor was enough to receive his teachings and instructions. It seemed like they had received some bad information. Lin Feng. Where is Lin Feng? People from Jade Heaven started running towards the location where Lin Feng was standing a moment before, but he had already disappeared. Where had he gone? What do we do now? The people from Jade Heaven looked at the vast and desolate area. They looked back at the vast palace again. They were all confused and excited at the same time. Should they enter or not? Lin Feng had replaced the vital fluids of the emperor's heart with his own, and that heart was the emperor's palace. Didn't that mean the palace actually belonged to Lin Feng now? If they entered Lin Feng's palace, what would it bring them? Let's go inside. The leader from Jade Heaven decided. Even if it was dangerous, they couldn't pass up such an opportunity. Some groups came up with the idea to leave some Tian-level cultivators outside of the palace. Even though nobody was willing to stay outside, they had to in case Lin Feng came back and put the palace away. Those who stood guard outside would be able to kill him and steal the emperor's heart. That way, the situation would remain perfectly safe at all times. Of course, some of those guards couldn't help themselves and secretly entered the palace. At that moment, outside of the palace, Duan Wuya's eyes were twinkling. He didn't enter the palace because he had known Lin Feng for a long time and knew that Lin Feng, with his temperament, wouldn't hand the emperor's heart over that easily. He was completely convinced that Lin Feng was controlling the Jade Emperor's palace somehow. Duan Wuya was jealous. Not only was Lin Feng a genius, but he was also very lucky. Surprisingly, he had obtained the Emperor's palace on top of his previous achievements. All the treasures in the palace now belonged to him. It must be that wall, thought Duan Wuya, recalling the carvings on the walls. He had been unable to understand them. Lin Feng was the only one who understood the carvings in the wall. It's not that easy to obtain the treasures inside the palace, whispered Duan Wuya. So many Tian-level geniuses had just entered the palace. It was useless for Duan Wuya to enter. Besides, he knew how smart Lin Feng was. People in the palace were going insane, especially those from Jade Heaven. Those who had already been inside were leading the way, running towards the Jade Emperor's hall. They wanted to see the Jade Emperor and find his teachings. When they finally made it to the hall, though, they found that the Jade Emperor's body wasn't there. The Jade Emperor's hall was completely empty. You said that Lin Feng studied the carvings on the walls first and then studied the skill and stole the Emperor's heart. Where exactly did that happen? Asked the leader of the group. Everybody just pointed at the mysterious scriptures on the walls. The leader walked around inspecting the walls and shivered. What powerful words. According to the legends, nobody can understand the demoniac emperor's writings. Could those have been written by him? Whispered the leader of the Jade Heaven group. But why would Lin Feng understand the demoniac emperor's words then? Could it be that Lin Feng and the demoniac emperor were related? At that moment, he was realizing that the demoniac emperor of the legends and Lin Feng seemed similar. They were all insufferably arrogant, despised the entire world, and once in a while entered a frenzy which only ended with blood. They were fearless. Lin Feng really resembled the demoniac emperor of the legends. Outside of the palace, in the very horizon, there was someone on the ground. His long robe was fluttering in the wind. He walked towards the palace, looking calm and detached. Lin Feng. Somebody gazed into the distance and saw Lin Feng walking back. Lin Feng was walking neither slow nor fast. He gazed at the people in the distance as well as at the palace. He didn't look worried at all. Finally, he arrived near the palace and looked at the people next to it. He smiled coldly and said, "You want me to die and you want to steal my palace. That's no problem. I will allow you to spend plenty of time in it." After that, Lin Feng shook his hand as terrifying rumbling sounds spread in the atmosphere. The boundless palace turned into a heart and immediately flew back into his hand. Those who had thought it through earlier were lucky. Lin Feng had replaced the blood in the heart with his own and gained ownership. Everything inside the palace was his. The emperor's heart was the emperor's palace and Lin Feng could now control it freely. Were the people inside going to be stuck inside forever? There were more than 20 people standing outside with Lin Feng. Many of them were cultivators of the Xianxia layer. They all threw themselves at Lin Feng. Their eyes were filled with murderous intentions. "You really want to kill me?" Lin Feng said, smirking slightly. They looked perplexed as they stared at Lin Feng coldly. Of course they wanted to kill him. Did you ever think that if you obtained the heart, the people inside would be under your control? Their lives would be in your hands and you would gain a lot of power, said Lin Feng. His words sounded really tempting. "Humph, we won't fall for your trickeries this time." The crowd was glaring at Lin Feng. They would love to have the power Lin Feng spoke of, but if they wanted to obtain the emperor's heart, they had to kill him. Lin Feng had to die. How could they control the emperor's heart? The palace, if Lin Feng was still alive. "I know what the problem is. You don't know if you should kill me or steal the emperor's heart first," said Lin Feng with an indifferent smile on his face. He stretched out his arms and the emperor's heart appeared again. He then threw it and said, "You can choose. You can kill me first, but then the heart won't belong to you anymore. Someone else will take control of it." The emperor's heart. Those people narrowed their eyes and threw themselves at the heart. Strong cultivators joined sects, clans, and other influential groups to become stronger. At that moment, they had a great opportunity to become stronger, the opportunity to obtain the emperor's palace. With it, they would be able to surpass the strongest cultivators. Who cared about the sect or the clan if one could obtain such a treasure? Those who entered the palace did it willingly, just like those who decided to stay outside. Boom! Fuck off! A terrifying chi emerged. Those Tian-level cultivators started fighting. Their chi created a storm in the area and whistling sounds pierced eardrums. The ground was shaking violently. Everybody had only one thing in mind, the emperor's heart. At that moment, Lin Feng was standing there, calmly. He silently observed the insane battle as if it had nothing to do with him. They noticed that Lin Feng wasn't leaving, so they continued fighting over the emperor's heart. If they could obtain the emperor's heart and then kill Lin Feng, the palace would belong to them. Wuxia was quite far on the other side. He hadn't left either. He was watching those Tian-level cultivators battling. Lin Feng had matured since he first met him. He was able to set up plots and manipulate others. Coupled with his incredible talent and abilities, he was a large threat. A glacial light appeared around Wuxia's body, making him feel very cold. That coldness was piercing to the bones. Wuxia knew that Lin Feng wanted to kill him, but he wouldn't give him the opportunity to do so. Killing Wuxia wouldn't be that easy. "Die!" shouted an ice-cold voice. A hand then penetrated into a Tian-level cultivator's body and blood splashed all around. A Tian-level cultivator just died. However, the emperor's heart was, as before, on the ground. "You will die too." A sharp sword emitting whistling sounds immediately crashed into that person's back. After killing that person, the sword started vibrating and cut up the enemy's body further. Then the person turned around and released some terrifying sword lights which immediately cut another person's hand. "The emperor's heart is mine." They were crazed. That person used an agility technique to grab the emperor's heart. Someone from Xiaoyao. The crowd was surprised. The one with the sword was still fast. Their sword was lacerating the air around them. "Bzzzzzzz." The person from Xiaoyao used another agility technique and turned into a few dozen shadows. Each shadow looked like a real body. It seemed that they mastered the technique to perfection. CRRRR. RRRR. The terrifying sword Qi immediately chopped a dozen shadows. However, the other shadows were still running towards the Emperor's heart. Stop! More rumbling sounds spread in the air. A powerful hand fell to the ground. That hand was the size of a large mountain, capable of crushing everything underneath it. Another dozen shadows disappeared in a flash. A silhouette streaked across the sky as the Emperor's heart disappeared. The Xiaoyao person's shadows all target Lin Feng now. If they managed to kill Lin Feng, they would take control of the Emperor's heart. How fast? Lin Feng was praising the Xiaoyao cultivator. Lin Feng looked expressionless, but in his heart, he was a bit surprised. That agility technique was incredible. It was the real Xiaoyao agility technique, graceful, agile, and possessed a subtle power. Die! A hand appeared and made an attempt on Lin Feng's life. The atmosphere was shaking and things seemed like they were going to explode. That cultivator wanted to kill Lin Feng with one attack. Boom! The Emperor's heart turned into a palace again and fell onto the ground in the blink of an eye. The Xiaoyao cultivator who held the heart was propelled so far away that nobody knew where he landed. The ones who were fighting for the heart were also propelled away. Lin Feng motioned again and the Emperor's heart turned into a heart again and fell from the sky. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered as he grabbed the heart. He looked in the horizon and saw some people coughing mouthfuls of blood. Lin Feng smiled mockingly and said, "You guys are really dumb. If they had decided to try and kill him first when he threw the heart, the others would have had the opportunity to steal the heart and escape. Therefore, they had decided to steal the heart first and then kill Lin Feng. Unfortunately, they had forgotten that Lin Feng could control the Emperor's heart. Even if they stole the heart, was it helpful? Lin Feng could make the heart turn into a palace and vice versa as he wished. Some people were struggling, crawling on the ground, all pulling long faces. Their silhouettes flickered as they came back for Lin Feng. Their facial expressions looked hideous. Lin Feng was playing around with them, just like toys. They now realized that as long as Lin Feng controlled the heart, he could make it turn into the palace as he wished and send them flying. No wonder Lin Feng was fearless. It was because he already thought through all the scenarios. Do you understand now? Lin Feng was smiling, adding, "Do you still want the Emperor's heart? Let's attack him together and kill him." Those Tian-level cultivators glanced at each other and understood what they had to do. The only solution was to join hands, kill Lin Feng and then steal the heart. Die! 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 Furious voices were echoing one after the other in the vast area. Lin Feng was thousands of meters away but could still sense their murderous intentions. A sword started dazzling even though it was thousands of meters. The Xiaoyao cultivator started moving faster and faster. Another series of shadows appeared in the air. They all looked exactly the same as him. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying collision sounds resonated. A terrifying, oppressive energy invaded the atmosphere. In a flash, they were very near Lin Feng. However, just as quickly, they were thrown away again and crashed into the ground. The faster they were, the more brutal the shocks. Lin Feng was still immobile. He looked calm and serene. He was staring at the silhouettes covered by blood in the distance. A bunch of morons. Shall we continue? Lin Feng sounded perfectly calm while watching those people crawling on the ground. He looked like he wanted to burst out in laughter because of their stupidity. Indeed, he was really playing with them like a kid with their toys. The palace was an incredible weapon. With that palace, who could kill him? The Tian-level cultivators stood up again, pulling long faces. All those Tian-level cultivators couldn't stand being made fun of. They were furious. You have to die. Those people glanced at each others. They didn't need to talk. They understood each other. If Lin Feng didn't die, they would go back to their sect or clan and everybody would know about their failure. Lin Feng had to die. They would chase him until the ends of the earth. Even the Tianqi Empire was unable to protect Lin Feng. Let's go. Some people said while rising up in the air. They wanted to leave. Lin Feng glanced at those people and smiled coldly. Go? You failed to kill me and now you want to leave. Lin Feng jumped up in the sky with incredible speed. His entire body was surrounded by terrifying energies. Nobody is leaving, you're going to die. Lin Feng then turned into a hurricane and shot out at the Tian-level cultivators. From the Emperor's heart, an infinite amount of imperial qi emerged. Terrifying rumbling sounds spread in the air as the palace appeared again and fell down from the sky. The ground shook so violently that it seemed like there was an earthquake. A palace falling from the sky and crashing into the ground. How terrifying was that? A gigantic fissure appeared in the ground and many small ones appeared all around it. Just as quickly as it appeared, the palace disappeared again. There was a gigantic fissure in the ground and several corpses. They had all died from the weight of the palace. They wanted to escape. Would Lin Feng let them off that easily? Lin Feng, threatened by all those influential groups, risked his life to let his comrades from Tianqi leave. He decided to stay there alone and face those people. Besides, he was forced to use the power of the Emperor's heart. Therefore, he had to kill all those who had seen it. Lin Feng could control the palace and nobody knew how many treasures were inside. If the news spread, it would draw everyone's attention in the Ganyu region and the strongest cultivators would come to Lin Feng's front door trying to kill him. Zun cultivators would attach plenty of importance to what happened in the mysterious world this time because the Emperor's grave appeared. Cultivators had been going there for hundreds of years, but the grave never appeared. If the news spread, the same thing that happened to the great Emperor would happen to Lin Feng. He would be chased and would face a dead end eventually. He would have to hide in the palace and close it off, waiting to die inside. Those who knew the palace's secret had to die. Boom! A terrifying sword chi dashed to the skies. The strong cultivator of the 9 Cloud Swords sect hadn't died. He emerged out of the ground and at the same time glanced at Lin Feng coldly. His eyes were filled with murder. Fortunately, he acted fast and dived into the ground where he was mostly protected from the impact. However, his vital organs were damaged and he almost died. Even if we can't kill you, don't think that you can kill us. You might be a genius, but you won't be able to keep the palace a secret. Everyone will know about it and they will kill you. The cultivator from the 9 Cloud Swords sect said while coughing mouthfuls of blood. His tone of speech was cold. He released sword chi and made a hole in the ground. He wanted to escape using an underground road. I can't kill you guys? Lin Feng was still smiling. He moved his left hand and in a flash, a snowy tower appeared. Inside the tower was an incredible bestial chi as if it caged incredible beasts. Snowy animals were roaring, barking etc. inside. The 2 strong cultivators under it didn't know what to think. Lin Feng had other treasures to fight them with. The remaining 2 cultivators were going insane. What a fucking bastard. They were Tian-level cultivators, they were supposed to be stronger than Lin Feng. But Lin Feng kept playing around with them and humiliating them. They were injured by Lin Feng even. They were bleeding profusely. Now, Lin Feng had even more ways to play around with them. Roar! Some terrifying sounds made the vaults of heaven tremble. The earth was crackling and huge fissures were appearing. 2 terrifying beasts appeared in the air. Both were gigantic. One of them was a gigantic rock. Its black wings were flapping slowly. His 2 eyes looked utterly frightening. That beast was a Tian-level beast. Besides, next to that rock, not far away, there was the beast which had roared and made the earth crack a moment before. His chi was explosive and rolling in waves in the atmosphere. Its entire body seemed to be filled with an infinite amount of physical strength. It was a violent bear. What terrifying beasts! Lin Feng could also control such terrifying beasts. The gigantic rock and the violent bear were staring at Lin Feng with their ice-cold-looking eyes. Their chi was rolling in the atmosphere. Kill those 2. Lin Feng ordered the beasts. The 2 beasts were Tian-level beasts, so of course they could understand people. However, the beasts acted like they didn't understand what Lin Feng said. They just stared back at Lin Feng with their gigantic eyes. The Great Mother had educated them, so they weren't going to attack Lin Feng. They could only obey orders. However, Lin Feng hadn't broken through to the Tianqi layer yet. How could he give those beasts orders? Would they obey him, even if the Great Mother had given them to him? Kill those two. Lin Feng's voice sounded firm this time. The two beasts seemed to understood that they had made him furious. Roar! A monstrous chi came out of the bear's nostrils. It was still staring at Lin Feng. Okay. The rock said to Lin Feng. The rock was under Lin Feng's control. The Great Mother had put them in the tower and had given the tower to Lin Feng. If Lin Feng wanted, he could keep them inside the tower forever. They hated staying trapped in that tower. It turned its head and stared at the Xiaoyao cultivator. It flapped its wings and created a hurricane. Go! The cultivator of the Xiaoyao sect and the 9 Cloud Sword sect were terrified. Both of them turned into rays of light as they ran off in opposite directions. The Xiaoyao cultivator was particularly fast, already a few thousand meters away. It seemed like he was following a particular pattern with his particularly graceful movements. Bzzzzzzz. A terrifying roar spread in the air, scaring the Xiaoyao cultivator from head to foot. He was fast, extremely fast, but the rock was a flying beast and speed was its strength. Nobody could imagine how fast a rock could be. Even a Xiaoyao cultivator couldn't match a rock in speed. Yeah. Its claws were dazzling to the eyes. It seemed like 1,000 swords appeared in the sky and were targeting the Xiaoyao cultivator. It seemed to be one of the special abilities of the rock. Arg! The Xiaoyao cultivator was going insane as he accelerated. But those terrifying claws immediately crashed onto his head and killed him. The Xiaoyao cultivator didn't even have time to dodge. The violent bear was on the other side. Even though it wasn't as fast as the rock or even the 9 Cloud Sword Sex cultivator, its physical strength was amazing. Even though it was running in the sky, the ground was shaking. The physical strength was so incredible that it was hurting the 9 Cloud Sword Sex cultivator's internal organs, preventing him from moving at full speed. The terrifying beast was closing in on him. The frightening physical strength was becoming even worse. The 9 Cloud Swords Sex cultivator turned around. His facial expression looked ice-cold. A terrifying sword chi appeared in the atmosphere. Considering the fact that he couldn't escape, he had to face the beast head-on. Die! A sharp sword appeared. It looked to be an ultimate skill. The sword immediately crashed onto the beast's body. Roar! The violent bear roared violently while looking at the sky. It punched the air with its gigantic paw. Crackling sounds spread in the air. The bear had broken the sword. Instantly, the 9 Cloud Swords Sex cultivator turned deathly pale. The bear's paw contained a terrifying, oppressive physical strength. Roar! The bear opened its gigantic mouth and roared again. The earth and the sky shook violently. The sword cultivator was struck by the bear's paw and died. That paw contained such a monstrous physical strength. Nobody could imagine challenging it. After chasing and killing those two, there was only one person left in the sky. He had witnessed everything with his own eyes and he knew almost all of Lin Feng's secrets. Duan Wuya's heart was shaking. He couldn't process all of this. Lin Feng could use the Jade Emperor's heart and imprisoned everybody. Not only that, he had a tower which possessed ferocious wild beasts. He commanded 2 beasts, a violent bear and a rock which could kill 2 Tian-level cultivators. Lin Feng's methods would make Duan Wuya shiver. Duan Wuya's heart was filled with an infinite coldness. I thought you were going to escape, said Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng's calmness was terrifying. Duan Wuya could feel Lin Feng's murderous intentions in that calm and indifferent voice. You understand that I could let anyone off but you. I will definitely kill you. I know, said Duan Wuya smiling and nodding. Lin Feng, you have become monstrously strong. With you around, I will never achieve inner peace. Lin Feng was confused. Did Duan Wuya still think that he was going to live on? Therefore, I will tell everybody in the world that you obtained the Jade Emperor's heart because you have to die. I will feel peaceful and reassured only if you die, Duan Wuya said as if he had understood what Lin Feng was thinking. Lin Feng frowned. Duan Wuya was surprisingly acting like he could get away. Do you think that you will be able to escape alive? Lin Feng asked. He didn't understand why Duan Wuya sounded so confident. Duan Wuya smiled resplendently and stretched out his arm. In his hand appeared the gloomy gourd. It appeared to be growing. After a moment Wuxia sat down inside the gourd. Lin Feng, the treasures which belong to the Zun cultivators are not as simple to understand as you imagine. Even if you obtained one, you wouldn't be able to understand it fully right away. I've been using this gourd constantly since I obtained it. It seems I forgot to tell you that the gourd is not only a weapon, it is also a flying object. Wuxia snickered. He condensed more pure qi as a myriad of mysterious marks appeared. Holy marks. See you, said Wuxia cheerfully. A dazzling light appeared and in a flash, the gourd streaked across the sky. In a flash, Wuxia had already traveled to the horizon. Lin Feng was stunned. No wonder that Wuxia had been acting so confidently. It was because he had that gloomy gourd. He was hiding the secrets of the gourd the whole time because he predicted that he would have to face Lin Feng and would have to run away if he wanted to live. Lin Feng moved his arm. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as the bear flew back into the tower. Then Lin Feng abruptly jumped onto the rock's back and said, "Chase him." The rock started flapping its wings and a terrifying bestial qi swamped the area. Lin Feng obtained the Jade Emperor's palace and nobody could learn about it. He had to chase and kill Wuxia, otherwise the news would spread and everybody in the Ganyu region would want to kill Lin Feng and steal his treasures. Wuxia wasn't feeling as calm and detached as he looked. Sitting in his gloomy gourd, his facial expression looked solemn and grave. Back then, Lin Feng was so much weaker than him. Wuxia didn't fear him at all and used to play around with him. Now, the circumstances were different. Wuxia couldn't act like that anymore because he was afraid of Lin Feng. Lin Feng could kill him, just like he told Lin Feng. If Lin Feng didn't die, he would live in fear for his entire life. Wuxia could sense a bestial qi behind him. His heart started pounding harder. He turned his head around and saw a huge legendary rock gaining on him. It was incredibly fast. Its two wings were flapping with incredible strength. It was much faster than the gourd he was riding, especially seeing how he couldn't control the gourd that well yet. He put his hands on his gourd and increased his speed. Magnificent dazzling lights were twinkling. The gourd became even more distinct as the atmosphere was shaking. In the blink of an eye, Wuxia disappeared into the horizon again. If Wuxia managed to maintain that speed, the rock wouldn't be able to catch up with him, but Wuxia wasn't strong enough to keep condensing pure qi at that level. In a short time, the Tian-level rock started gaining on Wuxia again. Wuxia looked terrified. Damn rock! Its speed was incredible. Wuxia wouldn't be able to escape, it seemed. I need to reach the East Sea Dragon Palace before I use up all my pure qi reserves, thought Wuxia while remaining determined. As long as he could make the holy marks of the gourd shine, he could evade Lin Feng. Wuxia just had to maintain a certain distance between them. If Wuxia managed to do that and reach the East Sea Dragon Palace, then Lin Feng would definitely die. Lin Feng was standing on the back of the rock steadily. His entire body looked like a sharp sword. He was ready to attack. He just had to get close enough to Wuxia and he would be able to kill him. At such speeds, they had already left the vast and desolate area and entered the Ganyu region. There were 18 empires of average quality, but they also controlled many empires. Each of those 18 empires was extremely influential and powerful. The East Sea Empire was one of them and was boundless. It had 3 empires of lower quality under its jurisdiction, and those empires had many countries under their control. The East Sea Empire was extremely powerful, namely thanks to the East Sea Dragon Palace, which was, to a certain extent, ruling over the empire. The Dragon Palace was situated above the East Sea. It was a gigantic, imposing, lofty, and magnificent island. It looked as mystical as it did magical. Amongst all the buildings, there were 5 which were particularly magnificent. 4 of them were in the north, south, east, and west, making the center look incredibly vast. At that moment, in that middle building, there was a stone stage with people on it. They were playing chess, but they didn't look that motivated. They were just staring blankly at the game. Our purple golden dragon king brought those people to the mysterious world a long time ago already. Why don't we have any news from them? A middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe said, looking worried. It's probably a good thing if they are spending a long time in the mysterious world. It means they are getting treasures. You remember when we went there last time? We have their soul jewels even though some people died. Ao Jiao and the others are still alive, so they must still be hunting treasures. Someone else said. Those who had entered the mysterious world left their soul treasures behind before entering so others could know if they were still alive or not. Even though the soul jewels of the strongest disciples hadn't broken, they were stuck in Lin Feng's palace forever. After 2 days of running, Duan Wuya had already turned deathly pale. No matter what, he wasn't able to escape from Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to kill him no matter what. They were both aware that only one of the two would survive after this ended. Duan Wuya continued slapping his gourd with his hands to increase his speed. The holy marks on the gourd were dazzling, and Duan Wuya had reached the Ganyu region, but unfortunately, his pure qi couldn't power the gourd to its fullest anymore. Otherwise, he would have managed to escape. Duan Wuya's pure qi reserves were already almost empty after 2 days. At that speed, I need 2 more hours to reach the East Sea Dragon Palace, and my pure qi reserves can only last long enough for 2 more hours. Thought Duan Wuya, trying to control his pure qi. Unfortunately, he was slower now, and the rock was inching forward closer and closer. Duan Wuya had no choice but to struggle for his life. Lin Feng was, as before, standing on the rock's back, and his entire body looked like a sword. It seemed that his condition hadn't changed during those 2 days. He didn't move, he wouldn't even close his eyes. Duan Wuya was feeling desperate when he looked back at Lin Feng. Nobody was able to influence Lin Feng at this juncture. Duan Wuya had to die for what he did in the past. They had already reached the East Sea Empire. Duan Wuya was flying downwards, hoping to draw people's attention. There were many people on the ground watching the two silhouettes, but after sensing the Tian-level rock's qi, nobody wanted to interfere. The wind created by the rock's wings felt like razor blades on their bodies. Duan Wuya couldn't shout Lin Feng's secret chaotically either, because he had to focus on his safety and be extremely prudent. Talking would only distract him. Duan Wuya had achieved so much in this life. How could he die now? Someday he would take control of the East Sea Dragon Palace and would become the ruler of the East Sea Empire. The buildings of the floating island appeared in Duan Wuya's field of vision. The island was extremely vast. Duan Wuya suddenly felt hope again. He breathed deeply. He had used so much energy that he could barely breathe. He wanted to shout, but he didn't possess the strength to shout. Bzzzzzzz. A terrifying storm had invaded the atmosphere because of the rock's wings. Many people on the island raised their heads when they sensed it and saw the pursuit. Duan Wuya had used his last bit of pure qi but couldn't make the holy marks shine anymore. A buzzing sound spread in the air as the gourd moved a little bit more forwards. Duan Wuya was soon going to arrive in the northern palace. There were extremely strong Tian-level cultivators inside. Bzzzzz. Zzz. The Tian-level rock didn't flinch while it followed Duan Wuya. If Lin Feng made a mistake in the East Sea Dragon Palace's territory, he would die. No matter what, Lin Feng had to kill Duan Wuya. Duan Wuya. Finally, when they arrived in the northern palace, some people recognized Duan Wuya. Some people in the sky asked Duan Wuya, "What's going on?" Duan Wuya looked deathly pale. He didn't say anything and just passed out in front of them. Duan Wuya knew that those few people were doomed. As expected, those people died in the rock's claws 2 seconds later. "Save me!" Duan Wuya used all of his pure qi to shout loudly, begging for help. He then immediately fell down in the gourd. However, people heard him from very far away. What's going on? A few Tian-level cultivators heard his voice and stood up in the blink of an eye and rose up in the air. They were astonished when they saw Duan Wuya, for he had come back from the mysterious world, and on top of that, alone and chased by someone. "Stop!" A few silhouettes appeared in front of the rock. Its qi invaded the entire atmosphere. It was extremely sharp. Its wings were extremely sharp as well. Rumbling sounds spread in the air. One of the Tian-level cultivators got slapped by the rock and was propelled far away. Besides, Lin Feng jumped off the rock's back at that moment. The qi of 1,000,000 swords appeared in the atmosphere, and it seemed like his entire body had turned into a sword. "Who dares to come cause trouble in my palace?" In the distance, a terrifying voice spread in the air, piercing through Lin Feng's eardrums, so much so that it hurt. However, Lin Feng's sword energy was as vigorous as before and just as dazzling. Sword formula, man and sword fusion, Lin Feng's body turned into a sword. It seemed like he and his sword had become one. Lin Feng obtained the jade. Slash! The terrifying sword chi struck his back. Duanwu shook from head to foot and couldn't speak anymore. He was dead. "You want to die?" shouted the voice in the distance furiously. Surprisingly, someone dared to enter the East Sea Dragon Palace and kill their people. What a humiliation for their group. Boom! The rock bombarded a few Tian-level cultivators and flew back to Lin Feng. It then grabbed him and left again at full speed. "Where are you going?" A silhouette arrived just as quickly. The person shook their hand and in a flash, green coffins appeared. They launched out at Lin Feng. If they caught him, he'd probably die. The rock turned around and broke the coffins with its claws. Even though it wasn't Lin Feng's pet, it perfectly understood that its little sister and Lin Feng's relationship was incredible. If Lin Feng died, their mother would be furious. The coffins turned into vines which surrounded the rock's wings and tried to prevent it from flying. "Moron! Break!" shouted the cultivator with the coffins. Their voice sounded like that of a dragon. They wanted to kill the Tian-level rock. CRRRR. RRRR. Blood appeared as the rock began losing feathers, which slowly fell from the sky. The rock emitted a furious sound. A terrifying light appeared around it as it flapped its wings again. Could still fly at an incredible speed. The one wearing the dragon robe wasn't ready for that. That Tian-level beast was too strong. Its wings had been injured severely, but it could still fly, on top of that at its full speed. The dragon robe-wearing cultivator couldn't catch up with him anymore. However, he was convinced that the rock wouldn't be able to fly for long. He jumped towards the rock, and then heard a voice behind him. "Qing Mu, what's going on?" "The rock has been injured. It won't be able to fly much longer. It has the green coffin dragon chi on its body now, so it should be chased and killed," shouted the Qing Mu Dragon King furiously. In a flash, many people started chasing the rock. After that, Qing Mu grabbed the gloomy gourd in the sky and yelled at the cultivators playing chess. "Someone invaded our palace and killed one of the purple golden dragon king's disciples." How audacious! Those people were stupefied. The purple golden dragon king was one of the rulers of the islands. How audacious! Qing Mu put the gloomy gourd in front of him and looked inside. He was stupefied. The others were astonished too. "What an incredible treasure!" "That is," whispered Qing Mu. He then raised his head, glanced at the others and said, "A precious treasure from the mysterious world." The one who had just been killed came from the mysterious world. They had finally left the mysterious world. However, why had he been chased to death? What happened? "Lin Feng obtained the jade," recalled Qing Mu. His heart started pounding. The one who had chased him was called Lin Feng. He had also entered the mysterious world and had obtained the jade. "Jade Emperor," said all those people at the same time. Their hearts were pounding. Indeed, Duan Wuya's words definitely meant that Lin Feng had obtained one of the Jade Emperor's treasures, either a monstrously powerful weapon or an incredible skill. They didn't know that Duan Wuya had meant to say that Lin Feng had obtained the Jade Emperor's palace. Those from the East Sea Dragon Palace didn't know the most about the Jade Emperor, but they knew that the people from Jade Heaven were his offsprings. They could also guess that the great Emperor's grave that was the mysterious world was the Jade Heaven's ancestor. It was because of this understanding that the strong cultivators from the East Sea Dragon Palace paid particular attention to those from Jade Heaven. Back when Duan Wuya said the word Jade, they immediately thought of the Jade Emperor. Even though they hadn't correctly guessed what Duan Wuya meant to say, they at least knew that the Emperor's grave was discovered and the one who had killed Duan Wuya was called Lin Feng. That Lin Feng had obtained one of the Jade Emperor's treasures. The one who was killed was a Xian-level cultivator and was the Purple Golden Dragon King's disciple. He came back to the Dragon Palace, but the others, including the Tian-level cultivators, haven't. Qing Mu said to others, which made them frown. Something terrible has happened. They were guessing the situation, The emperor's grave had appeared and something terrible probably happened afterwards. They wanted to know what happened. Were they still hunting treasures? Why were their soul jewels still intact? It meant that they were still alive, but maybe they were stuck in the emperor's palace. Qing Mu continued to say, "Chase him. If we capture him, we can understand the whole story. Indeed, we have to catch him." Their eyes turned to the retreating Lin Feng. Very quickly, many people from the East Sea Dragon Palace rose up in the air. A terrifying qi was floating around them. There were many Tian-level cultivators amongst those people. At the same time, others from inside the East Sea Dragon Palace began investigating Lin Feng. They wanted to know everything about him. The rock had been injured by Qing Mu, but it could still fly. Its wings were bleeding profusely and it was losing altitude. "Get back into the tower and have a rest so that you can heal," Lin Feng told the rock. He put the rock back in the tower and flew himself. He soon landed on the ground in the middle of the East Sea Empire and walked into the middle of the crowd. The economy in average-quality empires was booming, so there were people everywhere. In East Sea, the East Sea Dragon Palace was almost like a holy grounds. It was like the Lake Tianqi of the Tianqi Empire, but Lin Feng didn't feel like admiring the East Sea Empire. Even though he was in the middle of the crowd, he was still moving at full speed. He had to leave the East Sea Empire as soon as possible. Lin Feng changed his qi and put his hand on his face. In a flash, Lin Feng completely changed and turned into another person. He looked a bit yellow as if he were sick. It was precisely the mask he had obtained from the old man back then. It didn't take long before a monstrously powerful qi was flying above Lin Feng's head. Those people were quick. It might not be that easy to leave the empire. The only thing Lin Feng could cherish was that Duan Wuya hadn't had the time to say anything before his death. People just thought that he had obtained one of the Jade Emperor's treasures. If Duan Wuya had managed to say that Lin Feng obtained the Emperor's entire palace, the consequences would have been absolutely terrifying. The Zun cultivators of the East Sea Dragon Palace would have come out to kill him. The people in the sky kept turning around in the sky as they inspected the ground. Lin Feng had decided to walk slower, just like the other normal people. He was walking normally and sometimes glanced at the people in the sky, looking surprised as if he didn't know what was going on. However, Lin Feng soon became worried. Those people weren't flying around anymore. Instead, they were staring at the ground from the sky as if they were sure that Lin Feng had landed. If he hadn't put the mask on, they would have found him already. In fact, it was really that way. They could sense the qi that Qing Mu left, but it was extremely weak. However, it was enough for them to know that Lin Feng had landed. The only problem was that they couldn't recognize him. The rock has disappeared and we can't see Lin Feng anywhere. He's probably using a special trick. A Tian-level cultivator suggested after pondering for a moment. Qing Mu's qi was still there yet weak, which meant that either Lin Feng or the rock was in the middle of the crowd. Maybe the Tian-level rock had turned into a human being. "Everybody disperse." An ice-cold voice rang suddenly. A heavy pressure invaded the crowd, surprising most everyone. The strong cultivators of the East Sea Dragon Palace were extremely brutal. Nobody dared to offend or disobey them. It didn't take long before people started dispersing. There were many people, so things were a little chaotic. The strong cultivators were sensing the qi move around when one of them pointed to a direction and said, "There, chase that person. The qi comes from over there. Everybody stop walking." That person yelled extremely loudly, making the entire atmosphere shake. "Everybody, escape. The East Sea Dragon Palace people are going to kill us." Someone shouted and everybody started panicking. "Die!" A furious voice in the sky shouted. Immediately after, a hand bombarded the atmosphere and crashed on a few people, killing them. That made the crowd panic even more. The leader of the group, a Tian-level cultivator, pulled a long face. Things were getting too chaotic. In such circumstances, it would be too difficult to find Lin Feng. The group landed on the ground and dispersed. The Tian-level cultivators all moved in the direction that they last felt the energy. They frowned and walked in another direction. They came across a wall but didn't see anyone. On the other side of the wall, there was a person sitting on the ground. They looked like a homeless person. Have you seen anyone walk around here?" A Tian-level cultivator asked while staring at that person on the ground. They raised their head. Their face was yellow and sickly. Their chi was also extremely weak. "I saw someone pass by," the sick-looking person said. The Tian-level cultivator gazed into the distance to a grave and took a few steps, but stopped again. There was a problem. He was walking away, but Qing Mu's chi was getting weaker again. An idea suddenly hit him. He turned around and sharp lights were flashing in his eyes. He decided to walk back to that sick-looking person. However, he only saw a silhouette land in front of him which had a terrifying energy. There was a terrifying black hand which aimed for his head. "You!" shouted the Tian-level cultivator furiously while blocking the attack with his forearm. But when the hand reached his arm was cut off and the hand crashed onto his head. The deadly energy spread through his entire body and corroded his body. He then turned into nihility. He had been unable to block the attack. That silhouette was none other than Lin Feng, and he was able to kill the Tian-level cultivator in the blink of an eye thanks to his windwalk agility technique. Afterwards, he moved back to the other side of the wall. Boom, boom! A terrifying chi invaded the entire atmosphere. More people were breaking down the wall and running in that direction. However, when they arrived on the other side of the wall, they found no one, not even leftover chi. Everybody there was walking normally or rushing to do their own things. The group of strong cultivators were confused. Not everybody could sense Qing Mu's chi. In that group of people, the only one who could sense Qing Mu's chi was the Tian-level cultivator who Lin Feng had just been killed. A silhouette was riding a blue wave in the air. He was wearing a dragon robe. They stood above the East Sea looking indifferent. The waves under their feet were moving with the wind. There were a number of people around him, all wearing dragon robes but of different colors. They looked dignified and majestic in their own way. Their chi was great like that of heroes. Surprisingly, apart from the purple golden dragon king, there were two other dragon kings including Qing Mu. Between those three dragons kings, Qing Mu had the lowest status. The others were the Zun dragon cultivators and the ruler of the main central dragon palace. That palace was found in the middle of the other four, the dragon ruler. The dragon ruler had heard that someone had obtained one of the Jade Emperor's treasures and was extremely interested. At such a high level, he dreamt of becoming a real emperor. He hoped that he would one day rule over the continent and become one of the emperors of the continent. Then the Ganyu region would just be a tiny territory in his eyes. The Jade Emperor's treasures inevitably contained imperial chi which would prove helpful to him. Even though he was the dragon ruler, he admired the emperor. In the eyes of real emperors, everyone else was insignificant. Of course, back then, the demoniac emperor was an exception. He had the power to crush the Jade Emperor and terrify everyone else in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Qing Mu, have the cultivators from the four dragon palaces left already? Asked the dragon ruler while looking at Qing Mu. He slightly bowed and replied respectfully, "Dragon ruler, they have already left and are looking for Lin Feng. They will capture him alive." "Okay," the dragon ruler said while nodding, and then added, "Remember, nobody can know about the treasure. Everybody who already knows has to keep their mouth shut. And you guys can't chase him yourself, otherwise, it will arise suspicion." "We understand," said Qing Mu and the others. They had to remain calm and detached at this crucial moment. They had to stay quiet about Lin Feng's secret. The Emperor's treasures had to be acquired by the East Sea Dragon Palace. They couldn't let the other influential groups know about the treasure. Otherwise, a great war would start. Capturing Lin Feng would be even harder if other people knew about it. It was because of this that the people of the East Sea Dragon Palace were being overcautious and discreet. They weren't too worried. They had sent the four dragon generals who were the second strongest cultivators in the region, right after the dragon kings. Besides, they had also taken the four dragon kings' beasts along. They were cultivators who had reached the top of the Xianxia layer and possessed incredible Tian-level beasts with them. Lin Feng would never be able to escape them. Lin Feng wasn't showing himself because he knew that the people from the East Sea Dragon Palace were everywhere in the Empire and were looking for him. He hadn't flown in the sky since putting away the rock. Now he could only rely on his wind, intent to run faster. He didn't dare stop for even a second. Surrounded by all these strong cultivators from the East Sea Dragon Palace, the situation was very dangerous for him. After half a day, Lin Feng managed to leave the East Sea Empire and arrived in a vast jungle. But he couldn't stop to rest yet. Roar! In the horizon, a wild beast roared and a terrifying chi could be felt. Lin Feng was startled and pulled a long face. Lin Feng ran towards a dense shrubbery and buried himself inside. He could sense the bestial chi getting closer. His eyes turned dark and the world around him became gray. Roar! Roars kept spreading as crackling sounds could now be heard. Pieces of wood on the ground broke not far from the shrubbery where Lin Feng was hiding. A cruel and ferocious-looking flood dragon appeared. It was walking slowly and the chi it exhaled was scary. A cultivator wearing a dragon robe was riding the dragon. They were probably from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Shit! Here they are again! Cursed Lin Feng. That beast or even the cultivator on its back might be able to sense his chi. Lin Feng could see everything in his head and could see that the one riding the flood dragon held a dragon spear. They were slowly walking towards him. Lin Feng felt nervous. He had to prepare for the worst. He couldn't use the Jade Emperor's palace unless he was sure he could imprison his opponent and had to make sure nobody was in the surroundings. Otherwise they would see it and he would have to resort to one of his most terrifying methods and turn into a demon again. PSSHHHHH. In the distance, the strong cultivator heard a sound and abruptly turned around, jumped off the dragon and started running at full speed. His clothes were fluttering furiously in the wind. The beast looked at the shrubbery for a second and then turned around and followed the strong cultivator as well. Lin Feng used the opportunity to retreat. The strong cultivator was terrified by that sound. He didn't seem prepared. Lin Feng was running at full speed and soon left the jungle. He arrived on a big road and was a village not far away. There were horses and a group of people on the road leading to the city. It looked like a wedding ceremony. Eh? At that moment, Lin Feng looked in the sky and saw a black duck getting closer. It was a flood dragon with a silhouette wearing a dragon robe again. Incense. Lin Feng glanced at the wedding ceremony, jumped forwards and became on with the wind. He released wind intent which turned into a sharp and strong wing. The people at the wedding ceremony narrowed their eyes because of the wind. The wind quickly stopped and they continued walking. What a strange wind, those people thought. They hadn't realized what happened before their very eyes. At that moment, in the sedan chair carrying the bride, someone else had appeared. Lin Feng. Lin Feng put his hand on the bride's mouth and said, "Don't make any sounds. I'll only stay here for a few seconds." The beautiful bride nodded and Lin Feng removed his hands from her mouth. That woman looked quick-witted, pure and innocent. Even though it was her wedding ceremony, she wasn't smiling. It was actually the opposite. She had tears in her eyes. Was she being forced to get married? The woman looked at Lin Feng but said nothing. She smelt really good, which made Lin Feng feel comfortable. It was precisely when he smelt her perfume. Lin Feng stood up. He hoped that her odor would cover his own and that the enemies wouldn't find him. "Everybody stop!" someone shouted outside. Lin Feng suddenly looked panicked and stopped breathing. The woman looked at Lin Feng and her eyes twinkled as if she had understood something. The furious dragon general outside was staring at the sedan chair and slowly walked towards it. Nobody dared stop him when they sensed his incredible chi. The dragon general arrived next to the sedan chair and opened the curtains. He looked inside and saw a beautiful and slim woman wearing wedding clothes. She was looking at him very curiously yet a little bit nervous. The dragon general moved his hand away from the curtains and turned around. He walked towards his flood dragon and jumped up into the sky again. Then he disappeared in the horizon. "You can come out," the woman said after the dragon general left. She was blushing. Lin Feng came out from the backside of her red wedding dress and stood up. "Thank you so much," said Lin Feng shyly. Normally he wouldn't put someone in that situation, but given the circumstances, he had had no choice. If the dragon general found him, he might have died. Lin Feng started to leave the sedan chair, but the woman grabbed his arm. "You offended people from the East Sea Dragon Palace? Yet you still dare go out?" Lin Feng looked at her and said, "You know them. Of course, they rule over the East Sea Empire. Everybody worships them in the region. The woman said, sounding rather flattering, yet her tone of speech sounded strange. Although you say that everybody worships them in the region, from the way you say it, I have the impression that you don't fear them at all. Perhaps you don't like them at all, whispered Lin Feng. The woman looked at Lin Feng. Her lips shook, but she remained silent. Then she said, they reign over this territory as well. Nobody dares offend them here. You are very brave. Now that you have offended them, you should stay here. If you leave, someone will find you. You should wait until we arrive in the village to run away. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled as he nodded back to her. He was very lucky this time. He avoided a catastrophe twice already, and now he found someone who was willing to hide him. Lin Feng and the woman talked for a while. He learned why the woman didn't revere the people from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Apparently, she was from another village not far from this one and was being forced to get married. Those who had forced her family to accept the wedding had to because of their influence. One of their village members had joined the East Sea Dragon Palace and used that influence to bolster his entire village. Now they were tyrannizing everyone in the neighboring villages. Lin Feng heaved a long sigh. No matter where he went, people with power and influence always bullied the weak. If I help you solve that issue, will someone try to exact revenge? Lin Feng asked. It would be useless. The one who wants to force my marriage is the East Sea Dragon Palace member's elder brother. So the younger brother will come to the wedding in person too. I've heard that he is extremely strong and has reached the top of the Xianxia layer. In that village, nobody can challenge him. The woman sounded depressed while shaking her head and smiling wryly. Lin Feng remained silent. After a short time, the crowd arrived in the village. Lin Feng sensed the surroundings and noticed that there were several people from the East Sea Dragon Palace. They were walking around the village as if they knew to look for Lin Feng. The bridal party arrived outside a gigantic manor, where several people were waiting to welcome the bride. There were others to side who looked proud wearing their dragon robes. Someone opened the door of the sedan chair and the bride walked out. One of the East Sea Dragon Palace disciples looked at her face and nodded. She was beautiful enough for his fellow disciple. Bro, you have good tastes, a young man said to another one before adding, you should help me find a girl too. Your cultivation is more important, the young man replied while shaking his head. The elder brother replied, you're right. We are brothers, so there is no competition between you and I. Then he looked at the woman and shouted, hurry up and go see your uncle. The girl looked at him and said, you two are brothers, so if you marry me, he will be my brother-in-law. We should have been introduced by now. Shut the hell up, shouted the young man furiously while walking towards her. He immediately slapped her face, making her mouth bleed. He said, you have guts. My brother is a disciple of the East Sea Dragon Palace. You are already lucky to see him. On top of that, you dare disrespect him. Go and greet your uncle. People around them were laughing. They didn't think this was rude. Being a member of the East Sea Dragon Palace was something to be proud of. The woman looked at her future husband and smiled coldly while shouting, do you want a wife or a slave girl? Eh? The man remained silent. He was getting annoyed. If she hadn't been beautiful, he would have never wanted to marry her. I am accepting you as my wife. That should be an honor for you. Don't act shameless now or else you will regret it during our honeymoon. The man replied coldly, but the woman looked just as angry as before. The proud-looking young man was surprised to see these people. He suddenly lost his arrogance and bowed in front of them saying, hello teachers. Teachers. The crowd was astonished. Those people must be core disciples of the East Sea Dragon Palace. They had an extremely high social status. The groom didn't think that his wedding would attract so many strong cultivators from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Now he was a bit scared. You can continue what you're doing, one of them said indifferently. It seemed like they hadn't come to appreciate his wedding. They stared at the sedan chair and the people around it. It seemed like they were looking for something. Several people surrounded the chair. The groom nodded and looked at the bride again. He then shouted furiously, these are strong cultivators from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Hurry up and greet them with respect. Moron. said the girl. The man was astonished. He raised his hand and got ready to hit her. Don't! Someone in the background said angrily. The man's hand stopped as he saw a young man approach him. Who are you and who allowed you to open your mouth? The man said, irritated, while walking towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't say anything. The man arrived in front of him and raised his hand. However, a hand then moved with incredible speed and knocked the groom away. And you little coward! Who allowed you to get married? Lin Feng mocked. The woman was silent as she stared at Lin Feng motionlessly. The groom picked himself up and walked towards Lin Feng, saying, Don't you know who I am? You? Said Lin Feng mockingly. Lin Feng raised his hand while the disciple smiled in a cold way. Lin Feng then released some terrifying qi that reached the very top of the Xianxia layer. The woman's face completely changed. She wanted to shout at him and warn him but wasn't quick enough. He raised his arm to block Lin Feng's attack, but the cracking sound of broken bones was heard. His arm had been crushed and he was blown away from the attack. Everybody's hearts were pounding violently. Who was that guy? The bride was stunned. She was under the impression that Lin Feng was a villager or something like that who had offended the East Sea Dragon Palace. She would have never thought that Lin Feng was so strong. A genius. You mean a piece of dog shit, cursed Lin Feng. A few silhouettes flickered. The proud-looking young man and some others appeared in front of him. They were staring at him coldly as they said, You dare attack people from the East Sea Dragon Palace? Is the East Sea Dragon Palace all that great? I have killed so many of them already. But of course, I wouldn't mind killing some more. Lin Feng then punched again. This time, rumbling sounds could be heard everywhere as his attack oppressed everyone. Their faces were quickly filled with regret, but they didn't have time to do anything as they died instantly. Fire emerged from Lin Feng's body as he stomped the ground. The groom, his friends and family members behind him were lit on fire. That particular fire couldn't be put out. It wasn't long before they were reduced to ashes. How scary, thought some people, speechless. Who was he? He was totally mad. The cultivators in the sky were watching the scene but didn't try to stop him. They were calmly observing the people burning to death. Lin Feng then suddenly rose up in the air looking quite conceited. He then shouted furiously, Is the East Sea Dragon Palace so great? Look at how many people they sent to kill me. Then Lin Feng turned into a sword light and cut through all the spectating cultivators. After, Lin Feng disappeared into the horizon. Chase him. A few silhouettes flickered. They were all members of the East Sea Dragon Palace and recognized that Lin Feng. The girl was stunned as she watched the silhouette disappear into the horizon. She would never forget that moment. Who is he? He is so strong that he can kill so many strong cultivators from the East Sea Dragon Palace, whispered the woman. She couldn't understand what just happened. The young man who had hidden with her in the sedan chair was actually so strong. More and more strong cultivators were appearing. Lin Feng, with his wind agility technique, could move with incredible speeds. Xian-level cultivators couldn't keep up with him. Those who were chasing Lin Feng had to all be Tian-level cultivators. You cannot escape, someone declared coldly in front of Lin Feng. The man was a dragon general holding a dragon spear. He was sitting on a flood dragon, blocking Lin Feng's path. Lin Feng was sure that he was a strong cultivator of the Tian Qi layer because his qi was too powerful. Lin Feng couldn't fight him on his own. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and his animal tower appeared. In a flash, a few terrifying Tian-level ferocious beasts appeared. Attack, Lin Feng said with a cold voice. He decided to sit on the rock which had already recovered a lot from its injuries. Ruhar, the violent bear, attacked with its paws. Its steps made the entire atmosphere tremble. The dragon general looked down at the bear and then his silhouette flickered. His spear was like a flying dragon. A terrifying whirlwind appeared as he released some energies. Boom! The bear retaliated by throwing its paw at the dragon's spear. However, its strength was destroyed by the whirlwind. Crackling sounds spread in the air as the dragon's spear penetrated the bear's claw. Apparently, it was a very powerful attack. Roar! The bear roared violently as it pulled back its paw. If it wasn't for that dragon's spear, the bear might have had a chance. Now the flood dragon was about to devour the bear's paw. Crrrr. Arrrr. The dragon threw himself at the bear as it spat out poison. The dragon's spear streaked across the sky as well. Lin Feng wasn't happy. He didn't want to fight against the dragon general right now. His beasts couldn't even stop him, they might all die there. Lin Feng slowly walked towards the dragon general and released demoniac lights. Die! Lin Feng said only one word. The dragon flood roared insanely as its gigantic body wrapped around the dragon general. Lin Feng released a terrifyingly oppressive and demoniac energy which surprised the general. He redirected his assault at Lin Feng. Lin Feng took another step forwards and released an infinite amount of sword energy. It contained level 7 sword intent and formed a gigantic sword. However, the spear defended and Lin Feng's sword was destroyed. The level difference between Lin Feng and the general was too great. However, Lin Feng didn't flinch. He moved forwards and raised his hands. A terrifying corrosive strength emerged from them. "You're too weak, you're far from being able to compete with me," the dragon general said. His entire body was surrounded by spear energies, which were so powerful that Lin Feng's beasts couldn't get near him. "Grab him with your claws," Lin Feng ordered furiously while releasing a terrifying amount of demon energy. A gigantic black plate appeared above him. The energy it contained was extremely oppressive. A few letters were carved on it. It was a demon seal plate. Boom, boom, boom. The demon seal plate rose up into the sky and the sky turned dark. The dragon general felt pressured by the plate. The demon sealing plate was an extraordinary item. Crrrr. Rrrr. The demon sword emerged and emitted terrifying whistling sounds. This time, it didn't contain Lin Feng's intent. Instead, it left Lin Feng and flew away. It streaked across the sky and seemingly ran away. The pressure terrified the general. The oppressive energy was unbearable. He could only watch as Lin Feng jumped at him with a terrifying hand containing a corrosive energy. The hand crashed onto the dragon general's head, and the general quickly died. "Ah!" The flood dragon behind him raised its head to the sky and roared violently. That beast belonged to a dragon king, and it could despise the world with its strength. It wasn't participating in the battle between the dragon general and Lin Feng, but as the dragon general was about to die, it released a terrifying storm. Those generals were very strong. In order to kill them, Lin Feng had to resort to the demon seal plate. Such a vast battle would definitely attract the other generals from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Lin Feng couldn't afford to linger there any longer. The Flood Dragons and the members of the East Sea Dragon Palace feared Lin Feng too, so they wouldn't chase him alone. After a little while, Lin Feng arrived in a vast place. It was probably an international territory not belonging to anyone in particular. Lin Feng's was thinking about his demon sword. He had taken a risk and deployed it in order to protect himself from the dragon general. He used intent to counter the corrosive effects of the demon sword, however, it seemed like he missed something. This time, the sword didn't attack his determination. Instead, it decided to leave on its own. Lin Feng gazed into the distance. It had been a long time since he last used the demon sword. You could say they had an intimate relation. Even though the demon sword was dangerous, it was also a precious treasure. At that moment, the demon sword was peacefully lying down in an absolutely silent valley. There was terrifying bestial chi swamping the grounds. The sword was on the ground, calm and twinkling. It held some sharp chi, but it didn't look demoniac at all. If Lin Feng had been able to see that, he would have been speechless. Next to the demon sword was a huge cliff with a stone plate near the edge. It contained a terrifying strength that could oppress anything, including the demon sword. On that gigantic plate, there were gigantic black letters which contained an infinite amount of strength. Everything now and then the demon swords would become agitated. However, when that happened, the letters on the stone plate twinkled and the demon chi immediately disappeared. After 2 hours, Lin Feng frowned. He could sense the energy from the demon sword but didn't know how far it was from him. He had been riding his rock for 2 hours but hadn't found anything. How many hours could he spend looking for the sword? The direction he was heading was desolate and isolated. There was no trace of human civilization and it was extremely calm. If the dragon generals found him there, he wouldn't be able to hide. It was good news that the sword didn't attack his determination this time. Perhaps he wouldn't need to seal it anymore. It was also the first time that Lin Feng was really able to kill Tian-level cultivators. Even though he had only reached the very top of the Xianxia layer, he could now kill Tian cultivators at higher levels. It should be mentioned that the dragon general underestimated him and hadn't been so cautious. If he had taken Lin Feng seriously from the beginning, he probably would have killed Lin Feng. Therefore, no matter what, Lin Feng had to get his demon sword back. Even though his demon sword had a terrifying temperament, Lin Feng depended on it. After a long time, he gazed into the distance and found nothing at all. However, Lin Feng continued moving forwards. It wasn't long before he was stopped. In front of him was the silhouette of a dragon general holding spear in the sky. He looked cold as he released some chi at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with murderous intentions. "I'll never manage to escape," thought Lin Feng. "What treasure did you use to kill the purple golden dragon general?" That dragon general was upset. "Let's fight and you'll see," Lin Feng retorted. The dragon general groaned coldly as his spear started shaking. In a flash, a whirlwind appeared and a sand tornado started. It quickly turned into a pure chi-swallowing black cave. "This time you won't be so lucky," the dragon general said while jumping forwards. Lin Feng had the impression that the wind consisted of razor blades which were aiming to cut him apart. Wind intent. Cut. The rock flew backwards. Lin Feng took out his demon seal plate to block the wind. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as the whirlwinds were stopped by the demon seal plate. "No wonder you were able to kill the purple golden dragon king. You have such nice treasures," said the dragon general who recognized the demon seal plate. He then jumped forwards and was again surrounded by a hurricane. That incredible wind passed over the demon seal plate and continued on towards Lin Feng. "Come back!" Lin Feng shouted furiously. The demon seal plate began to turn around, but the wind had already arrived in front of Lin Feng, so he couldn't block it with the tablet this time. Boom! A terrifying and majestic chi appeared suddenly. Imperial chi dashed to the skies. There were millions of rays of light. However, it disappeared just as fast as it came and the dragon general was immediately blown away. At that moment, a gigantic strength appeared above his head. The dragon general raised his head and saw a small heart in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng threw it in the air and rumbling sounds could be heard. The atmosphere was trembling and the dragon general trembled while staring at the gigantic palace above his head. What was that? Lin Feng could control a palace? Boom, boom, boom. The palace crashed on the dragon general's body and stunned him. However, the gigantic palace quickly disappeared again. Lin Feng arrived above him in the sky, still holding his demon seal plate. The plate contained a terrifying oppressive strength. It seemed like the atmosphere had frozen around it. Boom! Lin Feng's attacks were coming one after the other, overwhelming the dragon general. The oppressive strength made the dragon general wake up. He didn't have the time to react though as a gigantic hand containing deadly energies destroyed the atmosphere and a horrible shriek spread in the air. The dragon general's head was crushed but his body was still moving. However, the residual corrosive power of the deadly energies reduced him to ashes. That guy excelled at using speed. He had managed to move faster than me, so I had to use the palace. Now the chi of the palace is going to attract other people. I must find the demon sword as soon as possible, thought Lin Feng. Because the guy had come alone, Lin Feng was willing to continue taking risks. Without the palace, he wouldn't survive this bout. The rock was creating whirlwinds around itself. Lin Feng jumped on its back and they continued moving forward. As expected, shortly after they left, the two dragon generals and their flood dragons appeared, but Lin Feng was nowhere to be found. General Fengsha was killed as well. There is a strong imperial chi left here. Maybe that Lin Feng is using the Jade Emperor's treasure. Let's chase him, but let's be very careful. One of them decided. They then continued moving forwards and chased Lin Feng. Flood dragons were extremely powerful and their speed was terrifying. They were faster than Lin Feng's rock because their level was higher. In front of Lin Feng was the boundless and flat area, in the middle of which was a valley. That valley contained dead qi and roars were coming from it. Lin Feng stopped in the air and stared down at it. The demon sword qi was emanating from the valley. "Let's go," said Lin Feng, and the rock continued. After a short moment, they were in the middle of the valley and Lin Feng came across a tablet. Death was written on that tablet. Lin Feng moved his hand and made the grass covering some of the tablet move aside. Another word appeared on the tablet and Lin Feng could see the whole text. Death Valley. Lin Feng had arrived in the Death Valley. He had already heard that name in the past. Junemo she had mentioned it in the past. Before going to the mysterious world, Junemo she told Lin Feng that there was a gigantic demon seal plate inside Death Valley. Nobody dared to go into the Death Valley because they would probably die. However, the demon sword had ran there so Lin Feng could only follow it. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng turned his head and saw 4 flood dragons and 2 dragon generals on his tail. Their qi was emitting rumbling sounds. However, they were far away and had stopped outside Death Valley. They wouldn't get closer and remained silent. Lin Feng had entered the Death Valley. That wasn't good. Did he want to die? In Ganyu, the Death Valley was considered very dangerous and a forbidden territory. Nobody went there because too many extremely strong cultivators had gone there in the past to see the Demon of Legends, but none of them ever came back. The Dragon General slowly inched closer to Lin Feng and said, "If you enter the Death Valley, you're going to die. Lin Feng, give the treasure you found in the mysterious world and perhaps we can be friends. We would let you live." "Do you think I believe you?" Lin Feng said, smiling coldly. If he gave the palace to the enemies, they would immediately kill him for the same reason he killed Duan Wuya, to shut him up. They couldn't have anyone else knowing about that grand treasure. "You have no choice anyways, but don't worry, we will let you live. We will cripple your cultivation however." The other one said slowly, "I admire you guys. You fear that I'm going to go deeper into the Death Valley, but you still look so calm and indifferent," said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He had the Jade Emperor's treasure, and those two were afraid that Lin Feng would take it into the Death Valley. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped and talked to him, they would have fought immediately. "If you enter the Death Valley, you're going to be killed by demons," said one dragon general while smiling coldly before adding, "The demons in the Death Valley are terrifying. They can eat souls and control human beings, making their bodies become their own. At least, nobody really knows what's inside the Death Valley. Could be that everyone is still alive but not willing to leave. I must have hope though, because if I don't go inside, I will die by your hands." Whatever the enemies said, Lin Feng remained calm and indifferent. He couldn't act chaotically. "What do you want to do?" asked one of the dragon generals. "Move back a few kilometers and I will feel safer. Then I will leave and you will continue chasing me," Lin Feng offered with a resplendent smile on his face. If they moved back a few kilometers, he would have time to react. The problem was still the demon sword. What could he do about it? If he didn't enter the Death Valley, he would lose the demon sword. "Dream on," said one dragon general furiously. If they moved back a few kilometers, they wouldn't be able to see Lin Feng anymore. "If I enter the Death Valley, will I still be able to give you the treasure?" Lin Feng replied, and the others remained silent. If Lin Feng entered the Death Valley, the treasure would become useless. The most annoying part was that the East Sea Dragon Palace people had already been seen in many places. On top of that, many people had died from Lin Feng's hands. They couldn't face the dragon ruler and the other higher-ups without bringing back something. "Okay, I accept," the other dragon general said. He glanced at the other general and they said nothing more. They slowly moved backwards. They didn't want to make Lin Feng feel too nervous. The 4 dragons were following them as well. Bzzzzz. In the distance, a terrifying storm appeared around Lin Feng. Sand was floating around in the air, preventing Lin Feng from opening his eyes. Boom! Lin Feng used his power to sense the surroundings and saw a terrifying storm containing a terrifying explosive power and pressure. "Go!" Lin Feng ordered the rock, putting it away and running into the depths of the Death Valley. Boom, boom! A terrifying deadly energy crashed where Lin Feng had been a moment before. If Lin Feng had still been there, he would have died. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough, but he could still sense the deadly energy lingering in the air. He then continued moving towards the depths of the Death Valley. Someone appeared at the entrance of the Death Valley. He could move with incalculable speeds. He was wearing a beautiful and majestic robe, and his chi was incredibly strong. It was one of the Dragon Kings. The strong cultivators from the East Sea Dragon Palace were not feeling comfortable in front of him at that moment. He wanted to kill Lin Feng and take his treasure, but he hadn't thought that Lin Feng would notice and evade into the Death Valley. Now he was pulling a long face. He had failed. Even in the antiquity, many strong cultivators had entered the Death Valley and assumedly died inside. Anyone who entered would never be heard from again. Lin Feng took the treasure along with him inside, so nobody could possess the treasure now. At that moment, Lin Feng was being bombarded by the energies from the plate and ended up deep in the valley. Cough, cough. Lin Feng was injured from the enemy's surprise attack. Whoa! Coming from halfway in the sky, there was a strange bestial sound that terrified Lin Feng. Lin Feng fell down deep inside the depths of the valley, soon sensing a powerful death chi approaching him. Lin Feng was probably going to die. The Death Valley, thought Lin Feng. He had just entered and could already sense the terrifying chi. Finally, Lin Feng landed on the ground. He was suddenly surrounded by many ferocious wild beasts. Their claws were emitting metallic sounds on the ground, and their eyes were twinkling with sharp lights. Their entire bodies looked like sharp blades. People die but not animals? Thought Lin Feng. Those wild beasts also had death chi surrounding their bodies. They almost looked like the living dead. It seems like the dead can live in this valley, thought Lin Feng. No matter, he was determined not to die in the Death Valley. Those beasts were all staring at Lin Feng like he was food. Their death chi was extremely thick. Lin Feng condensed his own pure chi, but he couldn't move fast enough as a powerful death chi crashed onto his body. Lin Feng thought about it quickly and realized that condensing pure chi would open the doors for death chi to penetrate a cultivator's body. The cultivator's bane. Lin Feng seemed to understand why everyone died here. Cultivators could only rely on their physical body and strength, which usually was underdeveloped. Sirrrr. A ferocious beast threw itself at Lin Feng. Lin Feng tested whether he could use the strength of the Harukas and found that he could. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked delighted. His hand turned into a gigantic hand and assaulted the beast. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as the beast was propelled away. Lin Feng's hand felt numb after the exchange. Why was its body that hard? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and stared at the beast. His body looked like steel, just like Lin Feng's body did after using the Haruka skill. Arrrrrrr. The beast roared in a low voice as it stared back at Lin Feng. Its four paws stomped on the ground and it jumped towards Lin Feng. All the beasts around him were releasing death chi as well. Lin Feng felt extremely uncomfortable, like he was suffocating from their strength. Crrrrrr. Rrrrrr. Many beasts threw themselves at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes turned black like those of a demon. He made the strength of the Harukas rotate at its maximum potential. Go away! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He started punching in every direction. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as the strength of the Haruka was rolling in waves. Boom, boom! The strength of the Haruka crashed on their bodies and propelled them all backwards. However, the more terrifying beasts got up again. Their bodies seemed indestructible. Those beasts were way too strong. He looked at the beasts and they looked back at him in a cruel way. Lin Feng cursed out loud as he released his demon seal plate. Now a terrifying and oppressive chi emerged. The beasts looked terrified and emitted cries of alarm when they sensed that oppressive energy. All of them ran away. What a strange valley, whispered Lin Feng. Those beasts were all Shen-level beasts, and on top of that, they were not high-level Shen beasts. Even so, it was impossible to kill them with his physical strength. It could be that the legends were true. If those beasts have a demoniac soul, then it would explain why they fear the demon seal plate, thought Lin Feng while gazing into the distance. He could sense the demon sword's energies the closer he got the center of the valley. Lin Feng was walking with difficulty towards the depths of the valley because of the oppressive void. Void that was death. There were many ferocious beasts in the valley, and they all possessed death qi. Lin Feng's lungs burned from breathing in the death qi. Lin Feng was dying slowly. Because he wanted to avoid further trouble, he took back out his demon seal plate to repel the ferocious beasts. Lin Feng was walking when suddenly a wind picked up and a black silhouette appeared in the sky. Lin Feng raised his head and became afraid. There were crows everywhere, so much so that he couldn't even see the sky anymore. Their death qi entered Lin Feng's body and he turned black. Now he was dying even faster. The death qi from the millions of crows was incredibly oppressive. Lin Feng could understand why it was so difficult to survive the valley while only relying on pure qi. Using pure qi just accelerated the process. Lin Feng turned into a Buddha Shakyamuni and diffused magnificent golden lights all around. He looked pure and omniscient. The death qi was quickly banished and Lin Feng could inhale a little bit of fresh air. However, the Buddha's lights seemed to enrage the death qi, which turned into a hurricane and began to erode the Buddha's lights. Lin Feng continued to rotate the strength of the Harukas. At the same time, he continued running deeper into the valley. The crows above him didn't intend to let him off. They all followed him deeper inside. Lin Feng was getting desperate as he pulled out the Jade Emperor's heart. He threw it in the air and a terrifying imperial qi invaded the atmosphere, blocking the crows. Lin Feng hid under the palace while he ran forwards. Bones were becoming more common the deeper he went inside. Those cultivators were probably eaten by the ferocious beasts. Lin Feng was controlling the Jade Emperor's palace with his left hand and the demon seal plate with his right. Lin Feng was pulling out all the stops this time. I'm very near. Lin Feng could sense his sword. He continued moving forwards as a terrifying demon qi became palpable. It seemed like the pressure was becoming too intense for the Jade Emperor's palace to handle. Lin Feng's Buddha lights became darker, as well as the demon seal plate. A peak could be seen in front of Lin Feng. That peak was actually a huge stone plate, as large as a mountain. Seal. Lin Feng stopped in his tracks and read the word seal on the tablet. That tablet seemed like it could seal anything, and it contained an infinite explosive power. Besides, in front of that huge stone was a sword. It was gigantic. It was the demon sword. Demon seal plate, whispered Lin Feng. It was the real demon seal stone. It was infinitely more powerful than the small one he had, and it contained a terrifying power to match its size. The legends were right. There is a demon seal tablet in the valley, thought Lin Feng while looking at it. Could oppress incredible evil energies. There seemed to be ghosts crying here, as if their souls were filled with infinite rage. Lin Feng frowned, those ghostly sounds unbearable. In the antiquity, the demon seal tablet was a gigantic stone. At some point, it broke into several pieces. Lin Feng had only obtained a small piece previously. Death and life, souls, everything turns into void eventually. Nothing can change this in this world. A voice rang inside Lin Feng's head. It was a pleasant voice, and Lin Feng suddenly felt very comfortable. Then the atmosphere became calm again. The ghosts stopped crying and the temperature in the valley seemed to become a little bit warmer. At that moment, Lin Feng frowned and looked around. Where did that voice come from? Lin Feng stared at the demon seal stone. Qi kept rolling in waves out from it. Was there someone inside the stone? Who? Shouted Lin Feng. His voice spread to everywhere in the valley. In the legends, nobody could live in the valley. But now someone was speaking to Lin Feng. How many years has it been? I would have never thought that anyone would come to the Death Valley again. How many people have died here? Said the voice again. Lin Feng frowned as he stared at the mountain. That wasn't a hallucination. The voice really came from the stone. Where are you? Please tell me. Asked Lin Feng while looking at the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Rumbling sounds spread in the air, startling Lin Feng. The ground was cracking as the stone moved. It moved. It was moving rather slowly as the ground continued shaking. The stone was rising higher into the air. Lin Feng ran over to the demon sword, but it was also shaking and emitting buzzing sounds. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at the foot of the mountain. An incredibly oppressive pressure was spreading in the air. Lin Feng suddenly felt like suffocating. His Buddha and his demonic energies couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. The demon seal mountain strength was too great. Dazzling lights were flashing in the air as the terrifying pressure rose. A golden and gentle light appeared. It was a Buddha's light. Lin Feng was astonished. Could it be that the legends were false and that the one controlling that gigantic stone wasn't a demon, but a Buddha? Lin Feng walked towards the stone and looked down into the fissure in the ground. There was a silhouette sitting cross-legged. They looked incredible, majestic, and was surrounded by a dazzling light. Even though there were oppressive energies everywhere, they seemed undisturbed. They looked pure, as if their heart hadn't the slightest iota of hatred, standing aloof from worldly affairs. Buddha! It was a Buddha! Lin Feng was shaking from head to foot. In the Death Valley of all places, where there was an omnipresent death chi, there wasn't a demon but a Buddha, an omniscient Buddha. However, the Buddha's skills seemed to be oppressed by the demon seal mountain. That Buddha had probably been there for thousands of years and yet still looked healthy. Wasn't eternal life a demonic art? Lin Feng had studied the strength of the Haruka and could use real Buddha chi, but that wasn't enough to withstand the Death Valley. Comparatively, that Buddha had probably mastered all the Buddha skills, even if they were oppressed right now. Sir, why is the demon seal stone sealing your powers? Lin Feng asked, confused. The demon seal plate is a demon stone. It uses an incredibly oppressive power. When a Buddha owns it, it can seal a demon's powers. When a demon uses it, it can seal a Buddha's powers. Explained the Buddha in a gentle voice. Indeed, if Buddhas used the stone, they could seal demons' powers and vice versa. It was an incredible weapon, so this actually made sense. Sir, how long have you been here? Asked Lin Feng. His interlocutor shook his head and said slowly, as a Buddha, you can practice cultivation anywhere. You have to pay attention to the place you practice, though. I came here because I can witness the many horrors and suffering of the valley. I can progress every day by processing this scene. I cannot see his cultivation level, thought Lin Feng while trying to sense his interlocutor's cultivation level. The Buddha's voice sounded like mantras and it seemed to influence Lin Feng's emotions. Lin Feng felt a little inferior. Sir, I can help you break the demon seal stone so you can leave. Lin Feng offered to help the saint. That stone contains an incredible demoniac force. The word carved into it bears its soul. With that sword, you may be able to succeed, but I doubt it. The interlocutor calmly explained, obviously referring to the demon sword. At that moment, the sword was calm and silent. Even though it had a strong temper, it seemed to be oppressed inside the Death Valley. Lin Feng grabbed the sword and it shrunk to match his size. It was actually letting Lin Feng control it now without putting up a fight. Lin Feng jumped up in the air and arrived next to the word, seal. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying demon chi invaded the atmosphere and exploded like thunder. Lin Feng rotated the strength of the Haruka and sword chi launched out as well. Lin Feng slowly raised both of his hands and attacked the word, seal. The sword chi crashed onto the word, but the sword chi was quickly oppressed and the word seal started twinkling. Its oppressive power was becoming increasingly heavy. There were terrifying black clouds above Lin Feng's head, as if a storm was about to start. The chi from the demon's sword dashed to the skies as Lin Feng attempted to use even more strength. Boom, boom, boom. Black clouds rolled in waves. The earth and the sky were roaring. However, a sound spread in the air. Although the sword was still there, it didn't look as majestic as a few seconds before. So much so that its chi seemed to disappear. That incredible sword chi disappeared without a trace, as if it never appeared in the first place. Just as his sword was about to reach its target, Lin Feng decided not to attack. He slowly flew down to the ground where the silhouette bathing in Buddha's lights was. The Buddha wasn't surprised as he said, "You should give up. The demon seal stone is way too powerful. Keep up your strength, for danger lurks at every corner here. I sincerely hope that you will get out of here safely." "Do you really mean that?" Lin Feng asked while looking back at the stone. "Of course." the silhouette said, nodding. Okay. Since that's what you want, I will leave now, Lin Feng said while waving at the Buddha. He then turned around and started leaving. Wait, wait! Shouted the Buddha after Lin Feng had already ran 1,000 meters away. Lin Feng turned around and looked at that almighty Buddha. Then, Lin Feng asked, "Is there anything you would like to talk about? Death Valley is a very dangerous place. It is easy to come in but difficult to leave. I have been oppressed here for a very long time, and I've never met anyone who managed to leave Death Valley alive. The fact that you made it here and found me already is a miracle. If you leave, the horrors of the Death Valley will never stop. You should try and break the seal again. If you break it, Death Valley would disappear. If you really can't, then I'll teach you a monstrously powerful skill which should enable you to break it," said the Buddha in majestic way, still bathing in Buddha's lights. "Thank you for your good intentions, but I have to refuse. Even though I am an ordinary person and my powers can't be compared with yours, I wouldn't go as far as to say that I am unable to leave Death Valley. Goodbye." Lin Feng sounded rather self-confident. The Buddha's eyes twinkled for a few seconds, but then he looked normal again. "You only came here to take your treasures back, and now you're leaving. It wouldn't be very kind to leave someone in distress, now would it?" The Buddha sounded a little bit cold. Are those words a Buddha would spout? Lin Feng was smiling coldly now. The interlocutor stared at Lin Feng before saying, "How did you notice? You seemed too impatient. You said Buddhas could practice cultivation anywhere and didn't care about where they were. You said sitting cross-legged here was an opportunity for you to bring peace to all those suffering souls and for you to constantly surpass yourself. When I tried to break the seal stone, you seemed to have forgotten those words and became impatient, thus contradicting yourself. That doesn't mean anything," said that person as calm as before. "Maybe you're right, but it still proves that you are impatient. Therefore, I can see and hear some darkness in you. Buddhas can influence mood. They could drive me to become like them and listen to them. I trust them. If your voice didn't contain that iota of darkness, I would trust you right now, but those strange elements influenced my determination and made me doubt your intentions. At the moment when I attacked the stone, you actually looked so greedy. It was then that you clearly showed your true colors." Lin Feng stopped talking for a few seconds before adding, "What I don't understand is why your Buddha chi is so pure. I can tell that you're not pretending. Considering the fact that you managed to reach such a high cultivation level as a Buddhist cultivator, those dark elements don't make sense." Lin Feng could clearly sense his interlocutor's Buddha chi, and it was absolutely pure. The Buddha's face looked captivating. His voice sounded gentle and pure. Luckily, Lin Feng's determination was strong, and he hadn't obeyed the Buddha. Interesting, said the Buddha while smiling in a strange way. He didn't look as calm and detached as he had before. The Buddha lights disappeared and the Buddha's silhouette became blurry. His silhouette was flickering, sometimes he looked like a Buddha and sometimes like a demon. Golden Buddha lights and darkness kept alternating like the flickering flame of a candle. Finally, a terrifying demon chi appeared. Even though it was oppressed by the demon seal stone, it was still incredible. A terrifying and boundless chi was burning. A demon. It really is a demon. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes while staring at the silhouette in front of him. Since you found out about my secret, I don't need to beat around the bush anymore. Attack the stone and do as I said, break the seal. The demon said in a deep and loud voice. Even though his power was oppressed, he was still monstrously strong and despised most ordinary cultivators. Do you think that I would? Said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. If you don't, I will attack you. In a flash, a terrifying black light rose up in the sky and aimed for Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng unsheathed his sword as rumbling sounds spread in the air. However, his sword couldn't pierce through the black light. The black light looked like a sword made from intent, but it immediately pierced through Lin Feng's head and penetrated into his brain. Lin Feng's head felt like exploding. He released 1,000,000 broken souls and turned them into 1,000,000 indestructible swords. Boom boom explosion sounds were resonating in Lin Feng's brain. His opponent was too strong. What kind of intent was that black light? Luckily, Lin Feng had his broken soul technique which was able to maintain the defensive. Eh? The demon was looking at Lin Feng in a furious way. He felt humiliated. His goal, by aiming at Lin Feng's head, was initially to take control of Lin Feng's body, but he had failed. CRRRR. RRR. The black lights were now devouring Lin Feng's awareness. How could Lin Feng give him this chance? He immediately made the strength of the Haruka and of the Buddha rotate. His myriad of broken souls emitted whistling sounds like a million sharp swords. Boom, 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 boom. His terrifying attack continued to assault Lin Feng, who felt like he was becoming paralyzed. If it was someone else, someone who didn't have a terrifying intent and powerful soul, they would have died. Of course, if the demon seal stone hadn't been there, Lin Feng would have died already. In the blink of an eye, the demon could have, without moving a single finger, taken control over Lin Feng. Very good. I will see how long you can resist, said the demon while groaning coldly. Rumbling sounds continued spreading in the air. Lin Feng's demon sword started shaking violently as a terrifying demonic energy surfaced. Lin Feng could only watch as his awareness was consumed by the demon sword. He was turning into a demon again. Sir, sword chi dashed to the skies. Lin Feng was unable to hold his sword, his treasure, and now his opponent was going to take it. So my sword came here because of you, thought Lin Feng. He actually couldn't control the sword because it was still too strong. So what? Lend me your sword, the demon said coldly. His demon energies were rotating in the atmosphere. The demon sword then rose up in the air and began moving towards the demon seal stone. Piss off, Lin Feng sounded furious as he jumped up into the air while holding his own demon seal stone. Boom, the demon seal stone oppressed the demon sword, which immediately came back to him. Lin Feng jumped in front of the stone. It's not so strong, thought Lin Feng, sensing the strength of the demon sword while sealing its energies. Even though the demon could control the sword with his awareness, the seal stone was constricting his full strength. It seems like you won't be able to break the seal on your own, Lin Feng said. The seal stone was infinitely powerful, and a small piece of that stone was already enough to control the demon sword. Maybe we can make a deal then, said the demon reluctantly. Lin Feng smiled and said, First, give me back my demon sword. Okay, it's no problem because I don't need it, said the demon calmly. Lin Feng grabbed the sword and stabbed it back into his body, sealing it with the stone again. If the sword didn't come out, the demon wouldn't be able to take it. Lin Feng went back to the ground and faced the demon. Even though his strength was oppressed, Lin Feng could still sense some of it. If the demon was freed, he would probably destroy the world. Let's make an exchange, said the demon. What do you want to exchange? Lin Feng asked back. You studied the broken soul skill, which is a part of the wisdom from the 3 lives. I can teach you the real 3 lives skill if you help me break the stone, said the demon. The offer sounded very tempting. The 3 lives skill. The demon surprisingly knew about the 3 lives skill. In the Jade Emperor's hall back in the mysterious world, Lin Feng had studied the 3 lives emperor, and the strength of the Haruka started rotating in his body. Could the strength of the Harukas be related to the 3 lives skill? Who are you? Why would you even know about the 3 lives skill? Lin Feng didn't quite trust the demon. Mwahahaha. The demon started laughing frantically. His entire body was surrounded by an infinity of demon chi. Rumbling sounds were spreading everywhere and the ground started cracking apart. It seemed like everything was going to collapse. The gigantic demon seal mountain began shaking violently. Some cracks started to appear on it as it really looked like it was going to break. Break! Shouted the demon furiously. Rumbling and explosion sounds were booming. Lin Feng ran back quickly as he watched. However, at the last moment, the word seal on the mountain started emitting dazzling lights, and it released oppressive energies which surrounded the demon. He was unable to break the stone beyond that point. The broken quickly repaired themselves now. How terrifying, thought Lin Feng. It seemed like even the great sage equal of heaven wouldn't have been able to destroy that mountain. I wonder who made that stone. Did you see? I almost broke it. You asked me where I learnt the 3 lives skill. I will tell you, Wu Ming the Three Lives Emperor taught it to me, said the demon slowly. The strength of the Haruka was rotating around him. He was a half Buddha and half demon. Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm leaving. Goodbye. After that, Lin Feng turned around and started leaving. Wait. I am not done talking, shouted the demon. It seems like you already know a lot about the Three Lives skill. Maybe you already knew that it was the Three Lives Emperor's skill. One life becomes three. The body can turn into a Buddha, a demon, and a cultivator. All three in one body. I am the demon of the Three Lives skill, so I am extremely familiar with the skill. The demon of the Three Lives skill. Lin Feng stopped and slowly turned around. Maybe he wasn't lying. Because he could share a body with the Buddha, he had learnt how to use Buddha's purity and could use authentic Buddha intent. The real Three Lives demon's power ended here with his power sealed? The Three Lives skill is incredible. You studied the Broken Soul skill, so you must have sensed how incredible it is. Imagine if you practiced the Three Lives skill, you would have three bodies. You would be indestructible. Now, because you will free me, I will teach it to you and you will someday become an emperor. The demon's offer sounded very tempting. But Lin Feng groaned and bit his lips. Don't try to tempt me with your evil intent. Otherwise I'll leave. Hee, no problem. Anyways, imagine it. You're a little nobody right now and you have the opportunity to obtain the Three Lives Emperor's skill book. Why are you still hesitating? Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. He had to ask, we still have to agree on how we will negotiate. If I free you first, you're probably going to kill me. If you give me the book first, I might leave without freeing you. What should we do? I'm the Three Emperors demon. I don't care about your life because you're only an insect to me. Why would I care? If you free me, not only will I teach you the Three Lives skill but other skills as well to express my gratitude. I don't believe you, said Lin Feng while shaking his head. How could he trust a demon? You fooled me with your Buddha Chi once. Then you tried to pollute my intent. Why should I trust you? If I release you, killing me would be simple. Just like you said, I'm an insect in your eyes. You don't believe me still? So even if I give you the book first, will you still not trust me then? Asked the demon. I suppose there are no solutions. Lin Feng said indifferently. Therefore you should trust me, shouted the demon furiously. Okay, then trust me too and give me the book first, said Lin Feng determined. You're really annoying. Okay, I will give you the book, but I will only teach you 1/3 of the skill. If you're happy with it, I will teach you the entire skill. The demon looked happy, almost as if he was still hiding something. I agree. Lin Feng was excited now. The Three Lives skill is incredibly powerful. Contains a myriad of mysteries. I will have to enter your awareness to teach you the skill and carve it in your memories, said the demon. The demon was monstrously strong. He could use his own awareness like a sword and kill people without being seen. Letting him enter his brain was extremely dangerous. If he wanted, he could immediately take control of Lin Feng's body and steal it. Think carefully, the Three Lives skill is monstrously powerful. I can't even describe how powerful it is with words. The demon continued to tempt Lin Feng when he saw that he was hesitating. He didn't look so impatient though, he remained calm now. He was certain that Lin Feng wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Lin Feng didn't reply immediately, instead he slightly frowned. Lin Feng didn't know how strong the demon was. Maybe he had hidden some skills and would be able to kill Lin Feng with one attack. Lin Feng was hesitating, but if what the demon was saying was true, Lin Feng would regret it for the rest of his life. The demon didn't look impatient and wasn't putting pressure on Lin Feng. He was giving him time to think it over. When a cultivator breaks through to the Tianqi layer, they control their own soul. Apart from a stronger soul, they can also attack others' awareness and will possess a better defense. Right? Asked Lin Feng. The demon nodded and said, Indeed, Tian-level cultivators can fuse together with the sky and earth. A divine power fuses together with their soul and their awareness becomes godly. With that godly awareness, killing becomes easier. One thought is enough to slaughter your enemies. Godly awareness must be understood to become powerful. One must also possess powerful offensive and defensive skills. especially Tian level skills. Am I right? Lin Feng asked. He had encountered many Tian level cultivators, but even though their cultivation level was high, none of them had godly awareness. It wasn't because they didn't wish to, it was because they didn't know how to use such powers. Indeed, said the demon nodding. Godly awareness enabled cultivators to kill in an even more ferocious way. If you want inside my brain, I need to understand those things. Do you know what I mean? Lin Feng said calmly. The demon smiled and said, You are very smart. You noticed that I was attacking you with my awareness, so now you want to learn how to do that. If you learn how to attack with your awareness, coupled with your incredibly strong soul, average Tian level cultivators will have a hard time fighting against you. I hope you can teach me that, said Lin Feng, bowing in front of the demon. Lin Feng wanted to become even more powerful. He had the 3 lives Emperor's demon in front of him. Missing the chance to learn from him would have been such a pity. All right, I will teach you the godly awareness skill as well, but as before, I need to penetrate into yours to teach it to you. The demon remained indifferent. To Lin Feng, such a skill was priceless, but to the demon, those skills were futile. He didn't mind teaching those skills to Lin Feng. Learning the godly awareness and the 3 lives skills should only take a minute, right? You're quite prudent. A minute is enough to print the skills in your brain, yes, said the demon. Okay, thank you, sir, Lin Feng said while closing his eyes. He couldn't act careless now, so he released his broken souls, which condensed in his brain to protect himself. Anything could happen, and Lin Feng had to use all his strength to avoid an accident. A second later, Lin Feng sensed the demon entering in his brain. The demon's godly awareness was incredible and contained a mighty power, but because his strength was sealed, his godly awareness was much weaker than what it should have been. Otherwise, Lin Feng's awareness would have been crushed. Lin Feng's awareness was transforming. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared, and that person was smiling darkly. Immediately after, they left Lin Feng's awareness. Lin Feng opened his eyes and was very pleased. The godly awareness skill is incredible. Now my soul is extremely powerful. Godly awareness could create a copper bell whose ring could stun people and even erase their soul. At the same time, it can turn into a copper bell used for defense. Even though you haven't broken through to the Tianqi layer yet, your soul is already extremely strong and you can fuse together with the earth, therefore you can already start practicing it, but its power won't be as strong compared to if you broke through to the Tianqi layer. If you want to practice it now, I can wait. The demon explained. He was an incredible cultivator. He obviously understood why Lin Feng wanted to learn the godly awareness. His first reason was to be stronger in the future. His second reason was to protect his awareness and prevent it from being attacked or stolen. Thank you for your understanding, said Lin Feng, nodding. His silhouette flickered and he moved a few kilometers away and sat down cross-legged. Then, he started practicing the godly awareness skill. Just like the demon said, Lin Feng hadn't broken through to the Tianqi layer yet. Even though he could rely on his powerful soul, he wasn't able to deploy the maximum power of the skill. His awareness couldn't move too far away from his body. Unless his opponent was directly in front of him, Lin Feng couldn't attack them. However, he could always use it for defense. That skill, even though it was quite good, it wasn't an unfathomable skill. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to learn it. After 3 days, Lin Feng stopped practicing it, stood up and walked towards the demon. That demon was patient, but to him, 3 days was nothing. He had been waiting there for so many years. All in all, even those years had passed by quickly because was practicing cultivation the whole time. How do you like it? Asked the demon. Even though the demon was surrounded by evil lights, he actually looked like a normal old man now. It was as if he had become less evil after staying under the influence of the seal stone for so many years, or maybe he had just grown old. Master, I have another request. Forgive me for being so demanding, said Lin Feng, bowing in a very respectful way. The demon suddenly looked tense and uncomfortable. What is it now? As if Lin Feng hadn't sensed his interlocutor's unease, he said slowly, Master, releasing you will be something earth-shattering. Therefore, please teach me a powerful agility technique so that I can leave quickly once you're free. You're a sly boy. You really know how to take advantage of somebody's misfortune. The demon looked annoyed. Lin Feng was clearly taking advantage of his misfortune, but that was understandable. Lin Feng was even more shameless than the demon. Master, please be magnanimous enough to forgive me, said Lin Feng, very respectfully bowing again. The demon was furious, but he had no choice but to accept Lin Feng's request. Okay, I will teach you a powerful agility technique. It is a technique created in the antiquity as well. It is the Xiao Yao step agility technique. It is found in the Xiao Yao agility technique book. But now you have to promise me something, that this is your last request, said the demon, feeling uncomfortable. Surprisingly, the demon wanted to teach him the Xiao Yao agility technique. The same Xiao Yao agility technique book which Tang Yu had heard about in the mysterious world. It contained a technique called the Xiao Yao step technique that was supposedly incredible. Lin Feng and Tang Yu had even stolen it from an opponent, but it was an incomplete version. What the demon wanted to teach Lin Feng was probably the complete version. Lin Feng was very excited, but his facial expression didn't reveal his feelings. He looked just as calm as before. Thank you very much, Master. I promise you that it is my last request. Lin Feng slowly bowed and walked backwards. Just like a moment before, the demon entered Lin Feng's awareness, but this time Lin Feng could protect himself with his broken souls and the awareness bronze bells. But the demon didn't try anything tricky. He just entered Lin Feng's brain and passed on the Xiao Yao step technique onto him. When the demon left Lin Feng's awareness, Lin Feng saw the technique and was delighted. As expected, it was the Xiao Yao step technique, and it contained one more page than what Lin Feng obtained before. As expected, the technique was complete. The Xiao Yao step contained 81 different sorts of steps, of which each possessed different variations, 361 variations to be exact. My cultivation level is still too low, thought Lin Feng, studying the agility technique. As he was learning more and more powerful skills, he was realizing that his cultivation level remained a problem. He couldn't understand the variations of the last step, so he couldn't really learn the skill. If Lin Feng managed to master the entire authentic and antique Xiao Yao agility technique, he would become impossible to hit. No cultivator of the Tianqi layer would dare stand in his way. However, Lin Feng possessed a very strong soul. He entered his dark world and fused with the earth. In his vast consciousness, there was a silhouette using the Xiao Yao agility technique as if they were trying to teach it to Lin Feng. And Lin Feng was unconsciously following them. Strangely, it seemed like that silhouette was himself, Lin Feng. 2 days later, Lin Feng stopped practicing. His eyes were closed as his silhouette started flickering about. The Xiao Yao step technique allowed him to move freely and so quickly that multiple shadows appeared in the air. No one could see where he actually was because it was impossible to distinguish Lin Feng from all the silhouettes in the air. After 7 days, Lin Feng could move with incredible speed. Coupled with his wind intent, he was now faster than any cultivator of the Tianqi layer. Lin Feng was convinced that his cultivation level was now comparable with that of the legendary rock. Perhaps he was even faster than the rock. A silhouette appeared in front of the Demon Seal Mountain. The demon was still there, and of course, the stone was oppressing his powers still. Did you learn it? Asked the demon while smiling. Lin Feng nodded and said, Yes. Okay, now open your awareness. I will teach you the first part of the 3 lives skill. After you save me, I will teach you the complete version. You will then be able to combine 3 lives into 1. You'll become a Buddha, a demon, as well as yourself. Nobody will compare to you anymore with that skill, said the demon in a tempting way. Lin Feng's heart was beating faster, but he remained cool-headed. Please, said Lin Feng while sitting down cross-legged and opening his awareness. He was still using his bronze bells to protect himself. If the demon attacked him, Lin Feng would be able to wake up. He couldn't give the demon any opportunities. The 3 lives skill was much more valuable than the Xiao Yao agility technique. The demon's awareness entered Lin Feng's awareness and began printing the skill on Lin Feng's soul. Finally, the skill was so powerful that it made Lin Feng shake. His bronze bell remained intact, so he wasn't injured. Lin Feng was very determined to get this skill. After a long time, the demon finally came out. Lin Feng was motionless, still sitting down cross-legged, and was inspecting the memories. The first part of the skill was the demon portion, and it was vast and brutal. It contained the explosive power of the earth and the sky. Lin Feng started practicing. Lin Feng was a drop of water in an ocean of awareness. He made the strength of the Haruka rotate with an incredible force. It wasn't long before his flesh became as hard as iron. He then turned into a demon while sitting in an ocean of demon energy. The demon chi became more potent. Demon lights started twinkling all around Lin Feng and dashed to the skies, everlasting through the ages. A mystical voice spread in the air. It was that of a demon. Lin Feng looked calm while surrounded by the incredible demonic chi. "Reigning over the universe," said the demon in a strange and mystical way again. His entire body was diffusing an infinite amount of light. "Everything is evil. I am the beginning and the end. There is nothing that I cannot do. There is nothing that is forbidden. I can kill all deities," said the demon. The demon chi made Lin Feng's body rise up. "The power I lend you is for me to crush the entire world." "Infinite demon print. Kill!" shouted the demon furiously. The terrifying pure chi of the earth and the sky turned into demon chi which could destroy the very earth and the sky. Lin Feng had completely turned into a demon. "Infinite demon print. Kill!" shouted a terrifying voice again. This time the terrifying demon chi was released. There were no rumbling sounds, but the sky and the earth were collapsing. The terrifying demon print turned into a mountain carved from demonic energies. Boom! The demon print crashed onto the word seal on the demon seal mountain, which suddenly became distorted. The mountain suddenly started shaking violently and a crack appeared. Mwahaha! Mwahaha! The demon raised his head towards the sky and laughed frantically. He began grabbing pieces of that mountain and throwing them around. At that moment, Lin Feng opened his eyes and became normal again. He looked down at his hands. He was lost. When he had practiced the 3 lives skill, had felt like he couldn't control himself. He turned into a demon and carried out a terrifying attack. When Lin Feng saw the mountain, he understood. No wonder that the demon had listened to and obeyed him. He even taught him the godly awareness and the Xiaoyao step technique. The demon never trusted Lin Feng, so how could he put his destiny in Lin Feng's hands? He taught him the demon part of the 3 lives skill so Lin Feng could turn into the exact same demon as him. A moment before, the voice Lin Feng was hearing was the demon's. Both of them had been in symbiosis and Lin Feng was unable to control himself. The demon had borrowed Lin Feng's body to attack the mountain. Lin Feng had, in the end, acted as a puppet for the demon. "I'm off." Lin Feng used his Xiaoyao agility technique. His silhouette flickered and he disappeared into the distance. He didn't want to stay there any longer. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying rumbling sounds spread in the air as the earth and sky seemed to collapse. The animals in the Death Valley were crawling and those which could fly couldn't fly very high in the sky. Cracking and explosion sounds kept spreading in the air and gigantic cracks were appearing everywhere in the valley. The most terrifying part were the black clouds covering the entire sky. No, only the valley. The clouds were reaching into the outside world. At that moment, outside the Death Valley, there were several people from the East Sea Dragon Palace. They were almost sure that Lin Feng would die inside, but just in case he stayed at the periphery to run away, they had to wait. At that moment, they raised their heads and saw the black demon clouds expanding outwards with incredible force. What was going on? That chi seemed to be coming from the depths of the Death Valley. They glanced at each other looking scared. Nobody could survive inside of Death Valley. There was, according to legends, a gigantic demon seal stone in the Death Valley and a demon whose powers were sealed. But those were only legends and nobody really knew what was inside. However, at that moment it seemed like the legends were true. It really seemed like a demon chi was emanating from Death Valley. Boom, boom, boom! Explosions sounded. The ground was shaking violently, and even those outside of the Death Valley could sense it clearly. Ha 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 ha! I, the 3 lives demon, have finally emerged. My powers have been sealed for thousands of years, but now I'm going to take back everything that belongs to me, said the demon extremely loudly. His voice resonated thousands and thousands of kilometers away into the distance. The Three Lives demon has come back. They all looked in the direction of the valley. There was a pitch-black silhouette in the sky surrounded by black clouds. The black silhouette then jumped higher up in the sky and entered the hurricane made of black clouds. And then no one could see it anymore. Lin Feng finally came to halt. He was drenched in sweat from running away. He had stopped to look at the sky. The demon had left, surprisingly. He lent him his strength to break the seal and then left. Before the demon left, Lin Feng sensed that the demon looked at him with murderous intentions. Lin Feng was sweating from fear. He knew he couldn't rival the Three Lives demon. Maybe the demon considered Lin Feng too inferior and couldn't be bothered killing a nobody. Or maybe he was grateful that Lin Feng lent him his body to break the seal. Lin Feng didn't know why the demon spared him, but it no longer mattered. He had obtained incredible skills and techniques. Lin Feng looked back at the broken demon seal stone and ran towards the broken pieces of stone. 2 minutes later, Lin Feng arrived where the demon had broken the stone. The gigantic demon seal mountain had exploded. Pieces of it were everywhere. Even though it was completely broken, Lin Feng couldn't help but admire that incredible stone. Even though it was broken, it hadn't turned into powder. Lin Feng grabbed a piece on the ground. It was broken, but upon closer inspection it seemed like it could heal itself. What surprised Lin Feng was that a word had appeared on the stone, seal, and it still contained an oppressive energy. No wonder the stone was considered a priceless treasure. It could even heal itself. Lin Feng grabbed the stone and looked at the place where the demon was trapped. There was a huge hole where a large, evil-looking tree was now growing. Several Bodhi were hanging from the tree. They were black and contained a terrifying demon chi. Cultivators of the Tian Chi layer, when practicing in seclusion and if their intent was strong enough, could produce intent crystals. Zun cultivators, when practicing, could understand abstruse energy, and if they practiced long enough, they could produce abstruse crystals. The Three Lives Emperor had practiced there for 1,000 years. He was demoniac, so of course, it wasn't possible for him to produce intent or abstruse crystals when practicing. Instead, these demon Bodhi were formed. From the legends dating back to antiquity, the strongest cultivators in the world could produce precious treasures while practicing. They could produce Buddha Bodhi, while demons produced demon Bodhis. Those are treasures to those who practice demon skills, thought Lin Feng. His eyes were twinkling resplendently. He immediately grabbed all the demon Bodhis. Bzzzzzzz. A terrifying death and demon chi surrounded these demon Bodhi. Lin Feng grabbed some more demon seal stones, small ones, big ones. Afterwards, he looked around him and found that he was surrounded by animals. The demon was gone and he had left behind the demon Bodhi. Those animals had sensed them and had rushed over. Surprisingly, there was nothing there now, only a human being. Shit, cursed Lin Feng. Those animals' bodies were like iron. Lin Feng couldn't win against them, and they possessed death chi to slowly whittle him away. Even though they were low-leveled with their death chi, they could still kill seasoned cultivators. If Lin Feng hadn't sensed their death chi when he went into the depths of the valley, he would have died. Fortunately, he had sensed their chi and used his palace to protect himself. If someone else had gone into the valley, even someone stronger than Lin Feng, they probably would have died. Bzzzzz. Bzzzzz. There was a terrifying wind as Lin Feng suddenly felt like suffocating. Lin Feng frowned and looked at a gigantic beast approaching. What a terrifying crow. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. That crow must have been the king of the crows. When Lin Feng first came into Death Valley, the king of the crows hadn't appeared. Maybe because he thought too little of a tiny cultivator of the Xianxia layer, Lin Feng didn't deserve its attention. Lin Feng jumped up in the sky using his Xiao Yao agility technique. His body turned into a shadow as danced in the sky with incredible speed. Bzzzzz. Lin Feng couldn't fly any higher because a group of crows blocked his way in the sky. It looked like a web of death trying to capture Lin Feng like a fish. The Jade Emperor's palace appeared in Lin Feng's hand. It contained a terrifying imperial chi which dispersed the death chi as well as the crows. Lin Feng's palace dashed to the skies, opening the way, and then turned into a heart again. Lin Feng turned back into a shadow and used his Xiao step technique to fly away. He was trying to leave the Death Valley. Bzzz. Bzzz. Roar. Terrifying rays of death chi continued appearing. Lin Feng was just starting to realize how truly terrifying the Death Valley was. Many gigantic wild beasts were there, and their death chi was terrifying. The beasts hadn't even neared him, but he could already sense their chi. Lin Feng grabbed a demon bodhi and immediately swallowed it. A terrifying strength started flowing in Lin Feng's body. He felt like all of this power was going to explode inside him. Kacha! His bones were crackling, his eyes became colder. The death chi couldn't corrode his body anymore, and he couldn't even sense it anymore. His long hair, his entire body, he looked like a real demon. Boom! Lin Feng rose up in the air with incredible speed. However, the beasts were faster, especially when they saw that Lin Feng had eaten one of the bodhi. The bodhis are on the tree down there. Go and pick some. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. A bodhi appeared in his hand and he threw it away. In that time, 2 more demon bodhi had grown on the tree. Those beasts went insane when they saw that. They suddenly turned around as if they had forgotten about Lin Feng. As they neared the tree, a great war started. Lin Feng took advantage of the chaos to run farther away. But as he was getting away, a few silhouettes appeared. Those who were outside of the valley, the strong cultivators of the East Sea Dragon Palace, had seen the demon leave the valley. After that, they suddenly became very interested in seeing what was in the valley. Was there still something inside? Lin Feng previously entered the valley and surprisingly hadn't died. He had probably survived and was responsible for the current chaos of Death Valley. Surprisingly, you haven't died. One of the strong cultivators from the East Sea Dragon Palace saw Lin Feng and released a terrifying deadly energy. He had a cold smile on his face as he threw himself at Lin Feng. Lin Feng might possess a treasure which previously belonged to the Jade Emperor, so he needed to be cautious. Die! That person was a cultivator of the Tianqi layer. He stretched out his arm, which then turned into dragon claws. The released chi turned into a dragon and wanted to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng stretched his arm and punched, releasing demonic energies. Boom! When the energies collided, the flood dragon immediately dispersed. Lin Feng's terrifying punch continued on to crash into his opponent's body. Crackling sounds spread in the air. Lin Feng had literally destroyed his opponent's body. After killing that guy, Lin Feng didn't stop moving. His silhouette flickered using the Xiao step technique. His speed was incredible. The others were astonished, even stunned. Lin Feng had killed a cultivator of the Tianqi layer in one punch? How? Lin Feng's fist was terrifying. By the time they realized what happened, Lin Feng was already gone. With his agility technique, he could move faster than any of them. Chase him! Shouted someone furiously. But then, a terrifying death chi appeared from behind them. They turned their heads and saw terrifying beasts emerging from Death Valley and attacking them. They were looking at those human beings in an ice-cold way. The cultivators had the impression they were going to die. Roar! A terrifying chi emerged out of those beasts and enveloped the cultivators. They were losing too much life too quickly. Escape! They finally realized their only chance of surviving was escaping. However, that death chi was sticking to their skin and they were still losing their life slowly. It didn't take long before they all collapsed and died. Those terrifying beasts were gazing into the distance. They wanted to leave the Death Valley, but it seemed like they were scared. It seemed like something was preventing them from leaving. Those beasts perfectly understood that when they were born, that extremely strong cultivator had created them dead already. Their souls were dead and unable to leave Death Valley. If they left the valley, they would actually die. News that the demon broke the seal and left the Death Valley had spread quickly. Many strong cultivators from Ganyu rushed over to the Death Valley. The legends were true. A demon had really been trapped in the Death Valley and his strength was sealed. Maybe the demon left something in the valley after leaving. Not only the disciples of the biggest sects and other influential groups were rushing over there, but their strong cultivators as well. This time, the greatest groups of influence from the Ganyu region would join hands to survive Death Valley. At the same time, there was something else that everyone was wondering. Where were the people who had gone to the mysterious world? They had disappeared. Neither the young cultivators or their entourage had come back. Then, some other news had spread. Many people had noticed that most of Xianxia's people had come back. Some influential groups could guess what happened. Concerning the fact that Lin Feng had obtained a precious treasure belonging to the Jade Emperor, nobody knew about it. The people from the East Sea Dragon Palace kept the secret, otherwise it would have been too difficult for them to steal the treasure. Nobody would renounce such a treasure. Lin Feng may be attacked by people from Tianqi if they knew that he had obtained the treasure. While there was a crisis going on in Ganyu which was linked to Lin Feng, the latter was sitting cross-legged in a cave in a mountain. His eyes were closed and he was meditating. He had so many incredible treasures and he needed to break through to the Tianqi layer. Back at Death Valley, a great war was taking place. The cultivators from the influential groups of Ganyu had gone there together and had brought their beasts to fight. The ground and sky were shaking, to the extent that it seemed that the valley was going to collapse. Those ferocious beasts which possessed Death Qi were attacking the cultivators ruthlessly. Hundreds of influential groups were joining hands in the Death Valley. However, the result was still tragic. A myriad of disciples had died there, either killed by ferocious beasts or corroded by Death Qi. If the war was worth it, then Death Valley wouldn't be a forbidden area ever again. This time, the strong cultivators of Ganyu had planned everything. However, an internal war occurred. The cultivators wanted to take control over Death Valley, but all in all, they were still greedy and wildly ambitious. They had found some incredible holy marks and the demon seal stone which was broken by the Three Lives demon. That stone could oppress the demon's powers when it was whole. Even in pieces, they still contained an incredible power. While the cultivators were battling, there were more and more clouds in the air. The entire region was changing. A terrifying oppressive force fell down. It was so powerful that even Zune cultivators would have crawled on the ground. The entire crowd stopped fighting at the same time and raised their heads towards the sky. What a terrifying energy! Everybody suddenly looked scared by the vortexes in the sky. What was going on? Boom! A terrifying energy fell down from the sky, and at that moment blood splashed violently out of many people's mouths. Zune cultivators fell down to the ground and were shaking violently. They could barely breathe. Had the demon come back? Finally, in one of the vortexes, a face appeared. It looked domineering and majestic like an emperor. What a terrifying cultivator! People kept shaking, but that face didn't care. It just glanced at the pieces of broken stone on the ground. That face then glanced at the crowd for a few seconds, but those people didn't dare to meet his gaze. The terrifying vortex emitted loud rumbling sounds as clouds rolled in waves. The face then disappeared, along with the vortex. Eventually everything went back to normal, but the crowd remained motionless for a long time, unable to recover. A moment before, that silhouette in the sky was an emperor. He had sensed the stone, which had oppressed the Three Lives demon's powers, had been broken, so he had come to check it out for himself. An emperor. They had seen a real emperor. Everybody was perfectly aware that the vortex was an emperor's power. The emperor wasn't in Ganyu, so he had imprisoned the demon there. He knew that people in Ganyu were really weak, so he thought that it would be a safe location. He hadn't thought that 1,000 years later, Lin Feng would come to the valley and disturb the peace and tranquility of the region. Relying on the Jade Emperor's palace, he had reached the depths of the Death Valley and had studied the first part of the Three Lives skill. The demon had then borrowed Lin Feng's body to break the word on the stone and free the demon. After the demon left, there was no news as to where he went. His powers had been oppressed for 1,000 years and his qi was still too weak. It would take some time to start causing trouble again. At that moment, Lin Feng was in a cave in the mountains. He was sitting cross-legged and demoniac lights were twinkling around his body. There was a cortex inside Lin Feng's brain which had turned into a gigantic, furious ocean, causing Lin Feng's entire body to change. His qi had now already reached the very peak of the Xianxia layer. His demon chi was spilling out of the cave as his brain was assaulted by a powerful storm. His body was in fusion with the sky. However, his mind and his awareness couldn't become one. His awareness couldn't turn into genuine godly awareness. Boom, the demon lights and the pure chi dispersed and went back into Lin Feng's body. The cave became calm again, but Lin Feng still hadn't broken through to the Tianqi layer. It seemed like there was something preventing him from doing so. But Lin Feng knew that he was about to level up. Only by achieving perfect fusion with the sky, setting his heart at absolute peace, having a pure and unpolluted awareness, and practicing mindfulness. Only then would he be able to level up. He couldn't let anything distract him right now. He had to practice mindful consciousness. His mind and heart had to be in perfect symbiosis in order to break through to the Tianqi layer. Meng Qing, Xian Yi, his parents etc. kept appearing in his brain. It was because of these thoughts that he couldn't break through to the Tianqi layer. Lin Feng stood up and took a deep breath. Then he left the cave and gazed into the distance. Tianqi, whispered Lin Feng. He should have gone to Tianqi, but he had too many treasures. Now he was too scared to go back, afraid to lose all of his treasures. After all, he was a lot weaker than Zun cultivators. If they wanted to take his treasures, then the situation would be very dangerous. Tianqi, I hope that you won't disappoint me, thought Lin Feng. He could only go to Tianqi because he had nowhere else to go. Otherwise, the people from the East Sea Dragon Palace would eventually find and kill him. His silhouette flickered as he moved towards Tianqi. Back in Tianqi, there was snow everywhere and it was very cold. Back then, the 7 snow eagles returned to Tianqi and all the people on their backs had obtained precious treasures, especially Jun Mo Shi and his friends. The Zun cultivators of Tianqi knew that Lin Feng had obtained the Jade Emperor's palace because his friends told them so. After everyone had gone back to Tianqi, the news quickly spread. The disappearance of all those strong cultivators from the mysterious world and of those who had been waiting outside. Besides, a few corpses had been found as well. Some people had seen Lin Feng kill Duan Wuya as well. Then he had killed some people from the East Sea Dragon Palace and was chased them. Nobody knew what happened in the East Sea Dragon Palace, but they knew Lin Feng was in danger. To sum up, people from Tianqi knew that they were going to draw a lot of people's attention. For one, their cultivators had obtained many precious treasures, and the other reason was that Lin Feng. There were only 2 people who knew how everyone had disappeared, Lin Feng and Duan Wuya. However, Duan Wuya had been killed by Lin Feng in the East Sea Dragon Palace, so Lin Feng was the last one who knew. Lin Feng had too many secrets. It was freezing cold in Tianqi because the atmosphere was filled with ice chi. On one of the mountains of the main mountain range of Tianqi, there was someone wearing a snowy white robe. She was as beautiful as before, but these days, Tianqi Shui had lost her self-esteem and confidence. She wasn't the pure and holy woman of Tianqi anymore. Even though she had come back safely from the mysterious world and had obtained many treasures and skills, she didn't feel as proud as before. Her heart was wounded. There were too many strong geniuses in Ganyu and she had thought that she could rival with all of them. But during the real battle, she realized that she could only observe with her strength. No need to talk about those young leaders. They had come back to Tianqi having made fools of themselves. However, amongst them, Tianqi Shui was maybe the weakest. She was far from being as strong as Lin Feng. She used to say they weren't disciples of Tianqi and she used to despise Huang Fulong. Needless to say, the trip to the mysterious world had negative consequences on her psyche. At that moment, in the distance, there was a powerful qi. Tianqi Shui raised her head and gazed into the distance. There was a silhouette on the horizon, but she couldn't see it clearly because of the snow. That silhouette was extremely quick. So quick that people couldn't even follow it with their eyes. Their steps were incredible, as if they had achieved a perfect unison with the clouds. What a marvelous agility technique, thought Tianqi Shui surprised. That person streaked across the sky and passed right beside her. A hurricane blew her hair around as they passed her, but she had time to see the face. Lin Feng. That person was Lin Feng, free and unrestrained, moving at such incredible speeds. Lin Feng's speed had drastically increased since the mysterious world. Tianqi Shui had reached the very top of the Xianxia layer, but she couldn't even follow Lin Feng with her eyes. Her self-esteem was even lower now. Lin Feng despised her, the woman who used to be admired and worshipped in Tianqi. Lin Feng's words resonated in her head. You don't deserve someone like Huang Fulong. He's too good for you. In the past, amongst the 7 snowy peaks of Tianqi, Tianshenfeng was the only one which didn't have a palace. It had declined and was the weakest group of Tianqi. Strong cultivators who were recruited didn't want to go there, and ultimately, they were later recruited by the other snowy peaks. However, the days after the journey to the mysterious world, Tianshenfeng had astonished everybody. Almost all of those who had obtained the most extraordinary treasures in the mysterious world were from Tianshenfeng. They had become the underdogs. Tianshenfeng had 3 Zun cultivators, Lin Feng's teachers: the Snow Zun cultivator, the Fire Zun cultivator, and the Sword Zun cultivator. At this time, they had left their private cultivation and went to the great palace on the main peak where they normally lived. Outside of a palace, at the top of a peak, there was a great palace that showed no signs of habitation. It seemed abandoned, but all around it there were students talking and studying cultivation. However, that peak seemed like it had gone through a disaster. There was a group of silhouettes at the top wearing mourning clothes. They were blocking the entrance into the palace. Those people were also members of Tianqishui, but they were from Tianshufeng. Amongst the disciples of Tianshu who had gone to the mysterious world, none of them had come back alive. The reason wasn't that they had been killed by others, but had suffered from internal tensions instead. They couldn't stand that those who had killed Tianshu's people had violated the rules of Tianqi. They had to be punished. However, why would they get punished? In the mysterious world, those Tianshu disciples wanted to kill Lin Feng and his friends. That was what had caused Lin Feng's fury in the first place. Nobody knew exactly what happened in Tianqi, but the offenders wouldn't admit their mistakes. Now, some people from Tianshu were circling a palace. Lin Feng flickered nearby, running in their direction. Lin Feng decided to ignore the crowd around the palace. He was surprised but decided not to bother with it. They turned their heads. They knew Lin Feng's name, but they had never seen him. Therefore, they didn't recognize him. They just watched as he streaked across the sky towards the palace. Jun Moshi, Huang Fulong, and the group were inside the palace. They all stood up and looked delighted to see Lin Feng again. Lin Feng! Lin Feng! Everybody was shouting Lin Feng's name. They hadn't heard anything about him in quite a while now. They didn't know if he was still alive. They had, of course, been very worried about him. Lin Feng had made them come back without them, so they were terrified about his outcome. Lin Feng, you're insane. Why didn't you take me with you? Said Huang Fulong, smiling. Everybody walked towards Lin Feng. They looked worried, as if he had come back injured. Lin Feng smiled in a warm and gentle way. He had really good friends. What a wonderful feeling to come back to. Don't worry, I'm fine, said Lin Feng, smiling. Everybody nodded and asked him what had happened. Lin Feng replied with the story about how East Sea Dragon Palace had hunted him but didn't talk about the Death Valley. The consequences were too grave, he had to be careful when talking about it. So you're Lin Feng, said an ice-cold voice from the back of the room. Those who were blocking the entrance to the palace outside in the mourning clothes heard Lin Feng's name and immediately came inside looking furious. Lin Feng slowly turned around and walked towards them. Those people had encircled the palace and were impolite when he first arrived. It seemed that they hadn't respected Tianqi and its rules. Lin Feng, they are Tianshu's people. When Bai Li Shi came back, he betrayed his own group and decided to join Tianshu. He also denounced you and told them that you had killed Tianshu's people. Ever since then, they've been standing around the palace every day all day, whispered Tang Yu in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly looked cold. What a bastard. Tianqi allowed a group of trivial Xian-level cultivators to encircle the palace and humiliate the empire? Lin Feng asked while glancing back at the crowd. It's not that easy. They have received an order from a Tianshu Zun cultivator. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible. Yun Fei Yang explained. Lin Feng nodded, he understood the situation now. Those people had backing from a Zun cultivator. Tianshu's people had all been killed by Lin Feng in the mysterious world. so naturally they were furious. Now Lin Feng was back. "Lin Feng, get the hell out of here!" shouted a voice furiously outside of the palace. "You killed Tianqi's people, how audacious and shameless. Get ready to die for your offense. You killed disciples of Tianqi, that is an offense. Surprisingly, you came back. Those people all wanted to kill Lin Feng." From inside the palace, Lin Feng looked at the crowd and slowly walked towards. He looked at them in a despising way. "Lin Feng, do you know the gravity of the offense you committed?" said someone pointing at Lin Feng. "Offense?" asked Lin Feng calmly. "Humph. Back in the mysterious world, you surprisingly killed people from Tianqi. You killed everyone from the Tianshu group. You violated the rules of our empire, so get ready to pay for your offense," said that person in a sharp voice while walking towards Lin Feng. "Who said that I killed them?" said Lin Feng, sounding indifferently, yet his indifference contained some coldness. "Bai Li, she saw you kill them. Could it be that you're trying to make up excuses now? Because it's useless at this point." "Make up excuses? I'm not, I did kill them," replied Lin Feng as indifferently as before. They all looked even more furious now. "But, you're pieces of trash, so who gave you the authorization to tell me that I had committed an offense? Make Bai Li she come here and let's settle accounts." "Pieces of trash? Those who said I committed an offense should come here and talk to me directly," said Lin Feng slowly. "Could it be that you want to get your revenge now?" said the people from Tianshu. "Can't be bothered talking shit with a bunch of nobodies like you. People from Tianshu are all sly. You plotted against me and wanted to kill me outside of Tianshu. Back then, when I killed them and protected myself, everybody saw the incident. So if anyone thinks I committed an offense, make them come here and fight me. Otherwise, you can all piss off," said Lin Feng. How insane was this guy, telling them off like that? "The only way we're going back is if we take you along," said the people from Tianshu. "Shut the hell up!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His voice emitted rumbling sounds which pierced through their ears. Immediately after, Lin Feng furiously shouted, "You came here and surrounded the palace, falsely accusing me of an offense. You have gone too far. If you don't piss off right now, I will make you piss off." "Are you threatening us?" "I am," said Lin Feng while walking towards them. His eyes looked like thunder and were filled with murder. Phew! Those people deciding what to do. How brutal, now he was humiliating Tianshu's people. "I am curious to see how you will make us piss off," said the leader of the group, a cultivator of the 9th Xianxia layer. His facial expression looked ice-cold and was filled with murderous intentions as well. "Okay, I will show you." Lin Feng jumped and many shadows of him appeared. They could only see blurry shadows, unable to distinguish the real Lin Feng from those shadows. Boom! A thunderclap sound spread in the air, and a wind was blowing so hard that it hurt like razor blades. That guy's hair was fluttering and his facial expression changed drastically. He randomly punched the air, hoping to get lucky. "Get lost!" shouted a furious voice as crackling sounds spread in the air. A terrifying strength pierced that guy's bones. A fist crashed into his chest and he was blown away far into the distance. A crashing sound could be heard along with a terrible shriek of pain. Everybody was astonished by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng quickly glanced back at them, and they started sweating. "Since you're not leaving, it looks like I'm going to have to make you leave." Lin Feng jumped again using his agility technique, looking incredible. Boom! Lin Feng, using his agility technique, punched some more of them and blood splashed as they flew off into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying storm started. Those Tianshu people were all being punched away, one after the other. Nobody could keep up with Lin Feng nor resist his punch. Lin Feng had become too strong. He possessed the strength of the Haruka and he had eaten a demon Bodhi. Now his muscles were monstrously hard, like iron. No cultivator of the Xianxia layer could challenge him. His agility technique. Tang Yu had studied that agility technique and she was already very quick, but Lin Feng was quicker. Tang Yu was smiling in a resplendent way. Lin Feng was so much more talented than her. They were using the same skill, but Lin Feng could pull out more of its potential. How could she know that Lin Feng had studied the real and complete technique? That strength? People were speechless. Lin Feng had absolute strength and seemed capable of crushing the earth. "Do I need to bring all of you back to your door?" said Lin Feng while staring at all the people in the distance who were lying and crawling on the ground. Those people were all injured without exception, and their faces looked hideous. "Lin Feng, Tianshu will never let you off," said the crowd while leaving. Jun Mo Shi and the others walked towards Lin Feng and watched as those people left. "Lin Feng, those people came because of their friend's death. Maybe they had no right to come and blame you, but now they have an excuse," said Jun Mo Shi in a low voice. Even though Tian Chi's people were united, Lin Feng had incredible secrets that could draw people's attention. Lin Feng was Lin Feng after all. If he had been a Zun cultivator in Tian Chi, nobody would have said anything. Lin Feng's situation was different. He was strong, but he wasn't a core member of the empire. Some people might say that those treasures would be better off in the hands of other people from Tian Chi. It wouldn't be long before stronger cultivators from Tianshu came to exact their revenge. "I know. They've already gone so far, so what's the use in hiding anything?" replied Lin Feng. Even if he tried to hide, he couldn't escape. No need to be polite. Behind the palace were normal houses. They looked ordinary and quite calm. In Tianqi, people were valued and free. They could come and leave as they wished. For example, what Bai Li Shi had done when changing his group was allowed. Many people were coming and going. Therefore, Tianqi appeared a bit unconventional. The three Zun cultivators didn't ask anything about what happened. They were just practicing cultivation and improving themselves. The stronger they were, the more their empire would attract strong cultivators. There was a simple-looking snow cultivator seated on the snow. He looked quite calm and peaceful. "You came back." The snow cultivator opened his eyes and saw Lin Feng walking towards him. He slightly nodded at him. "Master," said Lin Feng while nodding. It looked like he wanted to say something. The Zun cultivator shook his head indifferently and interrupted Lin Feng. "I am perfectly aware of those things. They are just proud disciples and their behavior is not the best, indeed. But you killed their fellow disciples and they want to get their revenge, it's only normal. They encircled the palace. It's incredible impolite," said Lin Feng. "Those people are always very proud, so it is normal. There are different sorts of pride. Look at Tianqi Shui. She has completely changed because she went through some incredible experiences. She faced death and dangers. In such conditions, one will always mature. Now she doesn't act as proud as before because she knows that there are so many geniuses out there," said the old man calmly before adding, "Lin Feng, people at the same level as you can't beat you now, but you are not acting proudly because of it. You have faced dangers and risked your life many times to get where you are now. If someone acts proudly in front of you, your pride will also be affected. It's not a bad thing. Pride can make a person's potential come out. When people are proud, they will try to become stronger." Lin Feng was listening carefully and nodded. The old man's vision of life deep. "They encircled the palace and you beat them. That was the price. You taught them a lesson, and I hope that they will stop acting shamelessly and start acting courageously." Lin Feng smiled wryly and shook his head. The old man's speech left Lin Feng speechless. "This time, you obtained great treasures in the mysterious world and you became much stronger. You should confine yourself to a room and practice cultivation to break through to the Tianqi layer," said the old man. He didn't talk about Lin Feng's treasures and didn't ask him what he had found. What Lin Feng had found was his. Lin Feng was silently grateful for this. Tianqi was a remarkable place thanks to such people. "Okay," nodded Lin Feng. The old man wanted Lin Feng to break through to the Tianqi layer and become stronger. Lin Feng needed to concentrate and practice. Then he would go back to Shuiyu once and probably back to the Black Wind Mountain. "Lin Feng, get the hell out of here." At that moment, a voice could be heard in the distance. Lin Feng looked startled and cold lights twinkled in his eyes. There was an explosive strength in the atmosphere. Lin Feng glanced at the Zun cultivator who then slowly closed his eyes. He wasn't worried. "Come out! Come out!" That voice was echoing and the atmosphere was trembling. Xianxia layer. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the palace and stood up. He then jumped into the air and went back to the front of the palace. The one who was calling him was a young man, a cultivator of the Xianxia layer. He looked powerful and strong. Behind him were all the people who Lin Feng had beaten before. "He's Lin Feng," said someone. The young man looked at Lin Feng and said, "You killed my people, and now you told them to piss off. Xianxia hasn't had such an insolent boy for a very long time. Did you come to avenge them?" asked Lin Feng to the Tian-level cultivator. Lin Feng had a strange sensation, as if that cultivator had just broken through to the Xianxia layer. His chi was strangely off. "I will bring you back to Tianshu so you can be judged and revenge taken," said the cultivator while smiling coldly. "How will they take their revenge?" asked Lin Feng. "Do you still think that you are going to live on?" Lin Feng smiled. "Since I'm going to die, let's fight now. Why bring me there before we are able to exchange a few punches?" The young man was thinking. Someone had told him that Lin Feng possessed precious treasures. "You talk a lot of shit," said the young man before adding, "I heard that your cultivation level wasn't that good. I will let you punch me 3 times before I start fighting." That cultivator of the Xianxia layer could borrow the strength of the sky and earth. A cultivator of the Xianxia layer was nothing compared to him. The gap between them was too large. However, Lin Feng smiled. 3 punches? Well, I accept your offer." Lin Feng smiled and slowly walked towards the young man. A cultivator of the first Xianxia layer was going to let him punch him 3 times before attacking? People behind Lin Feng didn't know what to say. Poor young man. Lin Feng was able to kill cultivators of the Xianxia layer before leaving the mysterious world. Now, Lin Feng had become even stronger since then. Maybe, if the young man fought with all his strength, he could have had a chance at living. But he was going to let Lin Feng punch him 3 times. He was simply courting death. The young man released some chi which dashed to the skies and fused together with it. His entire body was twinkling as he was calmly waiting to get punched. "Are you ready?" asked Lin Feng. "Come on. Do you think I would take back my words in front of a cultivator of the Xianxia layer?" said the young man furiously. He despised Lin Feng. As soon as he finished talking, a terrifying thunder sounded. The young man sensed a strong wind blow over his body. Lin Feng's fist turned black and contained a terrifying energy. Although Lin Feng's punch hadn't arrived yet, the young man could already sense the terrifying strength. "Oh no!" The young man's facial expression changed drastically as Lin Feng's fist was about to crash onto him. However, it was already too late. Lin Feng's punch crashed onto him. His bones cracked, blood splashed everywhere, and he was immediately blown off into the distance. Tianshu's people were flabbergasted while watching their fighter fly off. There was no difference between them and cultivators of the Xianxia layer. He was the same. He had also been blown away. "Ah!" The young man gave a horrible shriek and howled like a wolf. All his bones were broken and his internal organs were crushed. "If you can withstand 2 punches, I will spare your life. Otherwise, get lost," said Lin Feng while jumping towards the young man. He then kicked him with his right foot and the young man's silhouette appeared far away, crashing into a mountain. "Ah! My cultivation!" A horrible shriek could be heard off in the distance. The people from Tianshu ran and appeared next to the young man. They all looked solemn as they turned around and looked at Lin Feng. Their facial expressions looked perplexed. Lin Feng had crippled his cultivation? That young man was the son of a famous Zun cultivator and Lin Feng had crippled his cultivation. When Lin Feng saw all those people look at him, he said indifferently, "The first time I told you to leave, I didn't hurt you, but you've been acting wildly. You keep coming here over and over again to cause trouble, humiliate people, and you even want to kill me. Everybody listen to me very carefully. I crippled his cultivation, but I didn't kill him. That's only because I respect Tianxia." "What? You're still not leaving? Does that mean you want me to continue?" said Lin Feng furiously. Ice-cold lights were twinkling in his eyes. The young man whose cultivation was crippled by Lin Feng looked deathly pale, as if he had lost his vitality. He still couldn't accept the fact that his cultivation had been crippled. How cruel. His father was a Zun cultivator and he was a genius. However, because he came to punish Lin Feng, his cultivation had been crippled. Even a Zun cultivator wouldn't have dared do such a thing. I will kill you, he said furiously. However, his voice wasn't as loud as before. No chi emerged from his body and never would any again. The Zun cultivator was quickly informed about how Lin Feng had crippled his son's cultivation. Very quickly, everybody in Tianqi knew that the Lin Feng had come back. Now there were several people going to the palace where Lin Feng was. Tianshu's people came back as well. This time they were not composed of Xian and Tian level cultivators anymore. There were many Tian Qi layer cultivators whose Qi was incredible, burning like fire. Lin Feng! Shouted a terrifying voice from the sky which painfully pierced people's eardrums. That voice seemed like razor blades in the sky. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the crowd in the sky. Lin Feng, you violated the rules of Tianqi by killing Tianshu's people. Then you came back to Tianqi as if you had never done anything. Then, you injured my people and even crippled a disciple's cultivation. Do you admit your offenses? Said someone extremely loudly. That voice shook the palace. Admit my offenses? Tianshu's people kept coming back over and over again to cause me trouble. They even wanted to kill me. According to you, if Tianshu's people caused me trouble and want to kill me, so I should let them do so? Replied Lin Feng while smiling coldly. How audacious! Shouted the voice furiously. A gigantic hand appeared and attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged the attack using his Xiao Yao agility technique and disappeared from his initial location. Boom, boom, boom! Explosion sounds spread in the air, and the gigantic hand crashed onto the ground and created a crater. You're a little cultivator of the Xian Qi layer and you dare contradict me? Do you want to die? Now come with me to Tianshu and admit your offenses. Maybe then I will spare your life. Said that Tian-level cultivator. According to you, breaking through to the Tianqi layer makes you an incredible cultivator, but I defeated your Tian-level cultivator. You're really shameless. If everybody in Tianqi were like you, Tianqi would collapse on itself. Said Lin Feng. You sure have a glib tongue, but that won't change anything. Come with us? Said the Tian-level cultivator while jumping onto the ground. This time, Lin Feng's hair and robe were fluttering in with the wind. The Tian-level cultivator's gigantic hand moved straight for Lin Feng to capture him. Come with you? Said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. A terrifying fire chi appeared in his hand and started burning. That fire was filled with a monstrously deadly energy. Boom! A handprint appeared on the fire and the fire lost a lot of its strength. However, the fire didn't disappear. Burn! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His terrifying fire ignited again and headed towards the Tian-level cultivator. The Tian-level cultivator was surprised. His sleeves fluttered and a strong wind brushed against his skin. It seemed like Lin Feng's fire could even hurt him. You dare resist me! The atmosphere was filled with pressure. Lin Feng noticed that the cultivator was furious as well. His body was suddenly surrounded by a green light which shot out at Lin Feng. Stop! Someone said from the distance. Lin Feng recognized the voice though. It was the Snow Zun cultivators. He couldn't handle it anymore. Tianshu's people are too shameless. You dare come to my palace and cause trouble. By doing so, you don't respect me. Said the voice furiously from the distance. Zun cultivator. The crowd was astonished. A Zun cultivator was intervening so things weren't going to end quietly. Master, Lin Feng violated the rules first. I came here to protect Tianqi. I hope you won't blame us. Protect Tianqi? Since when are you a protector of Tianqi? If you want Lin Feng's life, come straight to me, said the Zun cultivator, seemingly not talking to anyone in particular. His voice was rolling in the air and snowflakes were following the sound waves. A silhouette then slowly appeared in the sky. That person's chi was much stronger than that of a Tian-level cultivator's. Their chi looked enigmatic and unfathomable. Who else? Since you're all here, come to me, said the Snow Zun cultivator. In a flash, many silhouettes appeared all around in the sky. They had planned the whole thing from the start. It seemed, Snowflakes were falling from the sky, making things look magical. A silhouette came out of the palace. That person looked extraordinary. Their silhouette was surrounded by snowflakes, but they didn't fall to the ground. Instead, they kept floating around them. A Zune cultivator, a representative of Xianxia, it seems like people from Xianxia and the 6 other snowy peaks have arrived, said the Snow Zune cultivator while glancing at the crowd, especially at the other Zune cultivators. Brothers, why did you come here? I came here because I was wondering why Xianxia's people were unhappy, said an old man in a green robe. He looked like he stood aloof from worldly affairs. It was difficult to know from his tone of speech if he really meant what he was saying. You know why I came here? Your disciple violated our rules when he killed my disciples in the mysterious world. He is a traitor, so Xianxia's people came here to punish him for his crimes, but he crippled a Xianxia disciple's cultivation. I will bring him back to Xianxia now so he can be punished for his crimes, said the Xianxia Zune cultivator while staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, is that so? Asked the Snow Zune cultivator while looking at Lin Feng, who was standing next to him. In the mysterious world, Xianxia's cultivators said we weren't Xianxia's people and wanted to kill my friends and I. I want to ask the venerable Zune cultivator of Xianxia, what should I have done? Let them kill us? Said Lin Feng indifferently while looking at the Xianxia cultivator. You are so insolent. You surprisingly dare invert right and wrong, shouted that Zune cultivator furiously. His terrifying voice made Lin Feng shake. Since you are always right and I am always wrong, then there is no need to argue. Okay, fine, whatever you say is the truth, said Lin Feng mockingly, which made the Zune cultivator narrow his eyes. He then said coldly, you are very brave. Surprisingly, you actually made fun of me. I want to ask you, are you saying that Bai Lishi, a member of Tianxian, lied? You said it. Bai Lishi was initially a member of Tianxian, and then he left the group and joined Tianxia. Didn't he betray Tianxian? Do you mean that someone who betrayed his own group is more entitled to say the truth than someone else? Said Lin Feng while smiling in a cold way. Indeed, Bai Lishi is a traitor and lied. He betrayed the others for Tianxia and wanted to kill us. How ridiculous. Tianxia's people started first, said Jun Moshi and the others, confirming Lin Feng's words. You are Lin Feng's friends and you'll just join Tianxia together. How could we trust you? I confirm what they are saying. Tianxia's people attacked first, said a female voice. Lin Feng was extremely surprised. It was Tianxia Shui. You are lying. Has Tianxia ever tried to attack you? You are traitors that kill your fellow disciples. That is obvious, said someone from the Tianxia group. What a traitor and a coward. All you can do is hide, said Lin Feng while glancing at Bai Lishi despisingly. Bai Lishi came out of the crowd and glared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you killed your disciples from Tianxia and I saw it with my own eyes. Tianxian's people even helped you. I couldn't stay in the same group as you all, that's why I joined Tianxia. Lin Feng slowly walked forwards and arrived in the middle of the scene. I dare you to come near me and say that again. Bai Lishi glanced at the people from Tianxia and slowly walked towards Lin Feng. He then arrived in front of him and said, why wouldn't I? Bai Lishi, telling lies to cause disharmony between Tianxian and Tianxia, that is the biggest betrayal. Such an offense is unforgivable and the only punishment is death, said Lin Feng, whose eyes were filled with murder. Lin Feng didn't even look at him. He looked at the Zune cultivator and said, since we all have different views on the matter, I would like to ask you, who is the disciple we can trust the most among the 7 snowy peaks? You Tianji of the Tianji Snowy Peak, said the Zune cultivator indifferently. Everybody agreed. Yu Tianji was the young leader of the Tianji Snowy Peaks. Besides, he had an outstanding talent. He would someday become a real leader in Tianji. Okay, said Lin Feng while jumping forwards. Bai Lishi's facial expression changed drastically. He wanted to escape, but a gigantic hand grabbed his throat, causing his eyes to almost pop out of their orbits. Lin Feng was audacious and insane. Lin Feng dared act that way in front of the Zune cultivator of Tianxia, let alone everyone else. Insolent! Shouted the Zune cultivator furiously. Lin Feng didn't fear him. He looked at him and said, "You Tianji arrived already. We won't have to wait for more than a second, so there's need to be that impatient." When Lin Feng finished talking, a silhouette appeared in the sky. It was Yu Tianji, and he was surrounded by starlights. Tianji layer. The crowd was astonished and staring at Yu Tianji. No wonder he was predestined to become a leader in Tianji. Before the mysterious world, he was unable to break through to the Tianji layer. And now, it had been only a few days since he came back from the mysterious world, and in such a short time he broke through to the Tianji layer. What a genius! Lin Feng was just as surprised as everyone else. Yu Tianji nodded at Lin Feng and to the Zun cultivator. Tianshu's people really attacked Lin Feng and his friends in the mysterious world. Lin Feng just defended himself, said Yu Tianji, and then slightly bowed. Star lights twinkled around him as he disappeared. It seemed like he was practicing cultivation, and while practicing, he had heard what was going on over there. By Li Shi, you wanted to create a disharmony between Tianxian and Tianshu. You are the traitor. You wanted to weaken Tianqi, and this is an unforgivable offense, so you must die," shouted Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng was really going to kill him. "Traitors of Tianqi must be killed without mercy," shouted Lin Feng furiously. Crackling sounds spread in the air as a fire ignited and burnt by Li Shi. "Do you have any last words?" said Lin Feng while looking at the Tianshu Zun cultivator. His facial expression looked hideous, and he said, "Even if I was wrong about the mysterious world, what is your excuse for having crippled my son's cultivation? If I, Lin Feng, brought people to Tianshu like you did, how would you react?" replied Lin Feng indifferently. The Zun cultivator was speechless. If Lin Feng had brought people and surrounded his palace, he wouldn't have just told them to go away. Things would have been much more complicated than that. He had broken through to the Tianqi layer and acted impolitely. He came here to humiliate everybody, and on top of that wanted to take me back to Tianshu to kill me. Not to mention, he said I could punch him 3 times in front of everybody. I just punched him twice and crippled his cultivation. You are furious now, so you're trying to find excuses to accuse me of something. I can't say anything in return," said Lin Feng. It was a humiliation for the Zun cultivator. They had all gone to go there to kill Lin Feng, a cultivator of the Xianxia layer, but he had crippled the Tian-level young man's cultivation in 2 punches. And now a Zun cultivator was arguing with Lin Feng, a cultivator of the Xianxia layer. The crowd was astonished as well. Lin Feng didn't sound like he felt guilty at all. It was Tianshu's fault. They had died, and it was their problem now. "Very good. Surprisingly, you are blaming Tianshu as if I hadn't educated my disciples properly. However, since you killed lots of my disciples, I will still take you back to Tianshu for a few days," said the Zun cultivator after remaining silent for a few seconds. He still wanted to take Lin Feng back to Tianshu. "You're humiliating yourself and everyone else in Tianqi. I joined Tianqi because of the harmony in the empire and for the empire to rise up. I want Tianqi to become powerful and famous in the region. However, you are trying to make the different groups of the empire divide, and thus disappointed me. If everyone were like you in Tianqi, the empire would be in great danger. You want to teach me a lesson?" said the Tianshu Zun cultivator when he heard Lin Feng's despising tone of speech. "I wouldn't dare," said Lin Feng, smirking. "Teachers will educate disciples and are one of the factors which make a sect or an influential group powerful. If the leaders are strong, then the group is strong. Tianqi is rising and has started to become very influential in Ganyu. Those who control Tianqi devote their lives to making the empire strong. If the empire remains harmonious, we will never collapse. Tianji is the biggest peak, and the leader of Tianqi is the leader Tianji. As such, he must be infinitely powerful. Besides, Yu Tianji is a disciple of Tianji. Even though there were tensions between he and I in the past, in times of danger we helped each other out because we cared about Tianqi above all. Only a few cowards without principles like Tianshu's people went to the mysterious world to take treasures for themselves and hurt Tianqi. After coming back to Tianqi, I finally understand why the Tianshu disciples are like that." Lin Feng explained slowly, making the Tianshu Zun cultivator's facial expression look worse and worse. Everybody understood what Lin Feng meant. People were secretly thinking that Lin Feng was quite audacious. The Tianshu Zun cultivator slowly turned around and didn't look back at Lin Feng, but at the Snow Zun cultivator. You heard him. He doesn't respect me, so I will bring him back to Tianshu for a few days, but don't worry. I will not kill him. I will teach him that he must respect Zun cultivators. The Snow Zun cultivator slightly shook his head. Tianshu had made fools of themselves. How could he possibly let Lin Feng go to Tianshu? I don't feel like talking much, but you're angry at Lin Feng because you think he doesn't respect Zun cultivators. Those are just words. Your cultivators came here and surrounded my palace, which is a humiliation to me. How could I let Lin Feng go away with you to Tianshu after that? The Snow Zun cultivator's eyes flashed. Tianqi had existed for so many years and no tensions ever existed. But as Lin Feng had said, they hadn't faced danger before. It wasn't until the mysterious world where some people showed their true nature. Lin Feng killed my disciples and he is at the root of all our problems. I admit that my disciples haven't been respectful towards you, so I will teach them respect. If you want to help me educate them, I will be happy to receive your help. However, I will still take Lin Feng back to Tianshu, said the Tianshu Zun cultivator. The Snow Zun cultivator didn't say much, he just shook his head. Taking Lin Feng away was impossible. You want to create a war between Tianxian and Tianshu? As a leader, what are you thinking? Shouted the Tianshu Zun cultivator, which upset all the Tianxian members. Create tensions between the two groups? I thought that Zun cultivators in Tianqi were benevolent. I wouldn't have thought that some Zun cultivators would act like normal people and would act greedy, sly and shameless, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. Tianshu's people caused troubles because they wanted Lin Feng's treasures. Now they were accusing Tianxian of causing trouble. How audacious! Shouted the Tianshu Zun cultivator at Lin Feng. The atmosphere froze and he released an invisible energy shot straight at Lin Feng's head. Weak cultivators couldn't even sense it. Lin Feng suddenly used his broken soul and his bronze bells to protect himself. The bronze bells resonated and Lin Feng's body shook violently. He was even pushed backwards of a few steps. Kacha! Lin Feng fell down on the ground. Lin Feng controlled his blood circulation to stop his blood from flowing to his face, causing his face to pale. The Zun cultivator could attack people's awareness and had managed to make Lin Feng's soul shake. However, because Lin Feng practiced the broken spirit skill and the godly awareness which the Three Lives demon previously taught him, he was able to protect his awareness. However, he had to pretend that he was injured, otherwise people would believe that he had obtained incredible treasures and would want to steal them even more. You keep humiliating me over and over again. If I don't educate you, you will never respect your elders, said the Zun cultivator smiling coldly. He looked insane. However, a terrifying sword energy invaded the atmosphere when he finished talking. The Zun cultivators could only sense the sword chi as it seemed to threaten them. Xian and Tian level cultivators all felt like suffocating and were unable to move. Who's that? The Tianshu Zun cultivator's facial expression suddenly changed. Horrible shrieks kept spreading in the atmosphere. Tianshu disciples kept shouting one after the other as they were suffocating. Even though no wounds appeared on their bodies, they felt like blades were ripping them apart. They couldn't bear the pain anymore as they were now covered in a cold sweat and crouched down under the pressure. A little bit more pressure and they would all die. Come out! Shouted the Tianshu cultivator furiously. Thunder sounds were spreading in the air. A sword streaked across the sky and someone appeared above the crowd. That person was releasing a terrifyingly sharp sword chi which could kill everyone easily. Jianfeng Zi, what is the meaning of all of this? Said the Tianshu Zun cultivator. But deep in his eyes, one could see that he was scared. If he had had to fear only one person in Tianxian, that would be him. That person was insane and his attacks were very frightening. In Tianxian, there were 3 Zun cultivators and Jianfeng Zi was the strongest one. Even if Tianxian made a mistake, you would still have nothing to do here. However, I will educate Tianshu's disciples, I think. said the sword cultivator. His facial expression looked as sharp as a sword. Each and every single Tianshu disciple was terrified. Jian Fengzi, you too arrogant, said the Tianshu Zun cultivator coldly. Arrogant? Said the sword cultivator smiling. You, Tianshu people came and surrounded my palace and act as if you had done nothing wrong. Then you want to take away my disciple, and now you're calling me arrogant. How ridiculous. Why did you come here, really? Everybody knows why. Tianqi refused earlier already. When disciples are lucky, it's good for them to hold onto their own treasures. Now, I will teach Tianshu's people why we can act arrogantly in front of you. When he finished talking, a terrifying sword chi fell down from the sky. Jian Fengzi wanted to attack Tianshu's disciples as well as the Tianshu Zun cultivator. He wouldn't let anyone bully Tianxian's people. A terrifying pressure was emerging from Jian Fengzi's body, which oppressed the crowd under him. It seemed like his entire body had turned into an indestructible sword and that nothing and nobody could stop him. A man like a sword, his sword chi seemed infinite all around him. He's going to attack! The crowd panicked. Jian Fengzi of Tianxian was surprisingly going to attack the Zun cultivator of Tianshu. He was fearless and insufferably arrogant. The Zun cultivator of Tianshu had humiliated Tianxian, and now he was going to show him and his disciples that such behavior was intolerable. The Zun cultivator of Tianshu pulled a long face as his chi was shaking. He came to punish Lin Feng but hadn't thought that Jian Fengzi would come out even if he attacked. Good, very good. The Tianshu Zun cultivator's facial expression became cold. In a flash, a terrifying blood chi became palpable in the air. Cultivators of the Zun chi layer could turn their blood into a blood spirit, and they could use blood strength to transmit it from generation to generation over thousands of years. His blood chi was now dashing to the skies. At that moment, the crowd could sense the blood chi of the Tianshu Zun cultivator. It felt like it would spill all over the region like an ocean. Crrrr. Trrrr. Some subtle sounds spread in the air. Jian Fengzi still looked like a peerless sword. A dazzling light appeared above his eyebrows. It was a sharp silver sword that shot straight for the Tianshu Zun cultivator's head, right between his eyebrows. People's hearts were pounding. They gulped down, but their tongues were too dry. How insane. Everybody had heard of Jian Fengzi's name, but they had never thought that he was this insane. His sword was extremely sharp, and he was aiming at the Tianshu Zun cultivator's awareness. Such attacks were even scarier than physical attacks. Such an attack could make the soul fly away or scatter into pieces. Argh! The Tianshu Zun cultivator roared violently. A dazzling light emerged from his body. Jian Fengzi had gone too far. A vast ocean appeared in front of the Tianshu Zun cultivator's eyebrows. It looked like a tsunami and it headed straight towards the sword. At that moment, many people were shaking violently. If they had been the targets of such attacks, their souls would have been crushed instantly. The sword penetrated into the water and crushed wave after wave without faltering. Between the eyebrows of the Tianshu Zun cultivator, dazzling lights kept twinkling. He closed his eyes and condensed his awareness in order to block the sword. A gigantic wave emerged with a crash. His incredible awareness made the crowd shiver. Their ears were buzzing as if there were millions of ants in them. Everybody was agonizing and were barely able to stand. Gigantic waves kept emerging out of the Tianshu Zun cultivator's body, and the dazzling sword finally began to slow down. Humph! Jian Fengzi groaned as thunders came out of his mouth. Dazzling lights appeared between his eyebrows again, and another terrifying sword appeared. It mixed with the awareness of the sword which was in front of him. A terrifying pressure oppressed the whole crowd, and their souls seemed to fly away. On top of that, the Tianshu Zun cultivator's wave was destroyed again. The Tianshu Zun cultivator started shaking, and his entire body was covered with cold sweat. Even though his eyes were still closed, his facial expression was the proof that he was struggling. The sword cultivator looked as cold-headed as before, and his facial expression looked just as sharp. He jumped forwards, and the pressure was as unbearable as before. His dazzling lights invaded the entire atmosphere, and his infinite sword energy shot at the Tianshu Zun cultivator. Ah! A terrible shriek spread in the air. The crowd only saw that blood was spilling out of the Tianshu Zun cultivator's eyes, nose and ears. He's insane. He's completely mental. The crowd was still suffocating. Did Jian Fengzi want to kill the Tianshu Zun cultivator? At the same time, the crowd was also surprised by his strength. Even the Tianshu Zun cultivator was no match for him. Boom boom! Incredible amounts of qi kept crashing on the Tianshu Zun cultivator, making him fly away. His body crashed on some Tianshu disciples violently. He couldn't stand up anymore. He opened his eyes and looked furious. With both his hands, he pushed the Tianshu disciples away and stood up. He coughed up some blood, after which he looked even paler. The great and majestic Tianshu Zun cultivator bullied my Xian-level disciple. How incredible! You're really shameless. You've humiliated Tianqi. If you were not a citizen of Tianqi, I would kill you right now. If Tianshu has anything to say, send Tianshu Z to talk. You are worthless. All you can do is bully an ordinary disciple, said Jian Fengzi in a despising tone. The Tianshu Zun cultivator's face looked hideous. He was a Zun cultivator, but he was humiliated so badly. He had just lost face. Jian Fengzi even said that he wanted to kill him, but because they were citizens of the same empire, he didn't. How aggressive and violent, thought the crowd. Jian Fengzi really was insanely violent. If the Tianshu Zun cultivator made him fight seriously, maybe he would have really killed him. Lin Feng is lucky because Jian Fengzi is protecting him. If Jian Fengzi hadn't helped him, he would already be in Tianshu, thought some other people. The snow and the sword cultivators were both protecting Lin Feng. They even humiliated Tianshu and injured their Zun cultivator. They wouldn't be able to take Lin Feng with them, the most outstanding disciple of Tianxian. Jian Fengzi is right, make Tianshu Z come here. Otherwise, your disciples will stay in Tianxian, said someone else in the distance. Flames were burning in the air as another silhouette appeared gradually. It was the third Zun cultivator of Tianxian, the fire Zun cultivator. At that moment, he was bathing in flames in the sky, but his facial expression didn't look warm like his flames. He was staring at the crowd from Tianshu. You surrounded our palace and made trouble out of nothing. Then your Zun cultivator bullies my disciple and tries to attack his awareness. How awe-inspiring, right? If Tianshu Z doesn't give me an explanation, all the Tianshu disciples will stay here, and I will take care of them, said the fire Zun cultivator aggressively. Jian Fengzi wasn't the only one who was furious. In the past, Tianxian had been bullied a lot, and it was finally enough. Lin Feng had brought his friends into the mysterious world and solicited many geniuses. They had all obtained great treasures and were all talented. Now Tianxian was rising thanks to them, and nobody would bully Tianxian's people anymore. You went too far, said the Zun cultivator of Tianshu while staring at the three Zun cultivators of Tianxian. He looked furious. Jian Fengzi had injured all the cultivators of Tianshu and had injured his awareness. His soul was even injured. Now the Sun Zun cultivator appeared and was bullying them again. He even wanted to keep the Tianshu disciples in Tianxian. We went too far? You must have a bad memory. Did you forget who came here and bullied us? Said the fire Zun cultivator aggressively. He seemed to have become a different person from before. In the past, Tianshu's people used to act extremely aggressive at Tianxian. Now, the three Zun cultivators of Tianxian were protecting Lin Feng because they thought highly of him. A new era had started for Tianxian. Lin Feng looked at the three Zun cultivators and felt a warmness in his heart. What a pleasant feeling. It had probably been a very long time since the three Zun cultivators of Tianxian had fought together. Back then, they had taught him many things, and now, for him again, they were joining hands to the extent that they had even injured the Tianshu Zun cultivator and wanted to keep Tianshu's disciples with them in Tianxian. Jian Fengzi, Mr. Fire, you've been silent for so many years, but your temper is just as bad as ever. At that moment, a few silhouettes appeared in the sky. The crowd felt like they were hallucinating. There were 4 silhouettes possessing incredible strength, especially the one in the middle who was wearing a green robe. It was a middle-aged man. The old men on his left and right had a vast and incredible qi as well. Their qi was unfathomable and mysterious, so they must all be cultivators of the Zun qi layer. The leader in the green robe was the leader of Tianshu. He looked majestic and domineering. Behind him was a young man. His qi was extremely powerful, but not as much as that of the three others. At first glance, one could see that he was an incredible cultivator as well. Greetings. The crowd from Tianshu bowed in front of those people in a very respectful way. Those four represented the core of Tianshu. There was Tianshu Zi, the leader, and his son Zi Yunqing. In the future, Zi Yunqing might become the leader of Tianshu. He was incredibly talented and very young. He had already broken through the Tianqi layer a year before. At that moment, he was now at the third Tianqi layer. According to rumors, when he was at the top of the second Tianqi layer, he was already able to fight against cultivators of the third Tianqi layer. Brother Fire, it's been years and you still have a bad temper. We made a mistake, but it was to preserve Tianqi. We never intended to do anything bad. My brothers, don't be angry. Let's stay together in peace, said Tianshu Zi gently, as if he had been talking about a trivial matter. He looked calm and relaxed. 4 Tianqi? Tianshu disciples came to surround our palace for Tianqi? For Tianqi, you wanted to take my disciple Lin Feng back to Tianshu? Said the Fire Zun cultivator. His voice was so loud that it pierced everyone's eardrums. Tianshu Zi was making things way simpler than it actually was. They wanted to take Lin Feng back to Tianshu and steal his treasures. Saying that it was for Tianqi was really shameless. That was an unnecessary mistake indeed. We can discuss the matter. Tianshu and Tianxian both belong to Tianqi, so we must strive for peace. You also offended Tianshu, but I never offended Lin Feng. I will just bring him back to Tianshu. If you still can't find comfort with that, you can come as well, said Tianshu Zi slowly. He sounded extremely confident and was convinced that he was going to take Lin Feng back to Tianshu. I was expecting a better explanation, but it seems like you're not taking me seriously. No problem, let's fight, said Jian Fengzi. His terrifying sword appeared again as the atmosphere was invaded by an infinite quantity of sword energy. There's no need to fight. I didn't come to create tensions between Tianxian and Tianshu, even less to fight. I told you, everything I do is for Tianqi and for Tianqi to become more powerful. I want our brothers from Tianji to come, said Tianshu Zi indifferently. Now everybody was whispering. Tianshu Zi wanted the leader of Tianji to come. The Tianji Snowy Peak was the main peak where the leaders of Tianqi were. What did Tianshu Zi want to do? Suddenly, a starlight appeared in the sky which was growing bigger and shining brighter. It contained a silhouette of a majestic old man. While he was gradually appearing, it seemed like his silhouette possessed a peculiar color, as if he was absorbing the power of the stars. His mind left his body. The crowd was astonished. That wasn't a body, that was his mind. It might be that the Zun cultivator's body was millions of kilometers away. Brother! The few Zun cultivators bowed in front of the old man. The crowd was astonished, having now understood who the old man was. He was the leader of Tianji and the leader of the entire empire of Tianqi. The leader of Tianqi nodded at the few small leaders and said, I am aware of the situation. Tianshu Zi, what is your goal? Explain it clearly. Brother, we are all members of Tianqi. I am also convinced that in the mysterious world, the emperor appeared, and it was said that a disciple called Lin Feng, who recently joined Tianqi, obtained the Jade Emperor's heart. Every influential group will want to attack us because of it. Lin Feng asked everybody to leave him alone to fight against some strong cultivators who are still surprisingly missing. So I guess that Lin Feng must have obtained some of the emperor's greatest treasures, said Tianshu Zi slowly. Finally, he was saying the truth, that his goal was to take Lin Feng's treasures. Brother, since I was able to guess it, don't you think that the other influential groups of the region will also guess that? Nobody knows exactly what Lin Feng obtained. It is also said that Lin Feng killed Duan Wuya, chasing him all the way to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Now, he has to bear the responsibility for his actions. However, he is only a cultivator of the Xianxia layer and cannot protect his treasures. If other people know about it, they're going to kill him, continued Tianshu Zi. Tianxian's Zun cultivator's face was becoming colder and colder. They could understand what Tianshuzi meant. He wanted to take Lin Feng's treasures. Lin Feng cannot protect the treasures, so his life is in danger. Tianshuzi was speaking louder and louder as he continued. Therefore, Lin Feng's only choice is to give his treasures to Tianqi. That is not how we do things in Tianqi, said the Fire Zun cultivator angrily. With his temperament, if someone tried to steal his treasures, Lin Feng would probably abandon Tianqi. We might not do things that way, but we have to be realistic. The Jade Emperor's treasures will attract everyone's attention. Lin Feng will be chased to the ends of the earth by strong cultivators, and we from Tianqi will have to protect him. Besides, Lin Feng is a weak cultivator of the Xianxia layer. He obtained the Emperor's treasures but can't use them properly. They're basically of no use to him. It's a pity, really. If we, the strong cultivators of the Empire, use them, then we can benefit from them at their fullest. We could become the strongest empire in the region. Therefore, Lin Feng needs to understand and support Tianqi's position. We are not treating him unfairly, we are just helping him, said Tianshuzi extremely loudly. If Zun cultivators obtained Lin Feng's treasures, they would become monstrously powerful. That's why you sent people from Tianshu to capture Lin Feng? Asked the Snow Zun cultivator. Many people were nodding around them. They also thought that Lin Feng was, after all, only a Shen-level cultivator. Besides, they were all Tianqi's people, so he had to understand and hand over his treasures. For Tianqi, no matter what I did, everything I planned was for Tianqi. Now, I asked you to come with hopes that everybody will make the right decision. If 4 of the 7 snowy peaks don't agree with me, then it will represent the decision of the entire empire. I am convinced that my 3 Zun-level brothers of Tianxian will not go against the decision of the entire empire, said Tianshuzi slowly. Lin Feng now looked gloomy. A moment before, he had seen everybody's greedy faces. His fate was in everybody's hands, and his odds weren't looking great. But Lin Feng didn't think that handing over his treasures was the best thing to do. However, in another group, nobody would have asked him what he wanted. They would have immediately attacked him and stolen the treasures from him. The eyes of the old man bathing in starlight were twinkling. He then nodded. Tianshuzi was proposing to ask everybody's opinion. The leader of Tianqi couldn't decide on his own. He had to protect Tianqi, and the people from the 7 snowy peaks made up a democracy. Tianshuzi, you want to let everybody decide, which is something I agree with, but you must first apologize for everything that you did before, said the old man slowly. Tianshuzi nodded. He didn't care. He walked forwards and bowed in front of the 3 Zun cultivators and Lin Feng while saying, My 3 brothers, I made a mistake and I want to apologize. Lin Feng, we don't want to steal your treasures, but for Tianqi, we have to see what everybody thinks. I hope you can understand. Humph. If you were thinking of Tianqi, you wouldn't have asked for everybody's opinion, said the Fire Zun cultivator mockingly. Tianshuzi originally wanted the treasures for himself. It was only after failing that he asked for everybody's opinion. No matter what you think, I am dedicated to Tianqi, said Tianshuzi calmly, as if he didn't care. He then looked in the air and said, Brother, let's make a final decision. The old man nodded and said, Okay. The 7 peaks can decide, and their decision will represent Tianqi's final opinion. The old man then shook his hand, and in a flash, 7 stars appeared in the sky representing the 7 snowy peaks. If you think we should keep Lin Feng's treasures, then leave the stars be. If you don't agree, destroy the star, said the old man slowly. A breath later, a star disappeared. It represented Tianxian. Of course they didn't agree. Tianshuzi shook his hand. Not only did Tianshu's star not disappear, but on top of that, it became even more dazzling. They wanted to take Lin Feng's treasures away. The Snow Zun cultivator jumped up in the air and released a terrifying strength. Suddenly, apart from Tianshu's star, all the other stars disappeared. The crowd was surprised by the old Snow Zun cultivator. What is the meaning of all of this? Said Tianshuzi, before adding, You are not respecting everybody's opinion. I just don't want Tianqi to make an irreparable mistake which will affect us for thousands of years. said the Snow Zune cultivator. Then he looked back at the Star Zune cultivator and said, "Brother, I have a few questions." "Go ahead," said the old man while nodding. "If you Tianji were Lin Feng, would we solve the situation this way?" asked the Snow Zune cultivator. "I've seen Tianji grow up and he's an incredible genius. Besides, I know his temperament better than anyone else. Everything he does is for Tianqi, and someday he will become a pillar to our state, to the extent that he will become a leader. You understand, right?" "Thank you for your reply. If Tianji was Lin Feng, Tianshuzi wouldn't act that way. He wouldn't have asked everyone to decide for him. He only acts that way because it's Lin Feng, but that's not true. It's just a lame excuse," said the Snow Zune cultivator. At that moment, he didn't look scared of anything and didn't care about giving Tianshuzi face or not. "You are humiliating me," said Tianshuzi. "Am I wrong? If it were you, Tianji, would you act the same way? Tell me," said the Snow Zune cultivator, looking at Tianshuzi in a suspicious way, releasing some ice energy. "Lin Feng. How do you dare pronounce Lin Feng and Zhu Tianji in the same sentence?" said Tianshuzi, whose face looked gloomier and gloomier. He didn't want the leader of Tianqi to lose face. Zhu Tianji was one of his disciples. He might reign over Tianqi in the future. "What you just said proves everything. You're saying that you Tianji and Lin Feng are incomparable. First, Lin Feng is one of my disciples. You Tianji belongs to Tianji. That's why you wouldn't dare to make him lose face. Second, Lin Feng is supported by nobody but us three old men, and you don't care about us. Unlike you Tianji's master. You are playing with power, but what you're saying is not the truth. You're not doing all of this for Tianqi. If you were, you would treat Lin Feng and you Tianji in the exact same way, because that is how we act in Tianqi," said the Snow Zune cultivator, leaving Tianshuzi speechless. The Snow Zune cultivator had found his weak point. In his eyes, Lin Feng and Yu Tianji were not equal. Tianshuzi opened his mouth to talk, but the Snow Zune cultivator interrupted him and said, "You don't need to talk again. Tianshuzi, you are the leader of Tianshu, but you are not educating your disciples in the right way. They already don't care about Tianqi. You don't deserve to be a leader in Tianqi," said the Snow Zune cultivator. Then he looked at the Star Zune cultivator and said slowly, "Brother, everything we do has to be for Tianqi, for the empire to become stronger. And if we want Tianqi to become stronger, we can't rely on old men like us. We will have to rely on the strong and powerful young people. That is what we've always believed in Tianqi. It is because of this philosophy that Tianqi has become so powerful already. Brother, that's why I'm saying that if we got the treasures now and became gloriously powerful, but that would only be temporary. Not to mention our natural abilities have limits. We are old. In 100 years, even in 1,000, who can guarantee that the treasures won't disappear? Who can guarantee that Tianqi will be as glorious as before? Young people are different. They have natural abilities and potential, but they need things to support them. We have such incredible young cultivators, and we are lucky to have them. I'm proud of them even. Isn't this already great for Tianqi? It's a precious gift. We old men should be proud. Later those young cultivators will become stronger, and they will reign over Tianqi. If they become extremely powerful, Tianqi will become extremely powerful," said the Snow Zune cultivator in a calm, dignified, and solemn way. The crowd was filled with ardor and vitality, especially the young people. Today, if you take Lin Feng's treasures, what does that say about Tianqi's future? You will be destroying our spirit and vitality, our hope. You will make our young cultivators feel like leaving. Our unity will be damaged, just like the unity in Tianshu has been damaged. They are selfish and sly, and they only think about themselves. For them, being a member of Tianqi is just like playing a game of chess," said the Snow cultivator slowly, insisting on every word. Tianshuzi looked devastated. The Snow Zune cultivator continued, "I destroyed all of the stars because I don't want Lin Feng and the other young disciples to see the devastating consequences such an event could have on our nation. I hope that, in their hearts, those 6 stars will keep shining. I will teach Tianxian's disciples of our principles, honor, and integrity. I will teach them how to be proud Tianqi citizens. That's enough, shouted Tian Shuzi furiously. You are praising yourself to make everybody forget that you just violated our rule of law, right? I had good reasons to do that, said the Snow Zune cultivator. His eyes were twinkling. From his hand appeared a star. That star was extremely dazzling. It was a meteorite. When the Snow Zune cultivator took out that meteorite, Tian Shuzi narrowed his eyes. The other Zune cultivators were astonished as well. The old star Zune cultivator in the sky was even surprised. Jian Fengzi narrowed his eyes as well, but he seemed to understood. Both of them smiled. It seems like there isn't only one crazy old man in Tianxian, said the fire Zune cultivator while laughing. His snow brother was crazy too. Jian Fengzi's eyes were twinkling. He looked back at his fellows and was surprised as well. All the Zune cultivators understood what it meant for Tianxian. Outside of the Tianxian palace, many Tianxian disciples and many of them were Xian-level cultivators. Many of them were Tian-level cultivators as well. At first, they were surprised, and then they seemed to understand that the meteorite had something to do with Tianxian. The Snow Zune cultivator walked slowly and stared at Lin Feng. He stretched out his hand and the meteorite flew away at full speed. It then turned into a gigantic stone where strange marks began to appear. Those are holy marks. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. It seemed like Tianqi's people attached a great importance to that stone. There were 2 characters on the stone, Tianxian. Those words were written with a beautiful handwriting. It seemed like those words contained the power of heaven. However, there was a mark on that stone. It's the Tianxian stone. Tian Shuzi was astonished. He was fixated on the stone in front of Lin Feng, looking rather greedy. The 7 peaks of Tianqi were extremely old. They had been created by their powerful ancestors and forged over the centuries. Apart from the common treasures which most empires possessed, each peak had its own precious treasure. Tianxian's precious treasure was a meteorite. The ancestors of Tianxian had transmitted that precious treasure at a time when Tianxian was prosperous. It held an incredible power. It was also the most mysterious treasure owned by any of the 7 peaks. It contained an explosive power that the 6 other peaks couldn't understand. Only the offspring of Tianxian could understand it for some reason. Even though most people didn't know what kind of magic it had. The leaders of Tianxian were the 3 old Zune cultivators. The snow, fire, and sword Zune cultivators. When they were young and ordinary cultivators, many people didn't want them to become the leaders of Tianxian. However, they obtained the stone and their cultivation level took off with incredible speeds. Very quickly, nobody in Tianqi wanted to fight them anymore. However, after that the stone disappeared. Many people thought that the stone couldn't be transmitted and that Tianxian was going to decline. Nobody knew that the stone was in the Snow Zune cultivator's hands. Lin Feng, kneel down, said the Snow Zune cultivator solemnly. Lin Feng's heart was pounding, shivering even. He was staring at the Snow Zune cultivator's stone and seemed to be hesitating. However, when he looked at the Snow Zune cultivator and saw him look that solemn, he also noticed how old he was. He looked old yet wise, and one could see some impatience in his eyes as well. Lin Feng slowly knelt down in front of the meteorite. Lin Feng, this stone is the blood spirit of Tianxian. It has witnessed its climaxes and declines over time. It also represents our traditions, said the Snow Zune cultivator. At that moment, Lin Feng understood what the old man meant. However, he still couldn't believe it. It seemed too sudden. Lin Feng wasn't the only one to feel that way. Everybody felt the same way. They were both perplexed and surprised. The traditions of Tianxian. Impossible! Shouted Tian Shuzi furiously while glaring at the Snow Zune cultivator. He then added, "How can you be so careless? That stone is extremely valuable and represents Tianxian. Tian Shuzi, refuse. How could you handle such an important matter in such a childish way? I suggest that Tianqi takes your stone and gives it to another snowy peak." "Shut the hell up," said the Snow Zune cultivator coldly before adding, "I am a leader of Tianxian and this is our history. I can decide who receives its treasures. If you say that you want to take it again and humiliate Tianxian and myself, I will start war between Tianxian and Tianshu. The stone belonged to Tianxian, and Tianshu Zi had no sway when it came to taking decisions in Tianxian. Humph! Tianshu Zi groaned coldly and looked at the star Zun cultivator in the sky. However, the old man looked calm and serene. The stone had been transmitted from generation to generation by the very forefathers of Tianxian. Anyone who didn't belong to Tianxian couldn't intervene in this tradition. Tianqi has existed for a very long time, but I've never heard about anyone transmitting it to a cultivator of the Xianqi layer. Tianxian is coming to its end because of you. It's over for Tianxian. If someone tries to kill him, the stone will disappear, and that will be a great humiliation for your ancestors, said Tianshu Zi aggressively. Well, I will be an exception for the history of Tianqi, replied the Snow Zun cultivator. Lin Feng, from today on the stone is yours. From today on you are an offspring of Tianxian, and you are in charge of transmitting it to the next generations. In other words, you are the leader of Tianxian. Remember that, said the Snow Zun cultivator very seriously. Master, Lin Feng was completely stunned, astonished. He had only broken through to the Xianqi layer. No need to say anything. My fellow said he trusted you, Tianji, his talent and his temperament. I feel the same about you. I trust you, and I am certain that you can make Tianxian glorious again, said the Snow Zun cultivator. Lin Feng was moved. He couldn't believe it. The word trust was easy to say but difficult to prove. The Snow Zun cultivator was putting Tianxian's destiny in Lin Feng's hands. In Tianxian, I am not as strong nor as talented as my brothers, like Jian Fengzi. However, when our ancestor passed away, he didn't give him the stone and instead gave it to me. It's because of Jian Fengzi's temperament. He's too brutal. I am quite calm and discreet. However, I was able to do whatever the elders and my friends required me to do. Lin Feng, when I first met you, I already thought about giving it to you. Now I'm going to do it, said the Snow Zun cultivator with a warm and gentle voice. His brothers had told him that if he ever had a suitable disciple, he could give him the stone. He understood now that a real genius wouldn't necessarily attach tons of importance to them. Lin Feng, I finished explaining my thoughts, so you can stand up. Put your blood on the stone. By placing your blood on the stone, you will be giving your oath. Accept the tradition of Tianxian, said the Snow Zun cultivator solemnly. Lin Feng's heart felt very heavy. However, he stood up and cut his finger to spill his blood on the stone. The meteorite became even more dazzling. When the blood penetrated into the meteorite, Lin Feng quickly sensed information being transferred into his body. What a mysterious qi. Contained incredible powers. Transmission. The crowd was astonished. They had witnessed a transmission ritual. Now, Lin Feng, a cultivator of the Xianqi layer, was the leader of Tianxian. People from Tianxian looked perplexed, especially a beautiful girl in the crowd, Tianqi Shui. Her eyes were teary. Back then, she used to be considered as the pure and holy woman of Tianxian. People back then used to think that she would receive the transmission stone, but since Lin Feng had joined them, she wasn't considered so strongly anymore. Actually, everybody knew that Huang Fulong, Lin Feng, Junemo Shi, Tang Yu and Yun Fei Yang were stronger than her. From that moment, she already understood that if Lin Feng stayed in Tianqi, she would never be the leader of Tianxian. However, she wouldn't have thought that it would happen so soon and that nobody would have the opportunity to fight for it. The Zun cultivator immediately passed on the transmissions to Lin Feng without any arguments. Junemo Shi, Tang Yu and the others walked forwards and looked at Lin Feng. They were just as speechless but were smiling in a resplendent way. The situation had completely reversed. At the moment, when other people wanted to steal Lin Feng's treasures, the Snow Zun cultivator gave Tianxian's most precious treasure to Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng's social status was completely different. He was the leader of Tianxian and possessed one of Tianxian's greatest treasures. The members of the other snowy peaks would never attack him again. Some people harbored evil intentions, but they didn't dare express their opinions. The Snow Zun cultivator smiled resplendently when he saw that Lin Feng had accepted the transmission stone. He looked like he was relieved from a very heavy burden. He turned around and looked at the leaders of the 6 other snowy peaks. Now, Lin Feng has received the legacy of Tianxian, so he is the new leader. He will have opportunities to fight and become the leader of Tianqi. He will now fight for Tianxian. Unless someone wants to betray Tianqi, nobody may attack him. Now that Lin Feng has received the treasure of Tianxian, he wasn't only an offspring of Tianxian, but he was a public figure of Tianqi. He had the same status as the leaders of the 6 other snowy peaks, which gave him the right to fight for the leader of Tianqi. I have something to say, said Tian Shuzi, still remaining cold. He would have never thought that the Snow Zune cultivator would do something so outrageous. He would have no opportunity to steal Lin Feng's treasures now. Tian Shuzi raised his head and looked at the Star Zune cultivator and said, "Brother, can we as Tianqi's people transmit the legacy of one snowy peak so carelessly and play with the future of the empire so childishly? If Lin Feng goes outside, he is an ambassador of the empire now. I don't want to see Tianxian bring about its own destruction. I also don't want Tianqi to lose its reputation." "What you mean to say is that I don't know how to handle such matters. You are saying that I am childish? That I am bringing about our own destruction? That what I've done is humiliating?" said the Snow Zune cultivator. Surprisingly, Tian Shuzi didn't want to give up. "Indeed, you gave the treasure to Lin Feng, but first, he had to undergo the exam of the snowy peaks. If Lin Feng is strong enough to go outside, then he will deserve to go out and represent the empire as one of us," said Tian Shuzi. He didn't want to give up, so he had to up the ante. "How ridiculous! When you became the leader of Tianshu, did you have to undergo any exams?" said the Snow Zune cultivator mockingly. "It's different," said Tian Shuzi, emphasizing his words. At that moment, the Star Zune cultivator finally spoke. "What kind of test are you referring to? Now, all the snowy peaks have young people who have received transmissions. Yu Tianji in Tianji, Zi Yunqing in Tianshu, Lin Feng in Tianxian, etc. In order to become a leader in Tianqi, you can't be weak. I suggest that Lin Feng fight against the other 6. We will see how strong he is and if he deserves to be one of the leaders," suggested Tian Shuzi. "And why wouldn't Lin Feng fight against your own son?" shouted Jian Fengzi extremely loudly. Amongst the young leaders of the other groups, 5 of them have already broken through to the Tianqi layer, including Yu Tianji, who recently broke through to the Tianqi layer. Now you want a cultivator of the Xianqi layer to fight against 5 cultivators of the Tianqi layer? You're ridiculous. You transmitted the legacy to him, you chose to play your hand. If you don't accept this, it means that I am right and that Lin Feng doesn't deserve this ceremony. It also means that the legacy has been transmitted ignorantly," said Tian Shuzi. He wasn't going to let Lin Feng off. "You're bullying Lin Feng again," said Jian Fengzi. "If you want to fight, I will fight against you. Brother, let them fight. They can oppress their strength and only use the strength of the first Tianqi layer. If Lin Feng can resist for the duration of 1 incense, I will agree. Otherwise, it will prove that I was right," said Tian Shuzi, ignoring Jian Fengzi. On top of that, he has already received the legacy, so if he cannot resist for the duration of an incense, it really means that he's weak. How could a cultivator of the Xianqi layer fight against cultivators of the Tianqi layer? Said the Snow Zune cultivator while pulling a long face. He hadn't thought that Tian Shuzi was so shameless. The young leaders of the other snowy peaks were all extremely strong. Making Lin Feng fight against them was too cruel. Even if they had only broken through to the first Tianqi layer, it would be too complicated. Besides, saying that Lin Feng could rely on the legacy of Tianxian was ridiculous. The meteorite was so mysterious that even Zune cultivators didn't understand it, and Lin Feng had just obtained it. He didn't know how to use it any. As expected, you don't trust Lin Feng. I think that you gave him the meteorite only to give him a social status and protect him," said Tian Shuzi while giggling mockingly. "For the duration of 1 incense, I agree," said Lin Feng at that moment. Everybody became speechless. Lin Feng agreed to fight. He agreed to fight against 5 cultivators of the Tianqi layer and 1 cultivator who had broken through to the very top of the Xianqi layer. Very good. Seems like I underestimated you. You are brave. If you pass the exam and manage to resist for the duration of an incense, I will recognize you as one of us. I think that everybody will acknowledge you, said Tianshu as he then continued. But if you lose, then my snow brother will have to make another decision. Lin Feng, said the Snow Zune cultivator while looking back at Lin Feng. Tianshu was shameless. He was definitely going to try and find all the possible excuses to change the situation. If they just ignored him, then he wouldn't be able to do anything. The Snow Zune cultivator hadn't thought that Lin Feng would accept the challenge. I am responsible for Tianxian now that I received the legacy of Tianxian. If I can't protect Tianxian and make it glorious, then I don't deserve Tianxian's legacy. Lin Feng grabbed the gigantic meteorite from one corner and abruptly smashed it onto the ground. Rumbling sounds spread in the air as the ground shook. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling with dazzling lights. He had to pass the test. The Snow Zune cultivator smiled in a resplendent way while looking at Lin Feng. Since you agree, just fight. In the air, the Starlight Zune cultivator nodded and said slowly, since Lin Feng accepts the challenge, get everyone ready. However, Yu Tianji just broke through to the Tianqi layer and his cultivation is still unstable. He can't fight against Lin Feng, so Lin Feng should only fight the 5 others. No problem, said Tianshu while smiling. Amongst the 5 others, 4 cultivators had broken through to the first Tianqi layer. Lin Feng matched them. After so many battles, even a cultivator at the top of the Xianxia layer would find it difficult to fight against them. Yunqing, this battle is crucial and the future of Tianxian is in your hands. You must use your full strength and show no mercy. If Lin Feng can't handle it, it means he doesn't deserve to receive the legacy. Showing mercy would be a big mistake, said Tianshu to Zi Yunqing. He sounded like he was being benevolent and was trying to help Tianxian. I will use my full strength, said Zi Yunqing while nodding. His eyes were twinkling. At that moment, the 4 others walked out from the crowd. Their chi was incredible and they looked enigmatic, unfathomable, as if they were one with the earth. They could borrow the strength of the earth and sky. Oppress your own strength, your strengths cannot exceed that of the first Tianqi layer, said the Star Zune cultivator. Everybody nodded and surrounded Lin Feng. They were of course not going to use their full strength. This battle wasn't only about Tianxian, it was also about them and the glory of their own snowy peaks. Lin Feng was a Xian-level cultivator. If they needed their full strength to defeat him, it meant that their reputation was undeserved. Fight, said the Star Zune cultivator. In the air, an incense appeared that was slowly burning. Lin Feng had to resist for the time of an incense. Brother, be careful, said a voice. Then, Zi Yunqing's silhouette flickered as his hand assaulted Lin Feng's direction. It contained a terrifying energy and whistling sounds were spreading in the air. A hurricane started up as the space became completely distorted. That was the strength of the Tianqi layer. They could borrow the energy of the earth and the sky. The others all attacked as well. In a flash, a monstrously oppressive pressure surrounded Lin Feng. He had the impression that he would suffocate under the pressure. Lin Feng took a step forwards and his silhouette became an illusion. His steps were incredible. He was dodging the oppressive energies with speed and elegance. He was moving so fast that his shadow spawned clones in the air. Eh? The Star Zune cultivator was surprised as he looked at the snow on the ground. The pattern created by Lin Feng's footsteps on the snow was interesting. Of course, only the Zune cultivators could understand what was going on. Lin Feng's 5 opponents also possessed some great agility techniques. Terrifying energies dashed to the skies and assaulted Lin Feng, all of which contained different intents. Freeze! Shouted one of them. The entire area froze as some ice shards targeted Lin Feng with incredible speeds. Lin Feng jumped into the air and continued using his agility technique. It seemed like he was dancing more than he was dodging. That's the Xiao Yao agility technique, the Star Zune cultivator finally decided. Lin Feng was at the top of the Xianxia layer and could already use the Xiao Yao agility technique so well. No wonder Lin Feng had accepted to fight. He could use the Xiao Yao agility technique. It seemed like he had gone through a lot of experiences in the mysterious world. Surprisingly, he had stolen the Xiao Yao agility technique from someone and learned it to an incredible degree. He couldn't know that Lin Feng had learnt the agility technique from the demon in the Death Valley. Bzzzzzzz. Lin Feng dodged another attack and accelerated. He was moving even faster now. Then a terrifying sword appeared. The sword intent was astonishing. Lin Feng's sword seemed to be targeting the Xianxia cultivator. That cultivator was releasing their intent at Lin Feng. But Lin Feng remained calm as he stretched out his hand. Lin Feng crushed the intent with his fist. A cultivator of the Xianxia layer couldn't rival Lin Feng's raw strength. That cultivator immediately groaned as Lin Feng crushed the intent. He was now sensing a terrifying physical strength which oppressed him. Lin Feng's strength was incredible and it was purely strength. The Xian-level cultivator felt like he was facing a mountain. Boom! A terrifying sound spread in the air as the Xian-level cultivator was blown away by Lin Feng's attack. He crashed into the crowd. Now, Lin Feng was fighting 4 cultivators. While the other had been blown away, the 4 others were still attacking. Lin Feng jumped higher up in the sky and moved easily. Fuck! Cursed the 4 others silently. They all condensed strength which shot at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's agility technique was too powerful. They had oppressed their strength to the first Xianxia layer and couldn't use their strength of the second Xianxia layer. Surprisingly, with the strength of the first Xianxia layer, it was difficult to fight Lin Feng. They looked at the incense. Half of it had already burnt. Piece of trash. Can you only avoid our attacks? You're a humiliation for Tianxian. You don't deserve to be a leader, said one of those cultivators when he saw that they couldn't catch up with Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately turned around and examined the people chasing him. I don't? Let's deal with you first then, said Lin Feng, smiling devilishly. He stopped running as his entire body turned into a mountain. He was going to see how strong his flesh and muscles were. Bzzzzzzz. Lin Feng shook his head, and the one who had just insulted him sensed a terrifying pressure crash onto his body. Lin Feng's 5 fingers were like mountains. However, he was a cultivator of the Tianqi layer. How could he flinch in front of a cultivator of the Xianqi layer? Boom, boom, boom. The atmosphere was shaking as qi was rolling in waves. Physical strength dashed to the skies. The earth and the ground were shaking. Supreme hand print, shouted Lin Feng furiously. His terrifying hand attack seemed like it could destroy a mountain. His 5 fingers diffused strange lights. His attack didn't contain any demon qi. Lin Feng shouted the name of his attack, but it wasn't actually a skill. He just wanted to hide his true strength. Boom! The earth and the ground was shaking. The silhouette of Lin Feng's opponent streaked across the sky like a meteor and crashed into the ground. Half of his body was in the ground. Lin Feng crushed a cultivator of the Tianqi layer. What a terrifying skill, thought the crowd while staring at Lin Feng. How could they know that Lin Feng hadn't used a skill? A little bit more than half of the incense had burnt and nobody felt like fighting Lin Feng anymore. 2 cultivators had already been defeated. At that moment, Lin Feng was in the sky and whistling sounds were spreading in the air. Who still wants to see if I'm strong enough? Said Lin Feng while staring down at the 3 other opponents. He looked violent and aggressive, to the extent that the others wouldn't look at him in the eyes anymore. From one second to another, he had completely changed. Now they were staring at him with surprise. They had to be careful, they couldn't underestimate Lin Feng anymore. They were the same as the one who was just crushed into the ground. They were also relying on the strength of the first Tianqi layer. I'll taste your supreme handprint, said one of them while releasing some battle energy. His long hair and clothes were fluttering in the wind. He jumped in the sky and released incredible strength. At that moment, Lin Feng felt like he was facing a large mountain. Dong! Dong! That person jumped again. He was only 3 meters away from Lin Feng. One more step and he would arrive next to Lin Feng. Mountain print! Shouted that cultivator furiously. He stretched both his hands and from between them a terrifying mountain appeared. It was 100 meters high and pierced through the clouds. Surprisingly, it's the Tian-level mountain print skill of average quality. What a terrifying strength. This time, Lin Feng's supreme handprint is useless, thought the crowd. Even though that cultivator was oppressing his own strength, it didn't have any impact on his understanding of cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use the gigantic mountain print with only the strength of the first Xianxia layer. Lin Feng was doomed. Supreme handprint, shouted Lin Feng furiously. Surprisingly, Lin Feng attacked again with the same attack. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. It was so loud that it hurt people's eardrums. The crowd only saw Lin Feng's silhouette being blown away and they gulped down. They were relieved. If Lin Feng had been able to resist the gigantic mountain print attack from a Tian-level cultivator, that would have been too strange. Lin Feng had probably been badly injured. However, very quickly they were astonished. They watched as Lin Feng jumped up again and looked at his opponent. Your physical strength doesn't suffice. Try again. That guy? The crowd was watching Lin Feng. They couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Feng's opponent was stunned too. He jumped forwards and condensed his strength again. Another gigantic mountain print appeared, challenging Lin Feng's strength. Boom! Lin Feng used his hand attack again. Rumbling sounds and even cracking sounds spread in the air. Lin Feng jumped again. He didn't wait for the mountain to get near. He just threw himself at it. Rumbling and explosion sounds spread in the air again. The sounds were as loud as before and people couldn't stand it anymore. Their ears were bleeding. Boom, boom, boom. Supreme handprint. Lin Feng used his hand attack again as the gigantic mountain print broke in two. This time the Tian-level cultivator groaned and coughed up some blood. Lin Feng jumped up again and used his Xiao agility technique. He appeared in front of his opponent who opened his eyes widely, unable to defend himself. Go! Lin Feng didn't punch his opponent and told him to leave. He had two opponents left. At that moment, 3/4 of the incense had burnt and 3 people had already lost. Tianqi's people were astonished. They couldn't believe that those 3 were defeated by Lin Feng. Even if they had oppressed their own cultivation level, they still had the strength of the first Xianxia layer. Lin Feng was only a Xin-level cultivator, so they thought that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to resist for any amount of time. Now the question was, would those people be able to resist Lin Feng with the remaining time? Boom, boom, boom! The crowd saw Lin Feng jump forwards towards the other 2. This time, Lin Feng was taking the offensive. A terrifying sword chi invaded the atmosphere. Lin Feng was using his level 7 sword intent. Go! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. In the air, 1,000,000 swords condensed and moved towards Ziyunqing and the other cultivator. The earth and sky were emitting whistling sounds under the oppressive sword energy. Ziyunqing's silhouette flickered, but the sword light became larger and attacked the other one. Even if Lin Feng was only a Xian-level cultivator, as before, level 7 sword intent was impressive. That person moved his arm and it seemed like a crystal appeared. Subtle sounds spread in the air as the crystal broke and the sword continued moving towards him. Enough! I can't stop you with the strength of the first Xianxia layer, said that person. He then stopped oppressing his own strength and a terrifying ice chi emerged, freezing everything around him. Crystals appeared in front of him and cracking sounds were heard. The gigantic sword continued moving forwards through the crystals, one after the other. The sword stopped as it arrived in front of that cultivator's head and disappeared. That person stopped oppressing their own strength and acknowledged Lin Feng's strength. He went back to his place in the crowd defeated. The crowd acknowledged him as well. With the strength of the first Xianxia layer, it wasn't possible to resist Lin Feng. His sword intent was level 7. His supreme handprint was incredible and his agility technique was marvelous. Only one fighter was left, Ziyunqing from Tianshu. But at that moment the crowd was convinced that he had no hope anymore. Unless Ziyunqing used his full strength, he had no way to defeat Lin Feng. Otherwise, there would be no difference with the others. Lin Feng was surprisingly strong. He was much more talented than all the other young leaders. Maybe he really would make Tianxian glorious again. He's really strong because he obtained the meteorite. I wouldn't have thought that he would become so powerful. Yunqing, we can't fool around anymore. Let's use our treasure as well, use the soul bell. Otherwise, the battle won't be fair. Tianshu Zi decided to persuade the fight again. From his hand appeared a golden light which he threw at Zi Yunqing, who immediately grabbed it. It was Tianshu's treasure. Tianxian's people were astonished, especially the 3 Zun cultivators. Tianshu Zi was going way too far. Surprisingly, he was saying that Lin Feng was only so strong thanks to Tianxian's meteorite. This was no longer a competition of fairness, but an excuse to defeat Lin Feng. Zi Yunqing was a Tian-level cultivator? Wasn't this unfair already? In the history of Tianqi, we've never had such vermin, said the Snow Zun cultivator. He hoped that Lin Feng could resist this final assault.